side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll celebrate in this never with light, our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Book your next hotel stay in Madrid with Marriott Bonvoy. A check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will
And welcome back to the LEC for summer 2025. We're so happy to be back after this 1 week break. New set of games. Some teams went home, but other teams are here. They're back, they're ready, and I have GB and EMEA to kick off the week. How are you doing, guys?
Doing all right. Better now I'm here.
I'm sorry, how else
Yeah.
you So are we, Alex, so are we. I think I'm super excited to be back. I'm super excited to see what kind of games we're going to have ahead of us.
Yeah.
Because quite frankly, I think that in terms of consistency, we only had one consistent team last time around, which was G2 in the regular season. And I'm hoping this break week kind of given all the teams the time they needed to fix these inconsistency, because instant inconsistency will kill your run to Madrid.
And it really feels like this is just a very special time of the year coming up. Every region starting to determine their champions, who goes to Worlds. And particularly, I think in this year, so many teams across the world made changes midway through the split. And now we get to see, did it work or didn't it?
And that's the thing. It is the last effort before the finish line. No more mistakes, no more second chances. Everything teams have been doing until the entirety of the season has to come together now. And guys, road to Madrid!
Road to Madrid!
Road to Madrid! And that's what I'm excited about here. But that's not all the weekend is going to be about, because we're going to say goodbye to teams during the next 2 days. We're going to send teams to Worlds during the last 2 days of the weekend. Namira, please talk me through the format like I'm bronze.
So,
I don't get it.
This is not that complex, but let's go through all of the questions you might have. All right, do you have questions on this bracket? What have you, GB, what do you got for me?
So how do I actually qualify to Madrid, Alex? Like, I don't get it. What's going on?
That's a great question. There are no bad questions, only bad League of Legends players. So the way that you qualify for Madrid is with these matches here. This one, this one, this one, and this one. 2 of these are getting played, of course, in the very first round from a lot of these teams. That's how you get to Madrid. All right, first question down. Next one, what have you got for me?
Let's say I want to go to Madrid as a spectator. How do I get eliminated?
How do you get eliminated? Well, that's also another good question. It's simple things, but it's important to know. The way you get eliminated is these games down here, which we're playing, of course, soon, the cross-play decider. These ones here, 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 and of course, all the way up to the finals. These 3 mate games are the only ones where you are safe. If you lose them, you get a second chance. It's not that many, actually, all things all in all. Okay, 2 questions down. I'm pretty sure we've got time for 1 or 2 more. One more question. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, the most important one, really. How do I make Worlds? What's going on here?
How are you making Worlds? Okay, very important question. Well, we've covered 2 of those games already, because the 2 which bring you to Madrid up here also get you to Worlds. Have a 3rd one down here which will be played in Madrid itself, which is really, really important there. Those are our 3 games which get you to Madrid. They'll be played on the big stage there. If we got anything else?
So how many teams are we sending to Worlds?
We'll go on to that next time.
Yeah, we don't talk about this. We don't talk about those, and we'll see if we can actually make it out of Swiss this time. But that's the story for next month. The only thing we know for sure today is that we have Team Heretics versus Vitality. And guys, these teams have been delivering on and on the Rift, in voice-com, in gameplay. It is gonna be a banger. No matter if win or lose, we're getting a show. So let's sum up what happened between these 2 teams so far this year.
That's a quick step, trickster. I run top. I will take top tower.
And over the wall. I'm MJ.
You can come top if.
Then you can play 2 lanes already. Look, do you want shot?
Yeah.
They are not on Drake, so be careful. I've ulted 1.
Bah!
Nice ulting bot as well.
Nice.
Go to get out. Go to.
I'm just ulting them. I look Lucian.
I'm coming. Right, Lucian behind.
Penta?
Chasing Penta.
I wasted my lines. Turn down the lights. I'm at a payphone trying to go.
I'm gonna do some very nice.
No fresh.
Okay.
I can lick.
Nice, good job.
Then put like.
Nice!
Well played, guys.
Nice. Tipping behind them, Look.
Bomba. Boom. Rise. Michael Jordan. Rise no flash. Vai Hazul.
I left it to me. Why not?
Look, Kaisa.
Go. You go. I go. Baby.
Nice, boys. Well played.
Nice, good job.
And that's just a glimpse of what we can expect today between these 2 teams. They're ready. Look at them. Oh, yeah. That's actually really high.
Dramatic.
So the modeling contracts are when?
Yeah, that's the thing. League players, model, hello Flackhead, hello Stan. We're going to see them in just a couple minutes. Guys, we saw during the video that whatever happens between these 2 teams, vibes are going to be important. Carzy was telling me that is something that has been carrying them so far this season. And when I was talking to Shio yesterday, he feels like the team got better because they were having fun together. Is that something we should be looking at here?
I mean, you have to, right? Like, I think Lince's singing Payphone will forever live in my head. Like, that was probably the favorite moment for me throughout the entire split. But yeah, I definitely think like for either of these teams, like it just feels like it's going to be a banger.
No, absolutely. And I'm so glad people are finally seeing this side of Vitality, because not so hot take, they're not the best team in the league, but they're the most entertaining team in the league. I have always loved watching their games. I've always loved seeing what come out of them. And I think the fact that we are getting these sort of voice comes from them now just speaks to itself that yes, to answer your question, the vibes are indeed great at Vitality.
GV, something that is going to be important today is that you might be right, you might be wrong. You had an interesting take at the beginning of the split. You were talking to Jack Spectra, telling him that you think that in this exact scenario, Team Heretics is going to qualify. We don't have Jack Spectra here today, sadly, but I brought the next best thing.
Next best Jack Spectra.
So, yeah, do you have something you want to tell Jack Spectra?
Well, so to the people who don't get what we're doing right now at the start of the split, yes.
Context,
indeed, my friend. Jack said Vitality will get top 4. That's a pretty hot take. I think it was a good take at the time, though. But my take on the other end was that I think Vitality will be matched up against Team Heretics to make it into top 6. And I thought once again, Team Heretics will win. Because Team Heretics is this sort of team where they don't always make sense. Because on paper, they shouldn't be good enough, right? And that's been the case for them the entirety of their journey in the LEC with this roster. But every single time, they have defied expectations. You saw it in spring when they had to play a tiebreak as well against Vitality. And what happened, Jack Spectra?
I don't know how to do a Norwegian accent. It didn't go well for them, okay?
Silence.
It didn't go well.
That's what happens.
And I think it's poetic that once again we are back in a situation where it's a series between Vitality and Team Heretics that's going to decide which of these teams will make it to playoffs. And I'm hoping that I'm right and Jack is wrong.
That's the thing. It's going to come down to this one again. Yeah, sadly, he cannot answer. I love it. I love it. We're going to keep that for the rest of the day. But yeah, these high-stakes games, they're used to it. How different are they, though, compared to last time?
I think Heretics have definitely stepped up a lot. I think, like, obviously we kind of looked for Sheo as being like the guy in the squad, but I think there are other aspects that are also starting to come together for them. So I think going up against Vitality, it's going to be a tougher time for Vitality. But I do also think on the opposite side, Vitality have done relatively well for themselves. So I think it's a lot of back and forth here.
I mean, they have an actual support now, so maybe
that does help a little bit, right? Like, I think as well, I think Vitality has leveled up with it. I think there's less pressure on the players. I think we're seeing them in more of a flow state when they're playing. It's not to say they're not making mistakes, but I think they're definitely the best version they've been of themselves this year right now.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that has kind of been the way that they figured out, hey, how do we want to try and approach the game? Like, they've been doing a lot of, hey, we want to try and get pushing 80 carries for Carzy. We want to try and set up then for, hey, we can use that to go and attack a side lane, overload it, try and find picks off of objectives and the vision that they can set up off of this pushing mid lane. And it feels like from Vitality's side, that has given them a kind of a winning condition that they can play through, like we saw against KC.
Talking about Team Heretics, I feel like everything we've been saying this split is that you have Sheo. You can always rely on Sheo, maybe a bit too much sometimes, but what else is there? Who can help him today? Who are we looking at?
Well, I think that's the issues we're looking at with Team Heretics. They lack star power right now. I think they definitely need other players to step up and help Sheo, because if they don't do that, I don't think they'll make it further.
Yeah, I think my eyes are on Sten, though. I think this guy has been fantastic in the last couple of series that we saw, especially against BDS. This guy was phenomenal in the laning phase, able to pick up a bunch of double kills for themselves in that bottom lane. And then as well, when it came towards like picks in the mid game, he was separating himself from Sheo and being like, oh, I'm going to hide around corners. I'm going to find these cool moments where I can step up and actually be a focal point and a successful point for them in their series against BDS. I want to see this guy once more, because it feels like the best version of Heretics is Sheo and Sten stepping up to the mark.
No, I completely agree, and I find it so much more interesting that Sten was playing on Vitality Academy, but he's now on Team Heretics himself.
Yeah.
Leveled up to this player, because his winter wasn't that great, but he's been a key player for them in terms of finding these victories, as you highlighted. But a person I want to see step up as well is Flakkit. In terms of star power that we're talking about, I want to see a reliable guy carry games. And I don't need Flakkit to do that in the 2v2, in the laning phase, because Flakkit has never really been that guy. Even when he was playing on G2, it was about facilitating Takamas to make moves on the map, like we're asking of Sten today. And then I want to see him on a champion like Jinx. I want to see him on champions where you can be self-sufficient, you can survive the 2v1 sometimes, or Ezreal, which is a classic for for him and then still be a threat in the mid to late game. And it's that threat aspect I'm lacking from Flakkit. I haven't been scared enough of seeing him in the late game.
Can he get in this position though, especially with the bot lane Vitality has?
I think it is tough. Like, I think Fleshy has been absolutely fantastic as coming into the roster. I think he's given them a lot of success on how they move around the map, but also then in the 2v2 as well. And I think it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Stend and Flakkit to kind of have that firepower that sometimes they can come into, at least what we saw against BDS. So I think this is the area to watch on the map. I think both of these bot lanes could pop off at any point in time.
I completely agree with Dak. Also just based off the fact that if you can shut down the bot lane of Team Heretics, you can shut down their access to dragons. And let's be honest, that's been Team Heretics' best win condition with Sheo driving them there. So not only are you winning, if you start getting these objectives for yourself, you're actively pushing Team Heretics back with what has been their main win condition.
I want to know what the bot lane of Vitality thinks here actually, because we have the best Moan on Summoner's Rift, Carzzy and Pad ready with Ginny in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
I've been in this situation before, like when we won LEC in 2020-21, but the draft was more playable, so like, joking.
Okay, you said the draft was more playable. Your coach now heard it too. Explain yourself.
Me? Myself?
Yes.
Yeah, explain yourself, Cassie.
You've seen the draft. Not even Prime Genji would win with that stuff.
It's true. We called Chovy, he confirmed.
Good to know. So I'm assuming then we have a little bit of a change coming in through today, because this is like the do or die moment for you guys in Vitality. You're going up against Heretics. For thinking about Spring, the tiebreaker didn't necessarily go your way. So what's going to be different this time?
We lost some weight since that time Niski left, you know? So might be easier to climb up the mountain this time around.
Have you been doing some pull-ups to like try and climb the mountain?
Yes.
Actually, he is. Yeah, he's doing pull-ups after literally every game.
Yeah, I do pull-ups every day, like 100 pull-ups.
Yeah, minimum. He is very inspired by David Goggins.
It's not a cup.
Okay,
It's
right
caps.
now. Okay,
Okay, sorry, I'm done.
Either way, there is a lot of pressure on you guys in general when it comes to performance this game, because this could be the end of the split. So from a coaching perspective, when it comes to actually getting the players ready, getting the drafts ready, getting the team ready as a whole, what has that looked like this last week?
I mean, I think like everyone's talked a lot about the draft, like from last weekend. I think today Cas made a director's decision to come in later to the office so he could keep his glass full. That's how he usually describes his brain and how it works. Okay. Outside of that, we've just been working on all the things that we've been doing good when we were beating KC and when we were having good games. And we upped like the level of difficulty in scrims this week and performed really good.
Okay, that's good to know, because today is the real test, Carzzy, and it's also the test of the vibes, right? Because you guys over at Vitality really mesh well together. We've heard a lot of the comms that always go really well, but Heretics is kind of in the same boat where the team is also meshing well together. They're also a very vibey team. So who's got the better vibe coming into today?
I mean, there is no way Team Heretics is better vibe than us. I don't believe it. I think they actually hate each other. I think that there is not a single person who can like stand.
Yeah.
Is that because he broke your finger earlier?
It's because he just broke his finger before we went to this interview.
Yeah, way too tightly, and my fingers are hurting. So
yeah,
if by any chance I'm playing poorly in this match,
it's Stand.
Please find Stand and find him.
Okay, new jerseys before we close things out. They look great.
Oh yeah, the jerseys look really, really great. So guys, if you want to buy them, you can use code Carzzy10 on the Team Vitality merch page. Thank you very much for the money.
Yeah, go to the merch page, guys.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for your thoughts ahead of this game against Heretic. We're going to be starting the game, so we're going to be heading over to you guys. Take it away.
Merch page.
Thank you.
Qualifying and actually going and playing on Madrid, I think it's always kind of like a dream. There is KC, Koi, G2, Fnatic, which is always top 4 kinda. You are either dark horse or you are out.
Qualifying for the Madrid Roadshow, it means that the run for Worlds is still alive. So to me, it would mean everything.
Team still winning, how can I flop? On the rise and I just can't drop.
I can do way better than what we've showed so far. Now we have a few weeks to prepare and do something good in playoffs.
How can I flop?
We showed a lot of promise when I think against MKOI and KC we could have for sure won. but that will not stop us from reaching the goal. Some of my previous experience, it was all about reaching worlds, reaching finals, and that's it. G2 is definitely looking to push more.
Looking to collapse on the team, getting a deep chunk down, slide back from Kobe, catches him out, they immediately descend on this Azir. He drives on upset, he's all the damage remaining. Another flick from Cap, and in the meantime, Oscar's just getting solo boloed on the bottom side.
We have all our chances to be the best team.
After the loss in C2, it helped us a lot to see what we have to really improve on. It opened our eyes. We will be a way better team in playoffs.
5K getting lower, the three of them locked up perfectly. Kobe ready for a montage, goes in, finds two, immediate follow-up. It's a complete disaster.
I was really expecting to go to MSI. 2 weeks, it was just full of anger. Be like, I'm not there, I could have been there.
To engage, even though Series charge doesn't work, Pop lost them on the back end. Target was found everyone. Kalis close, but he wins it out in the end. We go from nothing to everything.
And it would be good to take my revenge in front of the Spanish community.
It has happened already in the past that people don't really value us, so I also take it as an actual opportunity as well to prove them wrong.
Needs this knocker coming from an angle, but the Cyclone is Jojo! Oh, he's ended the show!
Perfect move, nice!
I will make Blue World proud.
Welcome to the start of the LEC Summer Crossplay Deciders. We are one step away from playoffs as we get ready to see Vitality and Heretics take to the Rift.
Yeah, it's gonna be an absolute banger. I'm joined by Medic, I am Finn, and I feel like this game is incredibly important for most teams because this is an elimination game. The loser is out until Winter Split, so a lot on the line for this game and a lot of pressure on both these teams.
Yeah, huge amount of pressure going down for both these teams. For Vitality, the end of a long project you have to feel with Mac leading the charge. Question remain as to what will happen for the squad and for the coaching staff if they do not make it to Worlds or at least into playoffs. For Heretics, a struggle of a group phase, only winning one series versus BDS, losing to SK. It's kind of sneaking out of the group. The question is, over the last week and a half, have they been able to develop their style to a position where they can challenge some of the better teams from the other group?
It really is the question in most people's mind, and I feel like this series is a great chance to build some of that momentum that you need coming into a long bracket like you're gonna have to run through, gain that confidence, find your form, and really start to believe that this road to Worlds is a possibility for both these teams. As we're about to go into draft, I will wonder how they're gonna approach the situation.
I'm really interested to see if we have any draft changes. We are on 25.17 for the entirety of crossplay and the playoffs. We jump into our first draft. Not a huge amount of changes on this patch. The Morgana changes with her being buffed in 3 patches in a row, basically, has led to perhaps some talk about her being played in the jungle, or I know you love her top lane.
Oh, I'm a big Morgana guy. I've been on that Morgana train lately, but we do see the Gwen bans, Yunara bans, Trundle ban coming out. Trundle has kind of ascended in the jungle pool. Against all these skirmish-heavy junglers, he's proven to be one of the better ones because he wins all those 1v1s, no matter if that's a Xin Shao, a Vi, a Jarvan. Trundle just chomps them out and does have a lot of control in that river. Matchplay is Sir ban. My eyes are on is the Vi, the popular. The Varus has been a crucial pick in the drafts, usually getting banned there in R3. We're going to see if game 1 Vitality wants to leave it up and available, or if they're going to take that out.
I wouldn't be surprised by Varus ban at all. Like, it's just so strong at the moment that it gets lane prio, it's good later on. You can go on hit if you need to get rid of tankier players on the enemy team, or you can just go for that poke style. The last ban will be currently not shown. There's the Sejuani. So Varus available, Sion immediately locked for Heretics.
I mean, this just tells me that Heretics has had a long time to prepare, right? And they had a lot of time to practice during the break week, and I feel like this speaks to me that they've really been finessing their swaps. Because I feel like Sion is the prime swapper as a top laner, and you can kind of get your AD carry through that laning phase. You can go for like a hyper carry that doesn't really excel in the laning phase, like the Jinxes, the Aphelioses, anything that kind of wants to get to those 2 free items, you can kind of use the Sion as a swap to kind of get through those early levels. But we have seen Shio on these AP junglers to meddling success. I feel like when I see Shio, I love him on the Sejuani and Maokai. I feel like he makes the game really simple for his team, but with the Sion, you have the opportunity to go for something a little bit more selfish in the jungle. Syra, Brand, Lilia, all these champions, something I relate to Shio.
It's also quite a few champions we saw him playing back on BDS when they were experimenting with their playstyle, going from just the scaling into those more AP-heavy junglers. The Karthus and the Lilia really came to the fore then. Instead, the Nocturne locked in for Heretics. Love this alongside something like an Orianna. Even with the Sion, you've got the Unstoppable Onslaught coming in. Paranoia on top of that makes it really hard for the enemy team to actually find out where you're going. Alongside that, you can already see Vitality looking for a bit of a dive comp. The Rumble Equalizer, the Rakan going in with the quickness, Nocturne turning off the lights makes it really hard for you to get on that backline.
Yeah, and I feel like now you could draft full appeal into that, but I feel like they're doing the same thing in Heretics. They have the Nocturne Orianna combo, as you highlighted, the G2 Classic at the middling success, but they securing that Orianna early will have a lot of lane push, will really help Nocturne, because Nocturne really wants to farm. So I think Nocturne really appreciates when the lanes are stable. He doesn't want a lot of fighting in the lanes. He doesn't want to have to gank or help them early game. He just wants to be able to have them be self-sufficient, get that level 6 bike, and then fight for especially those first dragons and those first grubs. As we see the Saya, really good against the dive, really good against Nocturne Orianna, can escape that combo with the ult. I think one of the only AD characters who can kind of get out of that combo.
Yeah, the ability just to jump up in the air and become untargetable, because even if you dash, the Nocturne can follow you through that dash, making it really hard for you actually to escape it, unless you are a really good player and just flash out of the combo like we saw G2 fall foul of many times back a couple of worlds ago. Ziggs banned away here by Vitality. They're going to get rid of some of those easier AP push lane, you know, just walk out of bot lane picks. And Heretics, where are you going to look for your bans? You could go towards the jungle, but jungle's a really hard pool to pinch at the moment. They will get rid of the Wukongs, get rid of some more of that dive. Vi could follow a similar path.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Vi Wukong are the classic combos with the Rumble, with the Rakan, makes it so easy to follow up on that engage. Give them something like a Xin Shao, which can do the same thing, but doesn't need that free Talon strike setup. Not as quite as easy as the Vi or Wukong. As there, we see the Varus Burner come out a little bit later, went for the draft. Seems like the priority wasn't as high this series as we've seen throughout the split.
I mean, it can also be a preparation thing. Like game 1, we don't want to pick Varus into a Sion, because do you really want to have to try and on-hit your way through a Sion? And then Heretics like, well, we already know we want Sion, Nocturne, Orianna first rotation, so then the Varus gets left up for the second rotation, means it gets banned away. Prio can still be high on it, just not as high for the first draft as we have seen it around the world. With the Pantheon banned away, that does mean Vi still available for Heretics. Galio there to mitigate some of that pressure the Vi can put on.
I would love something like a Kai'Sa here for Flakked. I feel like he wants to either dive with his team or get out of the dive from Vitality that's going to come by. And you also have the Aphelios and Jinx, as we talked about. So this is going to be the Aphelios, that hyper carry that kind of wants to love those swaps. Aphelios special classic pairing. And now the game plan is simple for Heretics. Swap Sion into the bot lane and try to demolish that tower, get Aphelios through the lane, get those grubs, and kind of accelerate the map through good macro play.
And of course, the Vi still available for Vitality, not for Heretics that I said. They've already picked their jungler. It would be very interesting to see a Nocturne support. Xin Zhao is where Vitality will go, so they're going to round out their composition with a little bit more dive. The Xin also giving you great area control when it comes to team fights. Heretics, I mean, you look at that bot lane, you're like, okay, we just want to scale. And you already talked about it. That's what Nocturne wants to do. He wants to farm his jungle. Orianna wants to get to 2-3 items so she can really have impactful shockwaves. And Sion's going to scale really well through the game as well. Vitality, on the other hand, look a lot more 2-item spiky to me.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality has great initiative. I feel like the problem with Galio into the Nocturne is that you can't actually ult someone when Nocturne is ulting unless you're right there on top of them. So can be a little bit scary to play this matchup. My eyes are definitely on Sten on this Fresh. I actually watched a carrier montage right before the series for no reason at all. And I got reminded of all those crazy Fresh plays that you can make on the champion when you are on fleek. And someone that has been an outstanding player.
On fleek was a different player, man.
Okay, that's a lot. Oh yeah, I feel like the Fresh just has so many potential plays he can make, and I want to see how Flakked, what am I saying? How Sten pilots this champion coming into this mid-game where those hooks become so crucial.
It's a really strong pick just generally at the moment, seeing a lot in solo queue as well. The power of the Lantern, just as part of the kit. Doesn't matter how weak Thresh is apart from the Lantern gives you so much agency in the game, especially since you can just zoom in on it and click it, even if someone is trying to control ward it out.
Now, it's not that easy to zoom in. People say it's really easy easy.
It's not really easy, but you can do it.
It makes it a little bit easier, but I've been in many, like I've had a lot of teammates that just like, no, it doesn't work. Because it is still kind of tricky finding that angle when people warden it, but...
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult. We'll see how good Flackett is at clicking that lantern in this game as we jump into game 1 of this best of 5. Winner plays up against the loser of KC and G2. That series will be played on Sunday. And we'll see which of Vitality and Heretics can make their way to the Rift.
Look where he is. He's putting a little ward for his team.
Oh.
Very supportive. What a nice guy.
Sheo gets called out by Nako, but they both trade damage. Yeah, those wards in the bot bush, really important when you're playing these kind of pseudo-range supports. You don't want to give up control of that middle bush, especially with a Rakan that can jump in, a Thresh that can flay the Rakan out of his engage. There's so many options for both these supports in the 2v2 matchup, and so having some control down towards that bottom side makes a lot of sense. You can see both of them going for the sweeper as well. Sten still has his, whereas Fleshy has used his up towards that top side.
Yeah, so this means that the Stand and Flackett is going to have this control of the lane early, and I feel like this kind of leads into the play that they want to push out bot, look for an early swap, get that Aphelios into the Rumble, make life hell for him, and put the Sign into the bot lane duo. I really want to track how they do this, but of course, it's not a simple plan. You got to get those pushes, you got to play your laning phase as well to end up in that position, but I feel like they're doing all the steps necessary to get there.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. Both these teams love to play through their early dragons, through those early objectives as well. And we were actually wondering if everyone at home wanted to join in voting, as we see a little bit of a trade happening on who you think is going to take the first Drake in the game. You can type TH if you think it's going to be Heretics, or VIT if you think it's going to be Vitality. The reason we bring it up is because of how much both these teams do like to play around that bot side. And you can see here, Heretics, first dragon, second in the league. Yeah, 63.6%, whereas Vitality struggling a little bit more through those early game objectives.
Yeah, I mean, these dragons have really been the win condition for Heretics, and I just keep saying it, simplify, simplify, simplify. They make the game easier for themselves. They don't have to make miracles to get that Nexus destroyed. They just have to get those dragons, stack those souls, and get that free combat stat so easy. And I feel like Sheo is kind of the spearhead of the strategy. He's the one that loves this. When he was on BDS, he was doing this on BDS, and without him, BDS is kind of looking lost in this manner. But here he has translated that into the Heretics lineup, and love to see that kind of leadership to bring his playstyle to whichever team he goes to.
Yeah, I think when Heretics succeed, it is Stend and Shale working really well together in the early game. Some of the highest support jungle proximity before the 14-minute mark in the league. Right now, Shale just doing his normal farm route down towards this bottom side, as is Linsus. So we might see the junglers meeting over the first Scuttle Crab. Linsus, I think, ever so slightly ahead, although he is taking a slightly different route, has now started up his sick camp. 15 seconds before the Scuttle Crab comes up. Stend taking the aftershock there with the flame means the trade from Flashy isn't too impactful back onto him.
Yeah, looks like Flackett and Sten will push this wave out and probably look to help their jungler get that crab. Might see Linsus go into the other side, but Linsus really wants this, but might be a little bit of an altercation here.
I think Linsus is going to have this.
Yeah, he's just way faster.
Yeah, the Vitality bot lane as well moved just as the wave was about to crash down towards their bottom lane. You can see Flack and Sten walking back here to make sure it crashes in, but because they moved before the wave was crashing, it was actually pretty easy for Linsus to make sure that he had secured that. Chayek with a ward across towards the Razorbeak, so we'll spot out Sheo, who uses the Scryer's Bloom to take it off the map.
Yeah, Linsus really heading tempo here, already based, walking out for that topside crab. Actually, you see Sheo doing, Sheo did actually Raptor spawn, so his Raptors will be up now again, and he's doing the extended full clear. Probably going to do Raptors into Skrugs and then base, unless he wants to contest his top crab.
Well, he only just finished his Krugs, right? So it's Raptors into topside possibly.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
There's going to be a little bit of time before it comes up.
You can see down here, though.
Chayek coming across. It will be a very difficult trade. Chayek is here. Sheo stepping in. Kamilu's going to face check, steps back, but is hit with the Justice Punch and has to flash. Sheo does get the Scuttle Crab, and in the end, it costs only his mid laner's flash.
Yeah, only. It's not a great trade, I think, but it might be difficult for Kamilu to play aggressive now, especially when that Rakan gets opened up. That flash taunt by Galio might be detrimental to shut him down. So he's looking quite even. But I guess Sheo is happy. He got the crab, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's not his splash that's being burned.
Yeah,
it's
he's
fine.
chilling, man.
Just play safe, Kamilu. You don't have to worry about the Rakan or about the Xin Zhao or about an equalizer just being put down in your lane for the slow and the damage. Or Chayek flashing in. Oh, Fleshy's here. What a surprise.
Yeah.
Has been spotted on a ward, so Camilo should be able to just step back from this. Stend hovering up towards that top side as well. We talked so much about the power of the Lantern, but the get out of jail free card is exactly that, and that's what Thresh does provide.
Carson's such a good guy. He actually held that top wave, so Felix will be able to catch it and have a little freeze onto Saya, sacrificing one wave of his own. Together with the bot side ward, he's really trying to do everything he can to set Flakked up for success this game. We see the SOP that we talked about before. Big wave stack here for Aphelios and Fresh. Can they do something with this? I doubt we're gonna see a dive.
Yeah, I don't think it would be too good to go for a dive on Rakan and Xayah this early. The Blade Caller, as we see the flash on Shayak in the mid lane. Camilo hits 6 first, gets a shockwave, and gets Linces's flash out of it. Linces thinking Camilo might not have survived, but he got taken out by the winds of war.
Rinsed and repeated. Classic strategy, burn the flash, then come back for the repeat gank. Very simple, good execution by Vitality. A little bit overzealous for Camilo. Didn't really want to concede all of his lane pressure, but you kind of have to in that position. You can't just keep abusing the Galio like you could early game when you don't have that flash. You are so vulnerable to a gank, and really good punish by Vitality, keeping the tempo high of the game.
Yeah, for Heretics now, you need to just try and slow down the mid lane a little bit, because Camilo is in still a very vulnerable situation with that flash being still half of its way before coming back off cooldown. Shale is almost level 6, currently on his Razor Beaks. I think he's just short of getting it from them. Never mind, things over.
Can we talk about this?
Yeah, I was going to mention the Cull, but you're playing with, he's just farming, man. Like, let the guy farm in peace.
Nako bought a cool on Rumble. That's just confidence, man. He uses, I'm not going to die to a gank.
Coming out.
I have the cool.
He might die to this gank, but he will get 1, 2, 3 minions for the Cull.
Let's go, Nako. Big investment, getting an ROI, the Rumble.
On investments,
On investments, yeah.
That's his new skin. just burns the paperwork as he walks in with the
Day Trader Rumble going crazy.
Kazi and Fleshy, I don't think they know the enemy bot lane's here. They see the Blade Caller come out. Kazi's going to get played back. There's the knock-up with the Grand Entrance. Sten still holding on to that hook. Kazi sidesteps it wonderfully and manages to escape Heretics' clutches.
Yeah, wasn't really in a danger there. He has the cleanse worst case if that hooks connects. I think they're fine. 2 sums being burned there from Team Heretics trying to get something.
Oh, Linces is here now. Sten flashes away from Fleshy, who can try and dance back, leaving Quill enough to heal him up. Flakked with good guns for the fight, and Linces calls it off.
Yeah, Nocturne is behind him here, but he doesn't have the ultimate, so they don't want to commit to a fight there. Like, she was really happy. They got the flash by Fleshy, and they was able to get out. Sure, flash trade, support for support, but Sten has that Hex Flash. Not the worst trade in the world. Here, Sheer just wants to do another full clear, get that first item. I assume it's going to be the... What's it called?
Experimental Hexblade?
Experimental Hexblade did get buffed, I think on this patch or the last patch.
I think it was this patch, yeah.
A little bit stronger, good first item for the Nocturne. Really wants to make those side lane picks. Either the Rumble or the Galio will be the targets most likely, because I don't think you're going to go on the side very much.
Really good on Zeri as well, and we have 2 AD carries that do like to play that Zeri. Grub started here by Shale, was on Vision, as he came through for that Scuttle Crab. Lince is looking for a gank towards mid, control wards down though from Camilo, who still does not have that flash. Actually on his way across, the quickness available to him, but no flash, only the heal. And it will just be 2 grubs taken by Heretics. They don't need the mites, they are happy with that objective towards the feats of warfare as Nako clears out a control ward from the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, no Dragon Pit taken yet. Should probably go over to Linces here. I think he, because all the time the Nocturne used to take those grubs, now Linces has a little bit. He already did it.
Do you want to see what the chat thinks?
What does this chat think?
Let's see what the chat thinks. Exactly. Oh, never mind. They think Heretics, and that would, in keeping with statistics, be true. But what we have taught you today, chat, is numbers lie to you all the damn time.
Devious.
Oh, hook's gonna land.
Flash on Fleshy, a little
knock
bit
up onto Fleshy as well. He's in a huge amount of danger. He's gonna die. The Dragon, though, will go over to Vitality. 2-1 in kills now for Heretics, but first straight of the game to Vitality.
Yeah. Good trade backs here from Heretics from that first kill on Camilo. They're getting 2 in a row now with this Nocturne getting a part of both of them. Really nice for him. Getting that first item accelerated is so important on the Nocturne. Already 400 and 550 gold up now on the Xin Shao.
I think you could argue greedy positioning from Fleshy as well.
Yeah,
you're
definitely
going towards the red buff, you don't see enemy support on the map. Do you need vision there at that moment while your jungler's on Drake?
I mean, in general, it's like a Pyke or a Khan thing. When supports have that mobility,
yeah,
it feels so confident
100%.
to go deep, and then you're like, I can get out whenever I want. I can go to the Nexus if I want, they can't catch me, but yeah, that CC will connect, and you are not invulnerable just because you have a dash.
Very true, especially in something like a Thresh that can flay you out of it, that can pull you back out of it. So Heretics will be happy enough with their 600 gold lead early on in this game. As you say, the majority of it sitting on Sheo. Has that experimental Hexplate finished? First completed item in the game, sitting on that Nocturne. He's got the Paranoia. There's a Rift Herald on the top side of the map for him if he wants. At the moment, Vitality looking to make a play down towards the bottom side. Shayak was hovering with the hero's entrance. Linsus waiting around the corner here, but it looks like much ado about nothing as Vitality won't be able to find the engage.
It's not easy. When Rakan goes for the spellbook, he went for the free boots. So right now he's walking around bare feet with the pig is out on the Rift, and it was quite difficult to get that, make that gap onto the carries without those boots.
It's a wolf on the enemy team just threatening to blow him down.
Yeah.
For the moment though, Fleshy, I mean, you do just want to be involved in a bunch of kills early on the Wakana. It's relatively easy to be involved as well because you can just battle dance to a teammate and you get the assist credit for putting that shield down. Yeah. Both the bot lanes just trying to scale up. Cull on Flakked, 28 stacks away from being completed. Nako's 43 away from getting that extra gold infusion.
Yeah, game slows down a little bit. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes. See if we get some action with this next Nocturne ult. He does have the Hexblade, as you highlighted. Really wants to use that often, either to get a flash. Like, it's not good to just have your ultimate up and available for a long time. You want to use the burn flashes, you can repeat gank that lane. And I would love to see him involve himself a little bit. Looks like the lanes are quite stable now. Naka pulling the way towards his tower, not wanting to be far up and be a target.
Yeah, Carlson's struggling a little bit in the matchup, at least in terms of CS. He's about 20 CS down, but that's expected. It's Sion into Rumble. You're never really going to win the lane. You're there to survive and get your passive up as high as possible. Currently sitting on 395 stacks on it, becoming tankier by the millisecond is Carlson. And this first pick, Sion, doing exactly what you wanted it to do.
Yeah, I mean, he did give a wave to Flakke with a freeze before, so it makes sense it's a little bit behind. You really want to get that Hollow Radiance where you just one-shot the wave, get that MR, and that's where you really start wave clearing like constantly on the Rumble. Right now, still a little bit tricky. That percentage damage off the Flame Spitter, very dangerous, but he wants to deny this cannon, he wants to tank the Harpoon. Are we going to get it, Nako?
Nope.
-1.
-1, and it's another stack lost to the Cull. Could have been at 22 instead of 23, what a shame. We do love our stacking items in this game as well. We have a Dark Seal on Shayak, who's already finished that first item. Stend and Flakke taking control of the mid lane, knowing that in a minute and a half, the next Drake will spawn, and having your AD carry and support in mid gives you a little bit more pressure. Going to work their way down towards the bottom side. It's Stend just clearing out a control ward around the pit. Actually didn't decide to clear it. Instead realized perhaps he needs to be back, at least at the relative safety of his AD carry, because Linsus was off the map. Could have quite easily just walked his way up to River and caught out the Thresh.
Yeah. Do you know what the average soul count is on Thresh? Because I have no idea what's like a good amount of soul.
Clue, man. The problem with souls, okay, and this is, I used to be a Thresh one-trick, right? I wasn't very good, but I was a Thresh one-trick. The problem with them is, the more you get, the less powerful they become.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you just feel useless. It's like, oh, I got 100 souls, or I got 200 souls. The difference is negligible unless you're playing like a Howling Abyss and you're really accelerated, right? So I think we should make it like, give more adaptive force or something, I guess. Oh, flash in from Shayak. He looks for the taunt as well. The Winds of War come down. Kamilu dies! Kamilu burning his own flash to try and escape, but Shayak just wins out a solo bolo on the bot side.
Big play by Shayak, really important. Really shutting this Orianna down now. 2 kills for him. This Galio, who's going to get tankier and tankier, will be very detrimental to peeling against these Nocturne Orianna combos. And when you play these combos, Nocturne Orianna, you don't really want your Orianna to be behind, because you want that shockwave to hurt.
Yeah, and alongside that, burning Kamilu's flash is huge. It's another 5 minutes where that mid laner is really susceptible to a gank from Linsus, a gank from Fleshy. It becomes really hard for him. Even when you get to team fights, he's TPing into one now because we have the Drake going up. The equalizer makes it really difficult for Kamilu to position. Now, Heretics have gained control over this bot side river first. There's Vitality who have to step in. Kamilu trying to keep them at bay for now. Linsus coming in from the side as well. Nako just about to recall. His hit level 11, as you say. Carlson and down from the top side. There's the Paranoia. Drake secured. No engage yet. Nako looking for the flank TP. The quickness coming out. It's a 3-man charm. They taunt up Flakke, but he uses the Moonlight Vigil perfectly to heal up with the Severum. The Lantern back as well. And Vitality are the ones who have to retreat. Can't he pops the Featherstorm just to survive. For a moment, it looked dicey for Heretics, but somehow they extricate themselves.
That looked very scary. I think the Severum being crucial there for Flakke getting that escape. And as you say, a lot of big circles, but didn't end up finding damage. They really wanted to get a play there because Nocturne ult was down. They thought that they had the combat power. Everyone flashing in. I like that they're all committed to it, but they didn't really have the damage there. It felt like they were lacking just a little bit. If there was a Rumble equalizer on top of that, I think that would be a glorious engage, but Nako wasn't really there to follow up in the beginning, and no one ended up dying.
Yeah, just slightly mistimed, I think. Nako's teleport was just finishing as the engage really found its thrower, and they couldn't quite get that equalizer down. It would have been huge. Level 11, Leandri's Sorcerer's Shoes as well. It would have been a crazy amount of damage. But Heretics survived the onslaught and about 1,000 gold lead. They get themselves a dragon, and they did end up picking up the 3 grubs in the end. Now they'll go for that Rift Herald. Would get them the objectives complete from the Feats of Warfare. Vitality might try and fight this. They do have that equalizer. Hero's entrance up as well.
But they can't contest this. It's too hard. Sign moving up. Got his bot. He has the TP, but I think it's going to be too late. The thing with a fight like that is when everyone loses their flash, I think the happiest person in the game is the Nocturne. Because suddenly there are so many easy targets you can go on. If they already used their dash or something, they are just such a clean pick for the Nocturne. It becomes super hard to approach these chokes because you can't go from different angles because Nocturne will just target that guy. So you gotta go as 5 for the choke points where the Orianna ball might lie in wait. Very tricky, gotta give up the Herald because of that. And nice objective game by Heretics, really clawing the way back from that dicey early game.
And no real surprises as well from Heretics. They love playing through these early objectives. Second best team in the game for the first Drakes. Where are we in terms of individual gold leads? Well, Flackhead is about a K ahead of Kazi right now. And that must be predominantly through plates because he's only about 20 CS up in that 1v1 matchup. And the cult. And
ROI, baby.
Yeah, the ROI paying off. Nako only 550 ahead with the Carl having been completed. Did hit his first item spike that a little bit quicker. But the Leandris didn't really do much in that last battle around the Drakes.
As Goldberg said on the pre-show on the analyst desk, he really wants to see Flackhead step up as a carry because it feels like Heretics needs one more real threat to really be able to solidify themselves as a contestant or like a competitive team here in the playoff brackets, or the future playoff bracket. And I feel like right now he's doing very well.
Yeah. I mean, it's a mountain to climb after this series, never minding this series, right? KC or G2, your opposition in the first round of the playoffs after this cross-group decider. Sheo and Stend waiting to see if Shayak oversteps, but he has been playing pretty wonderfully so far today. It's about a 500 gold lead, has caught Camilo out on a couple of occasions. Fleshy and Kazi working their way down here. There's the paranoia. Kazi has the Feather Storm. Fear Tether going out. Will fear him, but he flashes and gets to safety.
That's all you want. You just want the flash on Saya. Because now, next Dragon fight, suddenly Saya has to step up without a flash against the Orianna ball, against the Sion, the Nocturnals, the hooks. So many threats on the Saya, and she's kind of the main damage dealer in these extended fights. Sure, Rumble does a lot of damage, Shinja could as well, but most of your gold is on the Galio. And I feel like without Saya being able to hit freely, it might be difficult to find those kills, find that last bit of damage if she can't really step up and hit.
Yeah, about a minute before we get towards that next dragon of the game. Mountain Soul is the one that we've been dished up. And it's a serving that I'm sure both these teams would be very happy to collect. I mean, a Sion with a Mountain Soul is going to be incredibly difficult to work your way through, even with the Rumble and the Xayah harassing him down.
Yeah, I think Carlson so far this game has just been doing his job, man. He's chilling on the side, catching waves, sacrificing himself for the teams, moving to objectives. Exactly what he needs to do, and he's having a good game so far, just not really doing much, but like doing his job. And I think that's an important role to have as top laner. You gotta be able to do a plethora of things. You gotta be able to play the Ambessas, the Rumbles, but also the Scions, where you just have a cool, calm game.
Yep. Hasn't lost a tower, hasn't been killed, has been part of 2 kills. I'll take that every day of the week for a Scion in the early game. 0 good deaths, very true. But, I don't think Carlson subscribes to the Bout's philosophy of playing the Scion.
Sweeping the visions, then looking for something here on Flesh's little support ward game. We're seeing
Sten's going to ward across the wall. Gleaming Quill going wide. There's the Oracles invested by Sten. Scuttle Crab up TP coming from Shayak down towards the bottom side.
I really want to see Rumble TP in early this time, because I feel like he needs to be there. And right now he's pushing the wave, but this allows them to take a little bit more space.
Paranoia from Sheo immediately onto Shayak. Just try to burst him down as much as possible. He's going to continue chasing though, and Vitality come across the corner. There's the quickness lantern down as well. The shockwave in. Sheo survives! Lynxes with the Crescent Guard dashes forward and will take him out, but Flackhead has made him meet his maker. Crescendum up. As Flackhead kill off the enemy jungler, a 1-for-1 exchange.
Oh, it's a street fight now. Dragon is spawning, but the only one with Flash is, or with Smite is Fleshy. Because both junglers are dead. I don't think Heretics can start an objective. He's probably going to have to restart the map. But big kill onto Lynxes there. Flash burned by Lynxes and Sheo.
We'll have another look at it, because I thought, not here, this is good from Sheo. At this point, it felt deep.
Yeah, he's a little bit... I mean, I think he felt confident because he had the lantern, but it's a lot of wards on the lantern. He had to flash out, couldn't really take it, and Lynxes decides it's worth to trade junglers here because he'd probably be in a tough position if he didn't commit there. He might even die anyway.
I mean, it makes sense. If the enemy jungler survives and you go down, then you're giving up both the Artican and the Drake, really, in that situation, as you say.
For sure.
Fleshy does have the smite, but Flackhead will be very happy, very grateful for that gold injection, because he's now finished an Infinity Edge.
But look, Nocturne is already up and available because of that CDR. Meanwhile, Vince is trying to stack his free Talon Strike to reduce the cooldown on his. Looks like he's going to be able to get it in time to contest this, but this allows Heretics to take a lot of control on this river through the top side. She will probably pull it towards this banana bush, and that's your control you're trying to hold.
You can see how much vision invested there by Heretics just to try and control this bush. Fleshy and that Nako down towards the bottom side. Shayak on a great flank, as you say, with control ward down, though. Will spot him out. Sheo still keeping the dragon aggroed for the moment. Sten steps towards the mid lane to keep Shayak away. Linus down to half HP. There's the redemption for Heretics. They just want to top up those health bars, and they do exactly that. Vitality still really unable to get purchase on this fight. Camilo looking for the shockwave. Kazi, Featherstorm's up, hook from Sten, and immediately the turn comes in from Heretics onto Shayak, who just punches forward. The equalizer down, cool click, Camilo and Flackhead. Meanwhile, Sheo on the backline's already killed off Kazi. He's going to burn for it, though. Linus diving in. The Crescent Guard won't keep him alive. Through the Heretics onslaught. In the end, a 3-for-2 exchange in favor of Heretics.
But there's no junglers, and once again the Rakan is standing. Okay, they can actually do this Dragon. I thought they might actually put out of it because they were scared of the Rakan, but Rakan probably being too chunked to sneak this. Big objective play from Heretics and great fight. Good marker by Sten on the Galio, hides on the pink ward. Shari getting a little bit impatient, I think he can wait, but he's scared of the Nocturne ult because if he's on mid wave and Nocturne ult, he suddenly can't join his team despite having that semi-global. And no flash on Carson makes it an easy target for Sheo to dive, and Lynxes tries to do what he can on the backstand, but ends up being a 2-for-3 in the favor of Heretics.
I mean, also, because the Featherstorm had just been burnt by the Shockwave, right? They know that Kazi doesn't have those defensive utility abilities to get himself out of the situation. Second Dragon of the game to Heretics. Still a very even game between these two teams. 23 minutes in, 400 gold difference between the two. But look at bot lane. Look at Flackhead over Kazi. 3-0 with the Infinity Edge. The Lantern down, Sten just out of range as he takes his death sentence to Fleshy. That one probably should have been left in drafts, as Flackhead will get the push through mid here. Artican up 4 minutes before the next Drake, but it looks like Heretics do just want to take this mid lane tower down. Unstoppable Onslaught used by Carlton just to keep Fleshy and Kazi away.
Yes, he's putting his body in their face, trying to get him to walk out of that tower. Probably didn't need to use it, but hey, it feels good to show some presence.
It's like, guys, I'm 0-0-4. Yeah, I've kind of been involved in a lot of the kills, but here's what I can do.
I'm here.
Witness me. 2 items though on Narco for Vitality, 2 items as well on Shayak. Like, they're both strong, just not quite as strong as Flackhead is on this Aphelios, and they need the ability to get onto that backline, which is something they have been struggling with a little bit in this
on
game.
the Aphelios gun rotation here. I feel like you're just waiting for the perfect objective guns where you can actually start this Atakan and kind of pull it out, make it a difficult approach. We're going to see a continued bot pressure applied here from Sheo and the gang until they can actually start an Atakan. Carlson looking for Shayak. These are 2 meatballs. I don't think we're going to see anything interesting here.
What do you mean? Riftmaker Hollow Radiance versus Hollow Radiance Agents of the Legion?
That's a meatball. oh, slick.
Man, Shayak's just so good, so fancy with his feet. But wave will be cleared out by Carlson, and Shayak will just accept it with the Riveting. Oh, it's true. A top-tier action here For Vitality, this is kind of the portion of the game where they begin to come to life. Their early games pretty disastrous. On average, I think they're about 8th in terms of goal difference at 14 minutes. But when they get up towards 24, they go into the top side of the table, at least in that statistic. But we've taught you already today that statistics will lie to you more often than not. So basically means nothing what I just said, and that's important to realize.
Zero substance.
I mean, there was substance, it just wasn't good substance, you know?
It was like white bread.
Yes. Hey. Okay, Kamilu, attack the ward. Attack Kamilu. Oh, there we go. 50th time lucky, my friend.
Glorious.
Yeah. It's hard, you know? Atakan is this big, scary demon monster. It's going to follow Fleshy as well. Through that Tribush, Sheo can Duskbringer in here to clear out the vision that was just acquired by Vitality. Once again, Heretics with control of the river first. Carlson's quite a way away from this, does have the unstoppable onslaught. Linces can look for the engage. Lantern down for Blackard. There's the charm as well. Sten flashes away the hook. Just a sliver wide. As there's the paranoia, Featherstorm comes out immediately. Taunt onto Sheo and he goes down. Equalizer across the gap here as well as Sten has to dash his way away. The chase continues. Nako flashing in with the harpoons. The taunt connects and Vitality have found it. The statistics didn't lie. Somehow, after 25 minutes, they roar to life, and they'll take 4 for none.
There was substance. I mean, what a fight. As you highlighted, Medic, Vitality finally coming alive in this game, finding that crucial engage. Shield going a little bit too deep with the Nocturne Orianna combo onto the Saya with Featherstorm up and available. Doesn't find anything, it ends up just being a target. And when your Nocturne goes down that early, you don't have enough damage to kind of combat the onslaught of Vitality. Starting the Baron, I think they're gonna get this.
Oh, they're definitely gonna get it. Let's have another look at this because you can see what Heretics want to do. It's a, let's just jump onto Kazi, but at this point you're so split, it becomes really hard to play the fight.
Yeah, and I feel like the fight should have ended there when Sten flashes out, but the fact that Nocturne used his ult, I think he gets a little bit desperate to make something out of it, but it's just not the timing to go in. Camilo being tortured in the back then as well, doesn't really find any follow-up here with the Oriannas to flash out, and great harpoon there, finds Blackhead and gives Shire the angle to flash forward with that taunt and just clean up this fight.
Yeah, Carlson, incredibly tanky, but it doesn't matter much when there's no damage behind it, right? You can take your time killing him. As Shire will get...
I like that. Well played. Orianna from both sides.
Slightly more confident there than the last time we heard him speak on the mic.
So it's going to be a long series. I think they tempered their energy a little bit.
Yeah, we didn't hear any singing in the background.
Yeah.
Kind of let me down.
Game 4, Game 5, it's coming out. I
We're going to go golden, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hey, so what have we got? We've got Ardakan up. We have 8 seconds before the next dragon. Would be soul point for Heretics if they can somehow sneak it away, but the gold leads have swung away from their favor. Vitality now 2.5k ahead. Nako individually 2.3k ahead. He was there before. The big switch, obviously Shayak now 1,100 gold in the advantage, and second item complete for Kazi as well. Infinity Yuntals, a very powerful combination as Sheo looks for Shayak. Meanwhile on the top side, Fleshy, I think popped the quickness there. Was going in for engage, couldn't quite find it.
There's a lot of pressure on Sten. I feel like if these hooks do not find anything, it's really difficult for Heretics to start something, because if Nocturne goes in the beginning of the fight, we'll just get bursted down, because it doesn't have any great targets. There's a Saya with ult, there's a Saya with ult.
Featherstorm again, and this is the problem. Every time you do that, the response will be the same. X-Flash away from Sten as he has to back away. Kazi, though, looking for the Blade Core, will land the root. Sten hooks a minion. And the death sentence was for him. Kazi gets his first of the game. What a kill it was. We'll set them up perfectly for this Drake. They can look for the Artakan as well. The Baron buff remains on them for a minute. They might just want to use that pressure to make sure they crack another tower. Bots tier 1 seems like a prime suspect.
And that's the issue. Usually want to go on their carries, right? But I think the only carry that's realistic to go on with this Nocturne combo is the Rumble right now, because you can't really go on the Saya. I guess we've seen it 2 times in a row now what happens when you do that. Can't really go on the Galio or the Shinshao that can just ult the damage, and we'd have to find those hooks or those picks on the Rumble, I feel like, or it's going to be really difficult for Heretics to approach these objectives, find any footing in this game. Sten gets his Hex Smash burned, and now it's just an easy route by Carves and a sidestep.
Yeah, and it's the problem as well, especially for a support player in this sort of position. When your Nocturne is going in, you need to be there to back him up. But then often you're just left on the wrong side of dodge when it happens. A Paranoia coming out once again. You can see the damage not quite there. Splashy does get caught up in the end. Never mind. Blackhead joined the party and shuts down 2. Now the turn back onto Sheo. Dive in from Linces into the Crescent Guard. Chayek trying to get onto Sten here, who did hook him in. Blackhead, though, doing so much work, and he's taken out. by the combination of Linces and Shayak. Kazi here to join the party. Carlson his target. Linces will kill off Sten. Now it's Camilo and Carlson versus Linces and Kazi. Kazi continues to put the feathers in the back of Carlson. The dash in from Linces. The redemption just in time to heal up Camilo. Linces missing, the win becomes lightning in the end. A 3-for-3 affair.
Ooh, and it's a scrap fest this game. He like Flacky did so much at the beginning there, gets a little bit overzealous, gets hit by the wind becomes lightning by Linces and gives him the gap close there. I think he tried to bait with the Orion ult, but I feel like Camilo doesn't have the damage to do that oomph that you need here. We see this pick going on Rumble, as we said, one of the only targets I think that Doctor can find. It's a little bit dicey, but here Flacky does so much damage.
Oh, it's the ult, isn't it? Just rips through them with the Moonlight Vigil.
Yeah, and here I think we get a little bit overconfident. Sheer walks up, he gets hit, and Linces here is just such a monster with the Crescent Guard. Doesn't take any damage from Flacky, because Lightning connects onto him, and now it is an easy gauge by the mid-jungle of Vitality.
Yeah, you can see Camilo trying to cancel the Audacious Charge from Linces there with the Shockwave. Didn't quite time it as perfectly as possible, and so, especially with the Justice Punch coming in on top of it, it would be really hard to stop Shayak and Linces chasing down your AD carry.
We'll say Carlson got a big shutdown on the back end of that fight though. 900 gold on the kill on Shayak now, going to be very rich. When he gets this Randuin's Omen, I think he's going to be very tanky, very difficult for Xin Shao and Saya, two critters. Not critters like little tiny animals, but crit champions because of the Thunder Sky, and the full crit build by the Saya will be reduced by that item. I think really clever pickup here by Carlson.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Randuin's overlooked often when you're looking for tanky items, but very good situationally. The issue is though, like, you're 3,500 gold behind. There's a lot of AP damage coming out as well. Like the magic damage from Naknako and Shayak is nothing to be sniffed at. The Leandri's Rift Maker, Bloodletter's Curse combination, and Elixir as well for Naknako sitting in his inventory. Level 17, 2 levels ahead of Carlson. Camilo also 2 levels behind Shayak. Those solo laners have been struggling, and I think something we all wanted to see from Vitality coming into this cross-group decider series was their solo lanes stepping up more and more. And Naknako, I think, has been relatively quiet this game, but has done what he needed to on the Rumble in the face of a Sion, whereas Shayak has had a stormer of a game one.
Stormer, you couldn't say it better myself there. Gets another flash burn by Camilo there while we were talking about it. Once again, no flash on the Rihanna, gonna be very tricky for him to step up in these fights against that Equalizer, that Rakan ult. He's gonna have to play really far back, and a lot of pressure on Flacken in these fights. He really has to put out the damage without dying, because if he dies in the beginning of the fight like he did last time, I don't think you have enough damage at the back end of Heretics comps.
So the waiting game begins 20 seconds before the next Baron, 1 minute 20 before the next Mountain Drake. Only third of the game for either of the two teams. Vitality with a 3.5k gold lead alongside 12 more petals from the Artican. It's probably about 1.5k extra gold, so estimating about a 6,000 gold lead or so for Vitality.
Look at Linces, by the way. Look at his angle he's going for. He's going all the way around. Heretics might get caught off guard here.
It's very possible.
The Heretics. Very awkward position here. Look at where Sion is. He's in big danger here.
Carlson has the flash, will be knocked up with the 3 Talon Strike. Lantern comes across the wall and Carlson is shepherded to safety. Follows the light of the Lantern.
Beautiful Lantern by Sten there. Probably would have to burn his flash if he didn't have that. Let's see. They're trying to get some kind of vision here, because it's really difficult to go through this banana bush right here.
Mid lane play, mid lane play. I saw a couple of pings coming out from Sheo as he looked for the flank, but Shayak has walked away. As you say, no vision right now. As the face check, it means immediate death for Stend. Equalizer alongside the taunt from Shayak gave him nowhere to go. Quickness came out from Fleshy as well. Now Vitality setting up on the Baron. As you say, no vision still for Heretics.
I mean, Vitality, they don't want the 50-50 here. They would probably want to get another fight here, or force them to go so deep that the fight is going to be bad for Sheo and Heretics. Trying to mark the Nocturne, but Baron's going on very fast.
Paranoia comes out already. Baron gone over to Vitality and they're looking for the fight. Sheo running away. Lince is trying to catch on to Carlson as well, and Kazi will begin critting him. But Carlson too tanky to be dealt with the rest of his team still alive. Vitality will happily accept the Baron. 3 minutes on that Baron power play, and the Drake will go over to Heretics.
Yeah, great marking by Shayak there once again on the Nocturne, really making it difficult for him to approach that, despite having Paranoia. Doesn't really find any entrance to get a 50-50 there. Beautiful Baron take by Vitality. Sure, they will get the Dragon and the Soul Point, but in general, a big victory for Vitality. You gotta make sure you get a lot with this Baron though. You gotta have a clean Baron set up, and you wanna crack at least one inhibitor, I think, because I think that should be the goal.
Well, they're already pushing in through 2 lanes at the same time. Cannon waves on both of them will make it hard for Heretics to defend. Blackhead hovering over towards mid. They've decided that's the more important of the two. The inhibitor, the target here is Sheo has a long flank. Paranoia up in 3 seconds time. Now it's up. There's the Paranoia, knocked back with the Crescent Guard. They jump on Shayak, but not really the target you want to go for. Crescent Guard keeps Linsus alive. Shayak flashing away. Moonlight Vigil just shy of landing that Infernum on everyone. And Kazi with a good blade caller will stop them in their tracks. The inhibitor did fall. Vitality raised the base to the ground. And now with a 7,000 gold lead and still a minute 40 on this Baron power play. I think Vitality are in, well, they have been for a while, but now truly in command of the game.
Yeah, and now you do the simple play. You play mid-bot. You probably leave your Galio or Rumble on mid. Probably going to be the Galio. And actually, probably not go send anyone on mid versus Nocturne. You probably just go 5 bot there eventually and try to crack this tier 2 and eventually maybe get the inhibitor. But in general, you just want to secure as much control as you can in the enemy jungle here, because once the dragon spawning, you want Heretics to be super scared of face shaking every single bush. Every single bush could be a catch by the Galio, by the Rakan, and you gotta make them walk as 5 every single bush they want to face shake. And once you get to this dragon, that's where you're happy. And that's if you can burn some ults here to get this tower though.
The face checking is tricky for Heretics as well. It's a Thresh or a Sion that has to do it.
I mean,
really,
you need your Sion there. You need your bodyguard, you need your bouncer.
If the Thresh is doing it, we've seen how quickly he gets melted. Not the tankiest of supports, but provides utility in other ways. Mid lane wave, not where Vitality have decided to play. Shayak now on his way across has that hero's entrance. They saw Sheo clearing out the top side wave. And so they realized they had a small window to make sure mid is going to crash alongside it. Baron up for one more wave. Vitality can just be playing for the vision game that we talked about around the Drake, but it's still 2.5 minutes away. They'd want a little bit more out of this Baron if they can find it, but they'll have to go searching. There's the hook from Sten. Linsus dives in, equalize onto the backline as well. The quickness coming out, and they find Camillo with the quickness. Fleshy doing a superb job as the Paranoia popped by Sheo, but Kazi makes him go pop. Linsus goes back in with Wind Comes Lightning and the audacious charge. Blackhead trying to put the damage back down, but a stopwatch from Nagnako stops him in his tracks. Blackhead still with that Infernum Severum combination, but just doesn't quite have the damage to work through Vitality. Shayak hooked up, Kazi stepping forward to make sure his mid laner survives.
Oh, Blackhead saw the 200 years combo, but the Moonlight Vigil goes so wide. Doesn't end up finding anything. Good hook by Sten, forces that fight, but Linsus just goes in, and with that Rumble ult, with the Galio ult, he's just so strong. Didn't even burn the Galio ult for that, and now the retake is going to be super difficult for Heretics as we rewatch this fight. Look, the hook lands on the Rumble, but Linsus insta-punishes and goes deep himself.
You can see Linsus dives in with the Crescent Guard. Camillo here almost survives, but great play there by Fleshy to make sure he gets taken out with the quickness combo. Then the dive back in from Sheo.
Yeah, there's just too many feathers for Sheo to actually dive there. And here I thought Blackhead could maybe do something, but ends up going a little bit too wide. Nako tries to flash forward onto him, but it's not going to end up happening much right now. 3 inhibitors taken and on the side of Vitality, and probably going to be another dragon coming in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think if that Moonlight Vigil hits, it's possibly Linsus dead. Nako possibly as well, depending on when his stopwatch comes out, but good play all round from Vitality. They waited, they saw their opportunity with the death sentence coming in, and Linsus immediately pounces, and now once again you're just denying as much vision as possible. Get rid of all of this jungle, take everything away from Sheo, who has done a relatively good job farming up on this Nocturne, but we haven't had that Paranoia combination with the Shockwave really have too much impact since the early game. A lot of it is which target are you picking, as we've talked about. The Xayah pick truly has negated a lot of that power.
Yeah, and this is the problem when you draft Nocturne so early. You give the enemy kind of time to see what you want to do, and they can kind of draft champions into that. We did see the Xin Shao being taken instead of the Vi, has a little bit better protection against Nocturne. If he goes on him, we did see the Galio come out in a 4-5 as well, a really good target against Nocturne, because you can't really go on that guy anymore. And they kind of force you to go onto the side from his behind a little bit. But I love how Linsus has been playing these fights. He goes so deep every single moment he can find. And he just puts so much pressure on the backline of Heretics, but also pressure on Shield to get something done in his team's backline to kind of dive. And it doesn't really end up matching most of the times, because, I mean, at this stage, the gold is just so detrimentally.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Your 8k behind is really hard to do too much. The hook goes down and down. Goes Linsus. Never mind. Unstoppable Onslaught coming out as well. Dashes away from Vitality. Shayak goes back in with the Justice Punch. There's the quickness follow-up. Fleshy very low and has the dash out in the end. Shayak now tanking up the towers with the stopwatch. Will buy himself a second, dashes back in. But Heretics have held on to the base. They've only lost Carlson. Vitality have lost Linsus and
what are we
Shayak.
doing? Dragon is up. This could be sold for Heretics.
It could
gonna be very difficult to retake that one and look at it a little bit better, but yeah, Linces goes really deep once again. As soon as I was praising him, but a little bit of a caster curse there. But still, a lot of gold in the pockets of Heretics now. A lot of super minions to farm, a lot of levels to get. And Baron is spawning in 1 second, I mean. And I think they're gonna give this Dragon and try to get it instead.
Yeah, Heretics have pinged out on this a couple of times. Shayak has TP, but he's 30 seconds away from respawning. Fleshy does have his quickness up about half of its cooldown. There's the Drake. Vitality will get it. Heretics will start up the Baron and see how quickly that melts. Flaccid is full of build on this Aphelios. 7,000 on it now. 6. Fleshy has the smite, as you say. Paranoia coming out. Fleshy goes in and Flaccid gets it. Oh,
scary, scary.
Sheo didn't use this smite, at least according to the spectator overlay, so Fleshy was within an Aphelios auto.
Yeah.
Taking that one away.
Wow.
I mean,
can these teams just play normal? Anytime these two teams meet, we keep getting these 40-minute bangers, and they just can't seem to finish the game out cleanly. Vitality makes it a little bit stressful. Still think they should be favored, but getting this Baron buff, that's a lot of gold. And I think especially Camilo needs to get his Void Staff, because I feel like he really needs to get more items to actually start doing a lot of damage, because right now it's all Flaccid.
Yeah, you can see that. 50,000 damage, basically, from Flaccid. Has sold his boots and bought a Guardian Angel just to try and survive through these fights. Camilo's still sitting at 3.5 items. Void Staff on its way for him. Shayak's got a Knight's Vow. That's targeting Kazi, I believe. As Kazi's still just short of that last item.
I think there's,
there's 2 Knight's Vow.
It's
Linsus? Yeah, there's one on Linsus and then Kazi's is from Fleshy. Okay, that makes sense.
The best friends.
I mean, Knight's Vow is an incredible item, especially if you switch it mid-combat. You have or just before combat. Because it switches on a minute cooldown, but underutilized.
It's a very good tank item. People use buy those tank supports, but even as like a full tank, it can be very useful there. Mikhail's coming out against that hook. Burned early though. Next hook might be scary unless it lands on the Carster who has the cleanse. Big eyes on Stand here. Has to make these hooks land, because otherwise it's just a lantern bot.
Well, that's Camilo's Void Staff complete. The inhibitors respawning, 17 seconds on mid, 7 on the bot lane, so we'll have triple inhibs up for the next push from Vitality. 3 minutes on the Drake, and they might just be waiting for a soul fight at this point. You're kind of waiting out that Baron at least for the next minute. You can see Heretics trying to get something done with it, pushing through mid.
See Flaccid trying to get his gun rotation up, getting rid of the purple one. I think he has the white one under the blue one, so he does get that red-white combo for the next fight. I think that's very detrimental.
That would be very good for Heretics as they crack through the tier 2 in mid. They're going to keep pushing in here. Now, Nako might just look for the equalizer for a bit of wave clear. Fleshy coming in for the flank as well. Kazi here to try and bolster the defenses. Still a cannon minion remains for Heretics, and some mites. Carlson burns a little bit, caught out as well, has to pop the ensemble onslaught. Lince's diving in with the crescent guard. There's the equalizer as well across all of them, and Carlson dives to Fleshy. A 5-man charm with the quickness in the middle of it, but Flaccid goes on a killing spree. Featherstorm coming out from Kazi. Flaccid's found 2. The G8 still stands. Flaccid's found 3, and Kazi has to flash away. Send! Just short of the hook, but it's a quadra, only Kazi remaining, and Heretics from 8k down are looking for the win!
And Flaccid steps up massively in that fight. They're gonna take the game here. I don't think Kazi can hold this. Flaccid walks up, they have Baron, he has perfect guns, full items. And Heretics gonna take this game from what? This was your game, Vitality, you had it in your grasp.
Flaccid and Heretics somehow with a pentakill steal the game away from Vitality! Quack, quack, Flaccid on form.
Oh my God. Give me 5 games of this. Give me 5 games of these bangers. And Flaccid, what a performance. He needed to step up. He needed to beat that guy, and he was him.
That was just, I mean, everyone did such a good job protecting him as well, just to give credit to the rest of the team. But what a performance all round from Flaccid. Oh, I can't believe that just went the way that it did. Flaccid is actually standing by. Flaccid. What on earth, man? What was that?
Flaccid is him. Dude, the way you finished that game with the penta, for the longest time we were ready to actually say that Vitality was going to close this game. How do you keep it calm and collected under so much pressure?
I mean, I think it's just the Team Heretic spirit. I think if we, you know, like, if there's something to highlight from us, it's resilience. We never give up. And yeah, I mean, it's a 6-item Papilios, minute 50, it happens.
Never back down, never what?
I don't know this. Never back down, never what?
Never back down, never give up. Either way, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to be heading over to the last lore. Take it away.
But man, that guy is strong. Never back down, never give up. Vibes check here. Down for Heretics.
My man
I
only
love
knows
it.
League of Legends. He doesn't know English. He only knows League of Legends.
And he knows it so well. What a banger on game one. Holy
Absolutely
crap.
insane. Absolutely insane.
I was convinced at multiple points in this that I was about to lose my mind, my hair, my life, everything that comes with it. It was like the team fighting was insane. The back and forth was nuts. It really felt like this entire game was just on a knife's edge.
We forgot what 200 years of collective game design can do to a team and how much it helped them. I want to check out that last team fight, the one that brought them the game. Guys, how did they make it happen?
Well, this whole game, I think, was hinged around, can you catch the Aphelios or not? We got to a point where Flacca got to full build, the 200 years is on display, and so much works out in his favor. We just about manages to slip the noose, get enough space to turn around. The root from Zai doesn't quite hit him, and he gets to turn around, particularly with this late game combo. He has a ton of AoE damage, a ton of lifesteal, and that makes the difference.
Yeah, the protection was perfect, and then Stend, even with the little lantern there to try and reposition, was just fantastic. And here, he manages to get the pentakill in the end. Incredible stuff. And I do think, the fact that he had that GA in that last fight was all the difference. Being able to buy that second for yourself after you go down, because you could see it was everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this man to try and get him down and then at least try and carry the fight, but there was just no stopping him.
And it's the little things like having the Infernum Severin combo for the late game gives you that AoE, a potential to lifesteal off of that too. You don't always run that through the early and the mid game, but bringing it out in moments like that really, really paid off. I thought this game was completely gone. The fact they turned that around and say, that was not how this game should have gone.
But I think it is it does highlight when the team fights were going well for Heretics, what they were doing. And in that last fight, it worked perfectly because they kind of formed that defensive line. But we saw earlier on in the game that they had some moments where they were able to set that up, but that wasn't always the case, right? We looked at the very first Dragon fight that we have for the game, and it worked out fantastically for them. They were able to set up, they could fall back into this nice little choke point, and then it worked well for them. But that just wasn't always the case.
I mean, I want to look at these first objectives because we were talking about the fact they have this comp, they have this Nocturne that can go combined with Orianna. But it wasn't the right target every time. I was like, when are they going to make it happen?
And this is where Camilo actually did a great job of burning that ultimate from Karzi early, which then set up for Sheo to jump onto Karzi in the middle of this fight, which was fantastic. But also using this choke point spectacularly. Heretics just baited and slowed and brought Heretics Vitality into them. But you can see in these next couple of fights, they end up running that a little bit too early.
And really, the onus is, for me, on particularly on Vitality to somehow reach the carries, if it does come to an actual full-out brawl. And we see a very large difference between some of these points where actually, they can't quite get onto that. We can see that the Nocturne is going forwards very, very aggressively. I do wonder for a lot of different parts in this game whether actually Heretics should have been bided their time just a little bit more, because I feel like with the range advantage, they could have played it out a little bit more slow.
100% agree. I think there was a couple of times where there was hey, we're going to pull this trigger on the Nocturne Orianna, and Stend is kind of waddling his way upriver. You've got the Orianna who's kind of well, I was farming bot lane, so I need a couple of extra seconds to actually get into position. They go for the play, and then it's okay, well, this has failed, and now we're completely caught out of position.
That is ARAM levels of damage number.
For real.
That's... I don't have words. I mean, that's what, 1,500 damage a minute? That's ridiculous.
That's insane.
You don't have words, but I have a question.
Yeah?
How the hell did that happen? Because looking at Vitality, I honestly love their composition. I honestly love everything they've been doing. I like the approach. For me, it's what happened in game that didn't work out in the end.
I think in the early game, the team fights we saw eventually at the end of the game, that's how I thought they should have been playing out for most of the game. Obviously, that didn't work out in the way that, of course, to end up closing that game. And then, of course, we got a little bit later into it, and the gold lead started shrinking and shrinking. And then the game completely changes when you reach a certain point in the game where carries have so much damage, and just small misplays, even if you have the quote-unquote advantage or quote-unquote range advantage or whatever, you make one misstep, someone has so much damage, punish immediately.
Yeah, but, I mean, Gulber called it at the start of the day, right? The fact that he came in was hey, I want to see them give these resources to Flakked. I want to see them putting the effort in around him, and that's exactly what they did. Finn on the desk was calling, hey, you've actually got this great freeze from Carlson that enables Flakked in the early game to set up for this nice little advantage for himself. He then starts to snowball that into plates. He starts to snowball it in with pressure off of Sheo as well. And suddenly he just becomes this monster in the team fights, right? And I think this really, again, says, to me, actually fills me with a lot more confidence for Heretics because, I'll be hands up cause. I looked at this team and was I don't really think they have it. the other group was slightly easier, let's say, than the KCM group.
Blame him. Blame him.
But I didn't think they'd actually have it in them, and especially when you're just coming off the back of Vitality with a fantastic series against KC, I thought this was going to be a walk in the park, but Heretics come in with a great plan.
That's the thing, they got you right where they want you. You don't believe in them. That's when they deliver the most. We said that this series was going to be a banger, and it is so far. I'm so excited to see what Game 2 has in store for us, but for now, if you want a trip, win a trip to the LEC Madrid, we have something for you. With a guest, all expenses paid. Your journey starts here. All you have to do is tell us a story with you and the LEC and why you deserve the trip. In the meantime, I'm gonna go take a break. It's really warm here. Game 1 was a banger. Let's go for Game 2.
I'll trade flashes on bot. Okay. Oh, maybe I kill him. You are him.
That's better than trading, I'd say.
First I have to carry out rumble from Look and sell. He's going deep. I'll hook in too. Nice. I'm stacking Q again. Can we look again?
Oh, no combo. We can
I have him.
knock. Go that.
Oriana, no flash. No flash.
No flash.
Can we dash?
Yeah, go nice.
Look.
Okay.
I'm looking.
I like that. Well played.
Is that as well? First target with Abba.
Hook in two.
Rumble. No Sonya. Enter maybe. One more. No crash. Wait. We can end. Let me heal up.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. Like, ask me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Cross-Group Deciders. Almost called it playoffs there. We're not allowed to do that.
Cross-Group Deciders.
Cross-Group
For
Deciders. Playoffs will happen.
Yeah.
In fact, they'll happen on Sunday.
Beautiful.
They'll start on Sunday. But these are the Cross-Group Deciders. And we just saw Heretics somehow manage to win that game after being 8,000 goal behind, Finn.
I haven't really digested what just happened.
No?
I went backstage and I was like, wow. Blacky just ended the game like single-handedly like that. He was decided the game is over and he was gonna win.
And then the game was over.
And he had a crazy Feathers game. And now we're in draft. We're in graft.
We're in graft.
We're in graft.
Hard graft here in the draft.
Vitality has chosen the blue side.
That
but they have very similar bans as they did on red side. They're banning the Asir and Sejuani. And we see Yunara bans that was banned, I think, by red side game 1. And so very similar situations. Now,
will we see Varus banned?
Will we see Varus banned? I do not know that. Annie being taken out once again. I do wonder how we're going to do about the AD carry pool, because I feel like that is... I don't want to be like a game 1 Andy, but that's kind of where the game is going to be decided, this series. Because my eyes are like... For me, there are two main hyper carries that are strong in this meta. It's the Aphelios and it's the Jinx. And to me, I think Jinx is quite a high prio in this game too. And I want to see maybe Heretics draft around it, because they can once again just draft a tank for Carlsen and put a hyper carry on Blackhead and get those dragons, get those fights, and maybe make something good happen again like they did in game 1. But now it is actually Vitality with initiative. They get to choose whatever they want to pick first. What's it going to be?
I mean, they could look for something like the Varus. They could also go for something like the Vi if they just want to be aggressive from the jungle role.
Trundle as well. Trundle was banned game 1.
Yeah, Trundle, a very high possibility here, really strong generally. I wonder if Heretics will just look to the Cassante plus, as you say, Jinx or something like that. If you just want a tank top laner, Cassante seems to fit that mold really well and has done basically for the entirety of his career. But there is the Rise first here for Shayok, who did have a really good game 1. Immediately locked in Corki Rel, so an aggressive bot lane from Flackett and Stand.
Yeah, and Heretics knows exactly what they want to pick. They just insta-lock that. They felt very confident looking that in. Rise first pick is something that Shayok has been very good on throughout the split. I think I have a lot of good memories from his Rise, making plays on the side lane, outplaying people with his good movement. I want to see something that can kind of tandem with him from Linces here. Anything that works well with something that can push and move very easily. Alistar being picked against the Rel, it's a classic counter. Usually when you pick Rel, it's that pop in Alistar that people answered with. Alistar being taken away now early. And I do wonder if this Corki is a flex, or it's probably just going to go bot lane as we see the Kai'Sa being locked in for Carzzy.
Yeah, both the bot supports locked in for both these teams. Not too surprising after we saw the Corki rail immediately. Heretics here have a couple of options. You can go jungle and then ban out junglers, but it does make your mid lane pool a little bit weaker going into that second round. Or you could just go for mid and then both teams just bang out whatever they don't really want to play against.
Yeah, I mean, I do like just taking a good mid matchup for Camilo. I think he should get whatever he wants into the Rise. So we see a Brand jungle. I think that's a Brand jungle. Sure, it could be Brand mid, but most likely going to be a jungle. And now suddenly, I wonder what Camilo's gonna play, because I imagine the Yona's already being taken out. The Jace might get banned, which is another good pairing with the Brand. And I wonder what Camilo has in store, because now you're kind of putting yourself in a position where you probably have to pick an AP mid together with Brand, which you don't really want, or you're gonna have to dig really deep into your AD mid champion pool, like the Tristanas.
Yeah.
Maybe a Lucian, probably not. I mean, you could just take the Corki mid. What am I saying?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
This can easily be a position where you take the Corki mid if they ban AD mids and just put the Brand jungle and counterpick the AD carry with the Kai'Sa, with something like a Jinx that we highlighted before, or even something like a Zeri. I think works well this game.
Yeah, I like Zeri. I think Flackett's is pretty good Zeri across the course of his career as well. Jarvan banned out by Heretics. Varus banned out by Vitality. They realized the same thing that you realized, which is, hey, this Corki could be a mid lane flex. And then we'll move through the Trundle bans. Just trying to get rid of some of the powerful junglers there, Heretics. Brand obviously like 99% sure that's going in the jungle, and you don't want someone that can just stat stick you. Jarvan obviously can lock you down really well, and Trundle can just run at you consistently.
Oh, it's not good cooking again. I see a Renekton ban. When you ban Renekton, you want to blind something degen. Like you want to pick like those crazy top laners like a Camille, a Yasuo. I wonder what he has in store here. Or maybe he just picks Cassandra. What do I know? But we see the Jace being taken here. Or Hubbard, sorry. But could you just go into any position? Could be top, could be mid, and you put the Corki bot lane. In general, a lot of options here for Heretics in this draft. You can kind of tailor your last pick to whatever you want. And
I think if you look at the Heretics draft, it does feel like they're missing a bit of meat. Like, they don't really have a true tank amongst them. It's the Rel, and you do have a lot of AoE on that engage. I wouldn't mind Carlson going for something tanky on the top side.
Yeah, Cassandra would be very like natural picker to kind of roll out the draft. So we're just hovering. It's going to be the Mbessa. Renekton ban makes more sense then. You don't want to go up against that beefy boy that kind of makes your day a little bit sad.
It is interesting, a lot of the adjectives we use for someone that's like big and annoying to deal with. It's like beefy, meaty, steaky, you know? Hammy's like overacting a little bit as well. The final pick is the Vi here for Vitality. They have a huge dive comp. Like, you look at this: Public Execution, Cease and Desist, Killer Instinct.
I mean, one guy's dying. The question is, are you winning the fight because you killed that one guy, or are you gonna lose the fight afterwards because you used everything on that bloke? Xante being taken in last pick into the Mbessa. It is a fine matchup. It's a little bit Mbessa favored, especially once you get that Eclipse. Becomes really difficult for Xante to trade. But early game, he's chilling, he's fine against the Mbessa, and he's just gonna have to beat that kind of front line that Heretics needed. He's gonna beat that meat, as you highlighted, very well, eloquently, and gonna see.
You're just gonna keep going.
No, I'm done.
I'm good. Yeah, the Cassandra for Carlson, we saw in game one, he was a Scion. Like, that was his job. He did it really well. Yes, he fell behind in lane, but did exactly what his team needed him to do later on. Heretics don't have a huge amount of dive, but they do have a good amount of poke, and if someone dives onto them, they do have a good amount of disengage as well. The Rel Magnastorm can be used for that. You have the Valkyrie away, you've got the knockback from Jace, and then you have the Pyroclasm from Brand, which can do a lot of work. So it feels to me like both compositions kind of know exactly what they want to do. Yeah. Heretics want to poke with a little bit of a meat line at the front, meatball.
Oh, we're so stuck in the meat.
I'm lost in the meat, man. Like, the first time I went to a barbecue place, it's just, it's too much meat. Ribs are too good. Vitality on the other side want to dive, you know? They just want to get into that backline and absolutely assassinate one target. The question is, will they be able to do it? Because in game one, they fell behind in the early game. Yeah. Heretics got out to about a 3k lead, then Vitality switched it to about 8k ahead. And Heretics, on the back of Flackett's Aphelios, we'll say, were able to win out the game in the end. But Vitality solo lanes had a pretty good time in game one, especially this guy on your screen right now, Shayak. He was definitely winning out the 1v1 versus Camilo. There wasn't always a 1v1, but often was.
I mean, he really did have a great game one, I would say. Like, okay, first of all, there's Electrocute on Brand.
I don't know jungle runes. I don't know if this is common, but I usually see something else on Brand, but maybe I'm just completely delusional. But what I was thinking is that, sure, you have a dive comp on Vitality, but against the Brand, it's really terrifying to dive, because suddenly, if you don't kill him very early, you go through all those passive procs, all those big AoE circles that are so terrifying. And it doesn't really end up going well often if you dive through the Brand, so you kind of want to kill him first, I think.
It looks like we see a little bit of a mix, by the way, on the Brand runes. Getting some Comets, some Conqueror, some Electrocute, some Dark Harvest.
Okay.
Depends who you trust. Do we trust Joko? He's going Conqueror. Do we trust Yankos? He went Harvest.
Oh, so not Harvest then. Okay, so already here trying to get the bush control here from Team Heretics. They got it game 1. Flesh walked in with a sweeper and they're gonna find each other. But Heretics is 1 bush forward, so they're in a good spot.
Yeah, they win the level 1. And part of the problem as well is if you're an Alistair level 1, it becomes very difficult to actually step up. Sten's gonna remount here. Fleshy Pulverize was dodged. Sten
used to remount on the ward to dodge the Pulverize. That was kind of cute.
Smart, man. So this Alistair will struggle a little bit in the early game. As you can see, Flacker trading with that Gatling gun. Fleshy trying to do the same, but he's ignited down to 300 HP. Has to wander his way away. And now is... obviously, you do have the Triumphant Roar, so you can gain a little bit of health back. I think it's every 7 minions that die in your vicinity. You get that little heal, but not going to be the easiest for him to have anything die nearby for the time being. Sheo not skipping the camp. Going to go Seer. And then Pillar of Flame, and then another Seer. You have to delay the second Seer here a little bit to get your passive proc.
Very clever.
Yep.
Clever man.
I learned from Broxer, man. He taught me how to brand jungle. For the 2 weeks I decided I want to be a jungle main, and then realized what junglers have to go through.
Yeah.
And it's even worse than support.
Hey man, I'm sorry you went through that.
Yeah.
Like that's just awful.
And top laners never have to suffer that same ignominy.
No, top laners, they have the best life, man. For sure.
I'm at a painful time. This is just what you're singing the whole time, right?
Yeah.
Just chilling in the top lane.
It's usually more agitating tone, but yeah.
Oh, you're more like a heavy metal, death metal sort of. It's just screamo for you in the top lane.
Blocks out the game sound.
You know you can mute it, right?
Yeah. Maybe I'm addicted to the pain.
Possibly. That's a lyric from something, I'm pretty sure. I'm addicted to pain. Anyway, someone knows. I do not know.
Same.
Let's go back to League of Legends, shall we?
Yeah, both junglers have full cleared. Bran got the bot side crab this game.
Nice
Fader.
dodge.
Good dodge by Fleshy.
Yeah, it was a nice dodge from Fleshy, but good stun with the Shadowing Strike initially onto Kazi, taking him down to half HP. And this bot lane battle is one that we will have our eyes on throughout the course of the series, and one that really defined Game 1. Flackard on that Aphelios had an absolute whale of a time. 12-2 and 2. 1,600 damage a minute, 1,629. That's pretty devastating. As you can, I like the fact we've got 1 penta at the end there as well. As Sheo looks for the gank down towards the bottom lane, just trying to force Fleshy and Kazi away. Shadowing Strike, there's the heal coming out. Kazi able to survive with the barrier, and Sten's going to tank up a couple of tower shots. Fleshy giving the rest of Heretics at bay. Flackhead took another shot, and that's first blood to Vitality.
I have questions.
Yep.
And
ask him, man. Here, I can help you.
What are we doing here? I mean, Kars is clearly hovering bot side. I don't think Brand can land his spells because there's so many minions in the way that's gonna come here. Like, you gotta go now, but now minions are in the way, so suddenly Brand can't connect his combo on there. Tries to get the Seer, but Alistar blocks it, and they just don't have the damage through the barrier spell. I don't know what we're looking for here. They really want to find some... What the hell is going on?
So, my assumption, they pushed out the wave, realized they hadn't pushed out enough, and so he tried to drag the minions back through the tower, which he managed for 2 of the minions, and in the end this will bounce back out towards Vitality, so good death.
Yeah, it's a very good play, something that a lot of supporters have started doing lately. I think Hulisan kind of started doing this, and people call him crazy, but now people realize, wait, he was actually cooking. Will still end up being a really big slow push here for Flackhead. Don't think the cannon will survive this, we will have to see. But in general, I mean, game is slow. They tried to go for a dive, didn't work out. Doesn't end up losing much because of it. Sure, there's 1 kill onto Kai'Sa, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really matter in the end. It's going to be about his first dragon. Sheo gets another full clear down, and that's probably going to see a lot of action.
Yeah, it's always about the first dragon for these 2 teams, especially for Heretics. But they will be disappointed that the dive didn't really materialize into what they wanted, because getting Flackard ahead in Game 1 was one of the reasons they were able to win Game 1.
Also, Kars didn't even use Flash.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't really have to do anything. He just gave it to him.
not the easiest, not the best, as Stand and Flacker will continue to get the push down here. You can see Linsus hovering around mid lane right now, pathing down towards this bottom side. Drake has been begun by Sheo. And once again, we see Heretics a priority.
Yeah, Linsus is one camp away from level 6. I think it's going to be tough to contest this, because I think without 6, Brand is just way stronger in these fights, but you're looping around.
I mean, you could wait for him to cycle on the Dragon. He's not using any spells right now. You can see he's holding them deliberately to make sure that he has them for a possible fight. Hex flash away from Stand, and Linsus dives in. Immediately regrets his decision and has to flash out. Flashy looking for the engage here, lands the headbutt pulverize onto Sten. The Drake at 1.4k.
It's a smite fight.
It is a smite fight between the junglers, and it's Linsus who wins it. Now he's in the back of the pit. It's going to have to Vault Breaker out. Fleshy doesn't have the flash. Kazi and Shayak trying to shepherd their cow to safety. The Rune Prison's going to land on Camilo, though, as Shayak guides deftly alongside Kazi. Fleshy and Linsus out to security. Shayak, though, does still have the Realm Warp here. Recall happening. Camilo spotted him.
It's very tense. Vitality really wants this fight, and Heretics aren't against it either. I feel like they're staying around.
There's the stun. Fleshy goes in with a headbutt pulverize, immediately dies to the Valkyrie, but Kazi now begins to open up. You can see the flashes raining out from Heretics as they try and escape. Shayak will tank a tower shot. Flacket dodges the overload. In the end, a 1-for-1 exchange.
Yeah, but look at mid wave. It was actually quite good for Heretics. I feel like the longer that Shayak had to stay around there, the more he would lose mid. Mid was going to bounce now. Already dropped one wave, and it's going to be a nice wave to catch for Camilo. Sure, he goes down, but I think in the end, he's kind of winning out on this play.
I have another look at it because it was so close. And all of Heretics dying here. Fleshy just waiting for the headbutt pulverize.
Flacket playing at the edge here. Look at him. He takes so much damage. Flash has 1 health almost, and Camilo does end up dying to the flash or by the Kazi auto attack. Dodges the overload. Very slick, but I mean, I think in the end, Vitality's happy they did get the Dragon. That was the goal of the play. Then whatever happened after that, this is the bonus, you know?
Yeah. Kazi also got his second kill, so he's now 500, 450 ahead in that bot lane matchup. He is slightly behind in terms of cull stacks, and as we know, those are the most important stacks to track.
Yeah, very true.
9 CS down right now as he's catching this mid wave. Nako trading with Carlson. You said it's the Eclipse that really makes this difficult for the Cassante. He's struggling a little bit right now. He's about 5 CS down, but he does have a wave here to collect.
Yeah, I mean, he's fine. He's chilling right now. Probably will end up losing some of the grubs here because of the push that Ambessa has. He's going to have to catch wave and then walk around, but Shio with the ult is very strong in this fight. All those pyroclasm bounces together with the grubs that they proc off are very dangerous.
Yeah, they just don't have the move from Carlson right now. Let's see Heretics thinking about it, but beginning to back away. Kazi coming in from the side as well. There's the first grub.
Look at that.
Cease and desist. Linsus doesn't elect to use it. Heal was used from Fleshy just for the extra movement speed to try and get him in range for that ultimate.
Look at that Nako. Maybe he's in a tough position here.
He's got public execution. He's going to use it and dodges past Carlson with it. Vitality now without that ultimate, though, might just have to back away. You can see Linsus and Fleshy were trying to sneak another grub while that was happening, but they do have to give up the ghost on it. Now, Nako going back in onto Carlson, just trading his health bar to see if they could find anything more. In the end, though, Heretics will get the 2 grubs. And, Vitality will have to settle with 1.
Yeah, it's a lot of looking at each other. Yeah. A lot of fighting there. I mean, Nako, I think Fleshy really wanted to go on the Brand with the Nako on the flanks, so he healed early to get Linsus in range, but I think Linsus kind of hesitated, didn't really want to commit deep. Maybe he wasn't just in range with the ult, kind of the QR, which is not optimal for Vi, because then you're so deep, you have no flash, you're just stuck in the deep end of that fight.
Yeah, had to use the flash earlier around that Dragon fight. We'll be back off cooldown relatively soon. Nako should get this plate. There we go. 1 grub enough to tick down.
The 1 grub. No ult on him though, so maybe Carlson can look for a fight here. He's running so usually what you want to do in Cassante when you're is you just want to ult, take a trade with your ult, and then push out the wave, because your mana just doesn't matter when you're ulting, because that's the bar ticking down. But right now he's just kind of holding on for dear life against his Ambessa. Nako playing the matchup very, very well, I would say. Spacing around those Qs, never getting hindered by the Cassante W.
It does feel like Vitality are the ones kind of dictating the pace of the game right now. They're the ones stepping in, looking for these invades. They have top lane prio consistently. Carlson is going to stay around here. I was wondering if he'd just TP back, but knows that the enemy jungler was on the bottom side of the map anyway, so the threat of a dive isn't as strong as it could have been. Carlson could look for something here if Nako goes a bit greedy. Does have that all out. We'll clear the wave. There we are. Pathmaker, flash away from Nako. The Q3 was coming out, and Carlson knew if Nako had been caught by that, you can then all out him back underneath the tower. Nako doesn't really have an escape tool.
Flash perma Knack here. Khan's gonna TP back. He's gonna be in a pretty good spot now. I wanna see if he can use this flash to get some lane leads or even set up a gank for Shio. Gets the ice from Gauntlet. It's a very big spike for him. I think Knack is trying to get his Eclipse base. Not sure how far away he is from it. Should be coming up relatively soon.
I think it's really about Sheo looking for this gank now, right? Nako does have a ward. Sheo's going to Oracles, clear out this ward. Then doesn't have to stay around. Nako is just going to base, except that the wave isn't in the best position for him. But he does have a TP, so can get back here pretty quickly. As Shaik just clears out the vision around
You
that
did show
mid lane.
topside though, yeah. So now the Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds. Probably going to be a little bit late to it. Could be an easy starter from Vitality, trying to get that second Drake.
The problem for Vitality is if it takes them too long, though, you're looking at Leandri's brand running you down, right? That's such a risky situation to be in, so they have to do it immediately, which is exactly what they're doing. Credit to them, knowing that Sheo was on the top side, they call for it, and they will take that Dragon. Second of the game for them. Heretics struggling to get those early Drakes at least. They did manage to pick up a couple of the grubs, but across the board, things looking okay for Vitality through this early game. Small leads for Camilo and Sheo, though. Very small for Sheo. I don't think 26 gold really counts as too much of an advantage.
The big lead he has is the Leandro spike. He has actually spent his gold now. Meanwhile, Lince's just trying to get his base, trying to get his Thunder Sky on his first base here, trying to slow the game down a little bit. I mean, there's a Dragon in 4 minutes. I think he doesn't need to do much. As long as his laners are fine, he can probably afford to go for another full clear. Slow the game down.
It does feel like both teams have settled into that. We can slow the game down a little bit if we want. Do you think there's a team that really is advantageous for us? Nako trades with Carlson's going to keep going here. Nope, decides against it. You can see Linus is actually coming up, Shaik, looking for the Realm Warp, and just as we say, they want to slow the game down. We see plays happening on opposite sides of the rift.
I mean, right now Vitality is in a great spot. You have 2 Dragons. Third Dragon coming in 4 minutes. You're going to get dry to spikes. You're going to have your Roa on Rise, Eclipse on Ambessa, and Kraken on Kai'Sa. I think you're really fine right now just playing whichever game you want. Nako keeps taking these really good trades. Carlson is constantly low and constantly under pressure from Nako. Now with this Eclipse, it becomes so hard with all those shields. Don't think you can dive the Cassandra though.
That would be risky. We'll see if Carlson steps out alongside this wave. Sheo is almost in the area, currently on his red buff. Carlson respects it though, backs away, and Linus goes back and gets that Sundered Sky. Rift held up in 1:50, Drake in 3.5. So neither team really needs to force. You say Vitality are pretty happy with the state of the game. Would you say similarly? Heretics are okay with how this game's been played out so far, even if they're a bit on the back foot?
I think they're happy they lost both Dragons. Sad. I mean, I think they're sad they lost both Dragons.
I hate those Dragons, man.
Masochists.
Why do we keep going for Dragons?
No,
I
think the first Dragon they feel like should have been theirs. I think the second Dragon couldn't do much about it, and Shio shows topside like that. That's just highlights the importance of vision, you know, like if you show on the other side of the map, suddenly in competitive play, people will punish that. They will go and take the entire other side of the map because you're not there. And that's what happened with the first Dragon. Especially Portal Combat here, not much happening.
As soon as you hear casters say Portal Combat, unless it's like the last 2 players standing in the middle of a fight, you know nothing's really going on in the game. It's like, oh guys, the supports are hitting each other. Either of them have any damage? No. It's fun to watch them use their skills. Blackett here, a little bit low on mana. He's going to step back forward towards Fleshy. There's the Shattering Strike coming out as well as Stender's forced to go in with the Magnet Storm. I assume to be on the retreat. Cease and Desist coming out as well as they dive onto Sheo. Vitality have found everything they wanted out of this. A double for Linces and greed from Heretics, really.
I mean, I think when you use everything on your Alistar with ult, suddenly the fight becomes very easy for the enemy team. You have Kai'Sa, who has ult, you have Vi, that ulted in, and you also had the Ambessa move. I think there was just so many factors going in Vitality's favor to just be so confident in that sequence, and I feel like Heretics was constantly thinking, we gotta get out, we gotta get out, we gotta get out, Ambessa's coming. We used everything on Alistar, and that's kind of the problem here. You don't have that much burst. Like, your Corki has a Phage and a Heartbound Axe and a Tabai. He doesn't have that much damage. Here, he wants to get out. I think he's overbaiting a little bit right now. Trying to get something out, but yeah, Stennis is too far deep here.
Yeah, and it's like Sten going back in with the Magnet Storm and the Cease and Desist follow. You don't really have, as you say, firstly, the damage, but secondly, even when you realize you're on the wrong side of the fight, it's like, do we need to re-engage at this point, or can we try to be retreating as Nako finds Sten and Camilo and takes Camilo down to half HP pretty much immediately.
A lot more discipline from Vitality in this game. I feel like they slowed down a little bit, they took a deep breath, and now they're just playing on their turns. Oh, this is the full advice.
Heals afterwards as well, just to try and chase for the trample stun, but didn't quite find it as Camilo is still half
here,
HP here. Kazi, there's the redemption to try and stop the ports. Flakka coming in from the side. Now, Knuckle has not got the public execution. Fleshy, Unbreakable will up in 2 seconds. He can tank this one for days. Camilo will fall to Kazi. Meanwhile, Lince's keeping Stend and Flakka at bay. The Rift Herald comes down. We'll get the charge off here as Vitality claim their first tower of the game. Fleshy, straight on to Sheo. Rift Herald going forward, but not ridden by anyone, so won't be able to get the charge down. Fleshy trying to dodge away with that Unbreakable will, but his will has been broken. As Flakka will secure the kill, the Rift Herald does get another charge. Vitality come out of it. 1 kill apiece, but with a 2k gold lead.
This Kais is becoming a big, big problem. She got those 2 early kills as we highlighted. Now Kraken and going for her second item, gonna be the Rage Blade most likely. And Karsis is so strong. Any fight that Vitality takes, he can just join so fast. And yeah, the first push here from the mid. So now she's standing here poking him under tower while Knack is pushing in the wave. And Camilo's nowhere to run. He can try to run away, but Karsis is there holding him. With Alistar combo, it's just an easy play for Vitality. And sure, if that Q connects by Linces, I think there's something more happening there. But have the Herald ready? Oh, don't get to see how she died as the Dragon is up.
Linces might just look for the steal here. Goes in, immediately CC'd, flashes out, and the Drake goes over to Heretics. Talk about taking turns in League. That was one of those moments. Vitality just going for the double tower play on the top side kind of lost them a little bit of time.
Yeah, and especially because Flesh died at the back end of that fight. I feel like he wasn't really there to set up wards, so it made the retake really difficult because you got to walk as 5 kind of, where this is 4. When you're going into an area where enemy has control, you can't really split up because sure, if you're facing a brand with a Rel on the side, that's probably going to be at least 50% of your health bar, maybe even a kill. So yeah, it's so fun to contest, but
I mean, for Vitality, they'll be okay with it. Like, it sucks. It's not really what you want to be happening, but you're still far enough ahead and you scale well as a competition as well. It's not like you're on a clock. Room Prison, cease and desist, redemption alongside it, just to make sure that Camilo dies. Unless you will get an assist from healing up Shayak and Linces. And Camilo will go down for the 3rd time this game. Stend flashes over Linces, jumps away with the Shadowing Strike onto Shayak, but is going to be caught up with the Rune Prison. Fleshy here, looking for the headbutt pulverize, finds it as well. The Blast Cone popped. Sheo can't defend his support. Stend on the floor. 7-2 now for Vitality.
And Vitality just playing so fast on the side lanes. This is what you have to do with the Ryze. We highlighted when they first beat the Ryze, we want the jungler that plays with him in tandem and makes things happen. Dragon goes for a fight here. I don't think you can translate this into anything more. Of course, it will be quite fine. Just be able to walk out as all those summoner spells up and available. And probably looks to be a tier 1 tower for Vitality at the back end of those 2 kills. And they are really eating good tonight.
Yeah, they're really happy with how things are looking. Fleshy actually TPing into the mid lane there as well. I think Flakka thought, well, perhaps if we chunk out Kazi, I've got Sheo just around the corner, we can look for the possibility of a dive, or at least making sure that he loses some of the XP and gold those minions that would die to the tower provide, but he was able to stay around, pick up the CS, and now go back and grab himself a Ginsu's. 2 items complete on the Kai'Sa, the same on Shayak on this Ryze. Had a really good game 1 and is having a great game 2 alongside it. Vitality in prime position to even out this series, but we did also say that in game 1. You never know. Maybe Flakka on this Corki will somehow find 200 years in his back pocket and pop off.
Yes, we've seen this before, gentlemen. We've been here before, and I'm not gonna get too excited yet for Vitality, because, as you say, I need to see them be able to cleanly close this out in a convincing manner. I do feel like
Vitality the KT of LEC.
Hey man, KT was good once.
Wow.
No, I mean...
No, you said it, man. You said it.
I mean,
6 Vitality fans are going to be really angry at you.
I think Vitality as an organization in the LEC has had a lot of struggles to kind of reach where they want to go. We've had exciting fans. Woo! They have had a lot of super teams that have looked good on paper that haven't really found the results that they wanted. And let's go wide on the Alistar, but
yeah, I think the thing with Vitality is it's always promise.
Yeah.
Right. You look at the players, you look at the teams over the years. There's been a lot of promise from this organization. They've just never really been able to find that final hurdle. Never been able to get across the finish line. I think that's what we continue to see from Vitality now. Ending 4th in their group, winning 2 series. They did take down KC and Na'Vi, but the top dogs, when it matters in playoffs, tend to elude Vitality a little bit.
And it doesn't really give confidence to see them struggling like this in game 1 against the Heretics. I feel like this is a team where if your expectation is to beat the top dogs, or at least contest them, a team like Heretics you should be able to convincingly beat. And sure, this game looks a lot better, but game 1 was a little bit sketchy, and I want to see how they can do. Like Nako is slowly chipping down his top lane tier 2. He's at around 40% right now, but Carson is here to defend it. Have the Yaksho, has the Iceborne Gauntlet, and this is where he's gonna be tanky, but still Ambessa has so much built-in armor pen in her kit and so much percentage damage together with a Q and with Eclipse that tank stats are kind of fake in the face of Ambessa. She uses so much raw damage no matter what they buy, so probably gonna be hard for Cassante to actually contain her on the side lane. You're probably just gonna catch waves and try to join the team together later, but when your Cassante is not there to phase check with you, suddenly the brand loses a lot of his threat, because I don't think the red is going to be enough to retake areas.
Yeah, similar to the problem Heretics had in game 1, where it had to be Carlson on the side on face checking, otherwise you could quite easily just be 100 to 0'd. You see both the top laners wandering their way down to the mid lane, with Drake up in 14 seconds and Artakan alongside it. Fleshy looking for the flank, but can't quite find it. Heretics trying to regain a bit of control here, but you can see Vitality have played all around this bot side. Getting the wave pushed in there. Nako's going to try and answer Flack. It will be a little bit slower on the wave clear. Stan putting some vision in. Kazi's still going for a massive
Look at the
flank
angles
on the
Vitality's going for here. They have this angle from this side, this angle from this side, and also this angle. They have so many different threats that Heretics has to balance out.
It's crazy to see Kazi being one of the people that's just like full-on flanking. Obviously he does have that killer instinct. Void Seekers are connecting as well as Vitality starts up the Drake. Nako's still looking for that flank, the control ward where Flackhead is now standing.
Look at this dance, they're just going to decide to go and push bot side. Shaq is going to say, I don't want to dance here anymore, I'm just going to go push bot. And actually changes his mind, comes back down, Redemption comes out, heats Fisher back up to full health, and look at Nako, he needs to find something with his flank.
Carlson going in, Linces flashes away, Fleshy goes in as well, Carlson has to flash himself, Shayak still looking at that flank position, Nako coming in as well, there's the Realm Warp onto Kamilu, Shayak's going in for his enemy man, Public Execution, Killer Instinct, and immediately Vitality dive in to the midst of a Pyroclasm. Kazi stepping back forward though, will take out Sten, Shale falls as well, Linces and Carlson trading down towards the bottom side, and it's Carlson who comes up trumps, kills the enemy jungler, but it doesn't matter because the rest of his team is done for.
And I love when teams play like this, when they have so many different angles that despite the enemy team playing as a 5-man, playing so sternly, like just together, they don't have enough threats to deal with because there's just so much to pay attention to. Shaik baits out the ult here, as you're going to see in a bit, and everyone retreats back into it. And that just gives Nako and Karsi and Linces so much space. You see everyone trying to defend his ult, but as you see Camille is just left alone on the side, gets comboed by the Rise, and when Ambessa dives in like that, there's just nothing you can do. Carson ends up getting a kill onto the Divide there at the back end of that fight, but in the end, really nicely played by Vitality, and they're gonna get the Dragon as a prize.
Yeah, and you can see Sheo thinking, oh, if I just get my Pyroclasm off into my Seeker's Arm Guard, maybe it's enough damage, but Vitality did a really good job of splitting. When, as soon as they jump in, they kill the one person, they split up so that Pyroclasm is not bouncing around the way that Sheo would have wanted it to. Artakan up, the Drake secured for Vitality, one away from that Infernal Soul. Shayak and Kazi still unkilled in this game. 204 and 404 for Kazi. Enemies really not found throughout this game. He's having an absolute stormer of a matchup.
Sheo is topside. This is just their outcome.
Yeah,
they can't do anything about this without their jungler. They're just gonna push out, and Vitality just has a stern grip on Heretics right now. They're not giving them any space back into the game. Pushes out, gets all the objectives. Probably gonna slow the game down now, get that 4th Dragon in a bit. That's probably where we're gonna see the next altercation happen.
That makes a lot of sense. There is a Baron up in 15 seconds, and Vitality have been known to sometimes make a couple of mistakes around the mid-game, make plays that perhaps they shouldn't be making, but this game has been a lot more slow and steady. They are winning the race towards victory in the second game of this best of 5. Heretics claiming game 1 earlier on though, and I think what most people would call a bit of an upset having watched most of the game. -1, as you say. Does miss that cannon minion. I'm sure Shayak is very happy that we pointed that out for him.
Yeah, don't worry, if you ever need more highlighting, if you lose minions, I'll tell you.
Oh yeah? I'm a support, so I'm allowed to. I was leaving it for tempo. See?
It's very clever.
Ooh,
Fleshy finding a flank, flanking cow.
He's grass-fed.
Tell me now. Anyhow,
Sheo, the Seer doesn't hit. There were a couple of pings out towards this. Fleshy now spotted on that control
He's
ward.
gonna get this top tier 2, I think. A lot of money going into his pocket.
Yeah, 700 gold. More there, you can see jumps from 39 gold lead to a 739. Fleshy here, maybe could have taken the blast cone. Links here to shadow him. Shayak looks for the damage onto Sheo. Redemption coming out as well. Ooh, with an overload after overload. Sheo down to 300 HP. Shayak quietly, level 16, highest level in the game, 2 levels ahead of Camilo on this Jace. He's rattling out the damage on the rise. Black is going to try and trade back into him, but has to avoid the Void Seeker as well.
Yeah,
coming out from
from Kai'Sa, she's a menace now to deal with all those Void Seekers. The vision they give, the damage that just keeps adding up. I mean, it's just so much control, and I feel like Team Heretics, they're just scrambling for any semblance of controlling the river. They just don't want to give this Baron up for free, but Vitality is just choking them out slowly, trying to get their vision lines a little bit deeper every single time, and eventually they're out of blue trinkets. Because when those blue trinkets are gone, you can't really face check it, you can't really check it for any information anymore. And that's when the real dance begins.
And one of the parts of the game that is often overlooked in, solo queue generally is this starvation of vision. Right? You know, if they haven't crossed a certain line, they can't have put wards down there in the last 3 minutes because we know they've been in their jungle the whole time. So trying to make sure that Heretics don't get access towards the river like they're doing. And if they do, even if they get vision down, it's not too good. Camilo forced away, Fleshy going in as well onto Carlson, who's stunned up, locked up, tries to dash across the wall, will get to Sten. Linsa's looking for a bit more, but Chase has the cease and desist with the redemption coming out from Sten. Vitality call off the play. They know Naknako's winning in the side lane.
Oh, it's just
be another
suffering
tier 2
across the map.
Yeah.
Tier 2 bot side, probably gonna be a tier 1 mid here. Maybe now they're gonna take the recall, but Naknako's side lane pressure is just adding up so long. Sure, Heretics tries to do everything to get some sort of vision, as we said, but every single time Naknako's just pushing that side lane, keeps getting this tier 2 now. Probably gonna get the death stance on this recall, and that's when this Ambassador just becomes immortal in these fights.
Like 3 minutes ago, we said he's 39 gold ahead of Carlson. He's now 2,000 gold ahead of Carlson, picking up 2 tier 2s, and the death dance now complete. It is a tricky road to walk for whoever from Heretics is assigned the duty of dealing with Naknako. You can see him and Kazi topping the gold charts, Flacker there as well, but there's a 2k drop-off from Shayak to the next highest. Carlson, Camilo, and Sheo all yet to crest over that 10,000 gold mark.
Look at Linsa's once again. Look at the angles here. With 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a 5th down here. They're just not playing as a 5-man. I mean, they are playing as a 5-man, but they're just splitting up the fight so well. Shayak now looking from the right side. Naknako from the left side, Karsi here.
Fleshy goes in, headbutt pulverized into the trample. There's a Magna Storm coming out, but the redemption's already down. Shale pops a stopwatch, but his team is deleted around him. Vitality clean house.
It's cinema. I love how Vitality are playing these fights, how they're just herding them into this position for the Dragon. Soul goes to the side of Vitality.
Might just be base.
Might just be base.
Fleshy's chasing Carlson down here. They've got a wave. They bring it in with the Realm Warp as well. Vitality,
I don't think he can hold it.
They don't want it to take 40 minutes. TP comes out from Carlson. He's going to go back to base and try and heal up. But Vitality, with 4 of their players, are pushing for the win sub 30. Carlson steps back in. Naknako pushes him away. The second Nexus Tower, Vitality's target, as Kazi rains down upon it. It will fall. The flash is forward as they know the game is done. They want to clean it up on the Nexus. Force Carlson back, take the Nexus, sub 30 here in game 2 for Vitality.
Oh, Carly Carlson, you are beefy, but you can't hold the onslaught that is the 4-man of Vitality. Beautiful game of Vitality, really convincing, and this is what we expected from them coming into the series. We expected a Vitality that went toe-to-toe with MKOI, a Vitality that beat KC, and a Vitality that should convincingly beat Heretics. And this game 2, they've shown us exactly that. Game 1 was a mishap, maybe it was nerfs, maybe it was someone just warming up, but now they are up and available and fully running.
That they are. We're going to hear a totally serious interview with Kazi, I'm sure. Kazi, 10 was it in the merch shop?
All right, I don't actually think he has a code, but we'll get to that later. First off, is Vitality so back right now?
Yeah, we are so back after the first game where Flacket got Pentakill. We are so back right now.
Did you try to get a Pentakill this game? Because you brought up the Heat too when it came into this game specifically.
No, I just try to not lose again. We are just trying not to lose in Team Vitality.
Honestly, I think that's a really great strategy. It's working out really well. Congrats on making this equal. We'll see you later. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the third game of the series.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, Medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Slowly. Can we go forward? Look Jace, look Jace. No combo, Brand, no combo. I combo in 5.
Look Jace, I look something.
No combo.
Okay.
I'm taken out. Looks good.
Okay,
I think I went okay. Look at me.
Brand, 1 HP. Vi har redan Linas.
Yeah,
1 HP. Coming Linas. I'll look you flash from pit.
I'm flashing on.
Wait, I don't have W.
I'm looking for that. Look, look.
Think something?
Look,
okay.
look, go to it.
I look, okay. Look, okay, go to it.
We win.
Yeah, we are stomping this shit. Good job. Well played.
They were indeed stomping this here in this game. After game 1, what a comeback from Team Vitality. They left them no chance.
It was so controlled as well. This is really what I want to see from a team who's had their inconsistencies. The fact that they get an early lead like this and pretty much never make a mistake. I think every single objective fight they were having, they were, I mean, Finn highlighted it on the broadcast. They were just doing such a good job at making sure no one on Team Heretics could play the game at all.
And I was getting quite worried for Vitality because between this series and the last one they had, I felt like their proactive plays were losing a bit of steam. When you look back at how they played against MKOI in the game 1 where they played like the Pantheon having to jump forwards, and of course the one after that, the Shinzao and the Yasuo, the unplayable draft, they were finding it very, very hard to find aggressive plays, and I thought we were seeing more of that in game 1. I'm glad that it seems to have now stopped and they can make those aggressive plays a little more. So if that continued, that would have been really, really bad for them.
And the trend shifted a bit because we were talking about unplayable draft. How unplayable was Heretics draft here?
I mean, it was pretty unplayable. I think I've seen them put themselves in this hole so many times before where they want to go for an AP jungler, right? They want to go for that brand. And sometimes, honestly, it does work, right? We've seen it when it goes up against the Skana, one of these champions where you can get full value out of your kit here. But from the champions you've only seen now on Vitality, I feel like with this low range, very reliant on Rel for these engages, your squishy carries that comes through with a Jace afterwards, it becomes super difficult to play up against all the CC that you're seeing on Vitality, where realistically, if anyone that's not the K'Sante gets CC'd, they're dead.
As soon as you see the Vi Ambassador on 4-5, you realize you are so screwed. Like, what do you do at that point in the last week? The K'Sante is the only option, as you said, that can actually survive the engage coming forwards onto them. I mean, the Brand, maybe if you get to Zhonya's, okay, maybe you can outplay some stuff. Perhaps the Jace can play from long enough range, but realistically, Vi point and click, Ambassador follow-up, Kai'Sa follow-up after that point, no one's making out of there alive.
And that's the thing, you kind of have to force plays early here for Heretics. They try to make it happen, especially in the early game in the bot lane. Backfired every time, though.
But I think they know it, right? I think that's one of the issues that we're seeing on Team Heretics when they're going for these plays. They understand, okay, we really will not be able to play these team fights if we're at an even state, because that's the reality of the draft that you got. So they're going for this bot lane dive, which is, honestly, it's not a good dive at all whatsoever.
Because the emphasis is on them to say, look, you are not going to be able to survive if this goes late. You need to get a lead. They go for this bot lane dive, and of course the execution is not there. I really love the body block on the full Brand combo. If you can flash past the Alistair, maybe there's a world in which that comes out in an okay play. Doesn't happen. I think that the Alistair did a really good job of the body block.
But it's
even
the way it
that,
continues as well, right? Like you see it, like even after this Drake fight that they had, they could have just dipped out. But they were still looking for anything that was going to get them one kill. This game was certainly decided in like the first 10 minutes. It straight up was, because the moment they've already fallen behind from these early skirmishes that Team Heretics, by the way, opted into themselves, it becomes very difficult. So yes, this game was sort of gifted to Vitality.
I only see a blue wall.
Yeah, for real, for real. And while it was sort of gifted.
Yeah, I mean, there's no coming back after this, actually. You guys talked about this with the champions that they had.
All I can see is Lego pieces just fitting in perfectly here. The depth.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And you can actually see who made the difference here. I want to talk about bot lane. I want to talk about Carzzy. We saw him a bit earlier before the break talking about the fact that they did not want to lose here. There was no chance they were going to lose, but God, he was clutching those team fights.
No, I mean, absolutely. I think it was just one of those moments where Carzzy is normally a great AD carry. When he's left by himself, he's getting resources, and he becomes a monster in the late game. Now you flip it, and you give him everything in the early game. He becomes so much easier to play through. And with the draft that they had, I mean, these numbers, you have to put this out when you got this early lead.
Huge shout out to Linsus as well. I think he's been fantastic, even in the loss and then the second one too. It is so much easier to play out your game as a Vi when you have this guy following up on you on a really fed Kai'Sa like this, though, too.
Yeah.
So the fact that Carzzy got the better this time of Flakked, who I think has been so important on the other side, really, really important. It's setting up actually quite an interesting contest now between these two AD carries. A good game for them both now.
I mean, we were talking about this during Reddit check, GB, the fact that it is going to be about bot lane, it is going to be about both of those AD carries providing something very different for their teams. They've been playing each other for years now. The advantage usually goes historically for Flakked, but I feel like here in this series, especially when I look at this game, Carzzy is giving him a run for his money. But how do we reflect on the impact that both these players have for their respective teams this year and especially in this series?
I mean, if I'm to reflect on it, I definitely think Kasi is an AD carry that has more impact on Team Vitality's performance. When he's doing well, they're doing well. But very rarely do I see Flacket shine. And it's also why I was very disappointed to see him be given a Corki so early in the game, because it's not what I want from him at all. And it's not the way that I see the Team Heretic is going to win this series, because you want to have late game relevancy. You saw what happened when everything was about the early game. It becomes messy, it becomes complicated, and it just gets rushed, which leads to disaster.
And I think it just really ties in with the vibes that we've been talking about, right? Both of these guys are leaders of their team, I think, in an emotional and a social way. They are the most veteran of the players on their teams, and of course they played for so long as well. And yeah, if they get ahead, I think one of the more vocal, one of the better kind of atmospheric pieces of your team also comes with it.
Now looking at game 3, we saw that Team Heretics is going to be playing on the blue side. Yay, Carzzy, don't celebrate for now. Don't celebrate for now, but keep your hands warm. You're going to need them.
Are they really KT? Like, the way you're kind of describing them right now, you're not...
I refuse to have this conversation. Vitality is not the KT of the LEC. I want to know, though, what are they right now in this series? What have we learned about both teams?
Well, they're currently 1-1.
I don't know. I feel like Vitality are just like this tiny car with like a scramjet attached to it. They're just going to go fire off in a direction. I don't know where it's going. It's going somewhere very, very explosively, though. And I hope that they, for their sense, that they can hone it and put it into a better direction.
A different talking point I'd love to bring into this matchup as well is actually from the mid lane. I think Camilo's both games have struggled a lot against Chayek, right? There's been mid-priority coming through from Chayek again and again and again. And that's something you can really leverage at playing the map, which has been so important for this series. So I honestly want to see them put Camilo on some comfort again. And he does well on some of the champions that allows him to scale late, right? When Team Heretics had their success in Winter, it was literally just, okay, Camilo, here's a smolder. Doesn't matter what happens in the early game, you're going to do great late game. And I think he can still do that on other control mages like Victor or anything that's going to start coming out. Sia Tali is still up for the playmaking. This is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's still early in the series so far. They can still go back to comfort. But what we've been saying at the beginning of the day was correct. It is a banger. It is explosive. It is bloody. It is everything that I want for this first series of Crossplay Decider. Let's see what we can see in Game 3.
Yeah, let's see what it is, because Game 1, I will agree, was very bloody, was explosive. Game 2 was kind of slow and then exploded, which I guess is how most explosions tend to work. Yeah, sure, it's all been explosive, right? 100%. You don't usually get like a bunch of small explosions and then the big one.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you do. Remember in... which Batman was it where you had the Joker and he blew up the hospital and it was all really slow and then...
Is that a Nolan one?
It's one of the Nolan ones.
Okay,
I think it's the second. It must be the second Nolan one because Bane was the third Nolan. Anyway, Heretics versus Vitality. That's what we have on the docket. An elimination series for these two teams. Could be a long break as well, all the way until January before you're seen on the LEC stage again, if you are. Because, of course, the roster shuffle madness of November and December looms ever larger.
Don't remind me, man.
These players. It's fine, man. You can't replace Odo. You just have to stay here on the casting desk. When Annie banned away by Heretics, who elected blue side, Yone and Yunara taken away by Vitality.
We're seeing very similar bans every single game. We see the Gwen and Annie being consistent throughout Heretics, Yunara being consistent on the red side, and the Yone ban once again targeting Camilo. Now, I don't want to see Shio on an AP jungler again.
Sure.
I have had this theory about Heretics that I think Shio is Heretics' best player, but I think just because he's your best player, you gotta put him on tanks. And this might sound like crazy, but I feel like when Shio is on tanks, he kind of stabilizes the entire map and gets to play his Dragon game very well. But when he's on these AP carries, he doesn't have a lot of free time. He kind of has to make his full clear. He got to be efficient. He got to get strong himself. But sometimes when that happens, his lanes bleed a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And I would love to see Heretics draft stable lanes, a tank for Shio, and something that Blackhead can actually have an impact on in teamfights. Because I feel like the Corki is like a lane AD carry that just scales well into the mid game. That falls off a little bit later on, but in general, don't pick the Siren Shield, please, I beg you. Sejuani is banned. There's only really the Maokai that's up and available, but I trundle mind seeing like a Trundle here as well. Jarvan as well, a great pickup here. I think just anything that allows Shio to create these fights in the river and doesn't have to be the one farming constantly, because I feel like that's when Heretics falls apart a little bit.
Well, Vitality answered the Azir first pick with the Taliyah and the Pantheon. There's a Wukong, not a true tank, but is a little bit more tanky and farmy and likes to go in for those cyclones. So it gives that CC utility that you were talking about.
I like this pick, and I want to know, do you pick your AD carry here, or do you actually just pick your top and drop your bottom together? What top laner could you pick here realistically? I don't really see a great option in this state, so I wouldn't mind seeing a engage support being taken here. You could go Nautilus, you could go Leona if you want that engage, because they might get a little bit pinched, but it will be the Sivir lock-in here for Camilo.
Right, yeah, that's going to go into Flackett's hands. Obviously, we've already seen how well he can do when he gets 6 items on an AD carry. Sivir, one of those carries that you do want to get as many items, as much farm under her belt. Tends to be really effective later on when we get to those full 5v5 team fights. So just the AD carry. We haven't locked in that top side yet for Heretics, but jungle mid currently the way we're looking. AD carry-wise, Jinx, a possibility here for Vitality, and it will be locked in. I do like this as an answer to the Sivir. It's like, oh, you want to farm? Cool, I want to farm. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I want to farm and I have longer range than you.
True.
So, I mean, I think in general, I do love the Jinx in these, especially when the engage becomes a little bit less streamlined and is game free when all the main engage swords are out, like the Vi is out, the Rel, Rakan, Alistar's are out. Sure, you can go like a Leona or a Nautilus if you want, but it's not really had that same range of engage. See already Nautilus being taken out here. Can even look to the last pick your support and pick your top on 4 if he's comfortable doing that.
Yeah, I wonder if Bard really rises in priority at this point. Like, not great into the Sivir, although you can, you know, Cosmic Binding and use your autos to get rid of the spell shield. But the Tempered Fate, really powerful into things like a Jinx if you can catch her. And especially when the team wants to be like going in onto someone, Tempered Fating the backline to make sure that they can't follow up is quite powerful.
I do like the Bard in general. I feel like with your Sivir, Azir, and Wukong, they don't really have, like, I think Wukong really wants someone to go in with him a little bit better. I think Bard is good this game. If you're a really good team, they can pull it off. Like, I can see someone like T1 or Genji picking this, even one of the better LEC teams.
Why didn't you name any of the LEC teams immediately? That should be your first
G2
response.
and KC, or even MCO can put on Bard.
I can see Dignitas or Disguised pulling this off, you know.
Okay, buddy. Okay, now let's bring it back a little bit. We see the Poppy ban being taken out. That means Leona is available as the only engage support. I think might be someone I'm forgetting.
No, I think Leona kind of is the creme de la creme of the current possible engage supports. There are a few that kind of like sit in the wings, but we will talk about them if we see them. As you say, with the Poppy band away, it does kind of imply that you want to go towards something like that Leona. Poppy also good into the Pantheon because he's trying to jump in for that stun. Pike the ban from Heretics.
This means that I think Heretics wants to really pick an Enchanter here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking either Lulu or Karma.
Or
Melio.
Yeah.
I think Melio Sivir sounds a little bit back in my head. I think it could work, but I think Karma Sivir is a classic. Also Lulu Sivir is a classic. But I do think that will mean that we once again will see cards on a tank. As we see the Aatrox blind being picked here for Naknako, really good in that champion. I would love it, like, I think Gnar is really good here for Carlsen. I think he's one of his better champions. That's really well into the Aatrox, in my opinion. Yorick, a little bit more volatile, a little bit more risky, can get picked easily by the Pantheon.
I think one of the big things with the Yorick is you really need your Maiden alive, right? It gives you so much power, so if you use that Maiden, immediately get ganked and lose it, that's a 2.5 minute cooldown that you're waiting for. You do not have the power that you would like. Dark Procession, really powerful though against low mobility AD carries, against low mobility champions. You can lock that Jinx down pretty effectively with the wall.
Also, this matchup is like, if Aatrox ever ease forward into you and you lock him in the cage, he is stuck. You gotta be very patient as the Aatrox, and it makes it quite crazy because that means actually Aatrox is on the defensive a lot. So you see the Braum pick in. Together with the Sivir, I thought it was an Enchanter, but maybe they... I feel like here Enchanter would be great for Fleshy. Like if you're looking at Lulu here, for example, into the Braum, together with the Sivir, together with the Jinx, would be very potent to
I actually really like the Bard, man. I think Tempered Fate with Pantheon and Taliyah follow-up is really strong. You've got the Flame Chompers as well. Instead, they'll go for the Nico. That's the engage support that we didn't talk about that does still exist. Obviously, a little bit less hooky engage, I guess, or all-in engage.
It's like a ranged engage support, which is kind of a cool concept. I like that Nico is.
I don't think Nico was designed to be that, but that's where she's fallen into as a support right now. But we will see how effective Fleshy can be on it. When we look at both these compositions, I look at Heretics like scaling. Scaling. They want their Azir Sivir to be big. Yorick obviously can put side lane threat on if he gets ahead of the Aatrox. On the other side, Vitality have a great pick. They've got the Flame Chompers, they've got the stun coming out from the Pantheon, they've got the Seismic Shove. And then when it comes to teamfights, they do have that Pop Blossom. I'm a little worried if they can't pincer attack like they did in game 2, it becomes quite difficult for them to get to the front line.
My big eyes are on the top side matchup this game, because if I would play Aatrox in this game, I would think, wow, this is quite a tricky game ahead of me. You can't really dive the Sivir or Azir that easily, and you're losing the 1-1 against Yorick, so a lot of weight on his shoulder here. You're gonna have to make this work. You blind beat it on 4, so really got to be confident. I like that they brought it out. I love Aatrox. I think he's a really cool champion to watch, but this game can be tricky for him.
Would you say the weight is on his shoulders because he needs to carry or because he wants to carry?
He wants to carry.
Okay.
But here as an Aatrox, what you kind of want to do, and something that when Aatrox was meta, I think Zeus was so good at, is like you just farm the entire game. You just push waves, you get the camps, and when you get to level 16 with 3 items, suddenly, like, no one can deal with you anymore. You can just flash on the enemy carries and you just have so much threat. But I do think that it's going to be a tough game for him into the Yorick matchup. I really want to see if they can try to punish him a little bit. Don't think the Wukong will want to do that. He's probably going to want to farm for his level 6, but once that Maiden comes in, the all-in is really dangerous from the Yorick.
Naknako is sprinting down towards this bottom lane to get a ward into that second bush. You can see immediately Heretics reacting to it, sending 4 players of their own down there to get the sweeper out. Well, kind of hoping someone would overstep a little bit. Kazi and Fleshy stepping in, getting a ward towards the red. Ping in slightly the wrong position there for Heretics. They thought it was at the Razorbeaks. Instead, it is on Sheo's red, and he'll be spotted walking back around towards his top side.
Yeah, this bottom bush has been very contested level 1 this series. Every single game there's been people walking down there trying to get controlled, and it just highlights how important these lane bushes are, especially when you're against someone like a Nico. You don't want her to have free reign of that bush if you can avoid it. Like, for example, if she's just standing there on a ward and you actually see her, then you can just Braum Q her, try to get a little trade with Sivir, maybe Spell Shield. Not level 1, of course, but later on.
It's interesting the mind games that are being played around that as well, right? Like, Heretics stack 4, only Naknako goes and places a ward. Then, when Vitality walk back into the lane, they use their oracles immediately, but Flakked hasn't placed his ward yet, so he can now ward that tier 2 bush, or the second bush in the lane, and it makes it harder for Vitality's bot lane to gain the pressure that they want if Flakked decides to put that ward in there. Obviously, double ranged into 1 range, 1 melee is in favor of the double ranged, and Fleshy will land a little bit of a blooming burst on as Sten goes back in with a Winter's Bite, but Kazi and Fleshy with the push here early.
Yeah, Vitality, I mean, both teams are pathing towards bots, which means that Wukong's going to end up botted after it's clear, and I feel like he's pathing into 2 lanes that are probably going to get pushed in a lot. So he might struggle to get that crab if he wants to. I think he's just pathing down there to make sure his bot doesn't get dove, and then when he sees they're fine, it's probably going to go back up to the top side crab, and it's just going to be quite a slow early game. Not like game 2 where there was some crazy dives happening in the early game. Camilo holding the wave. Azir Talia is something we've seen globally a lot these last few years. Kind of the new Azir Corki for me, where it's just like Talia is pushing in the Azir early, but Azir is just scaling, and then eventually, once you get some items, you can actually start contesting the Talia in the push department.
I think a lot of it is about how much Shayak uses his move in the early game. Like, if you do get the push in, then can you be going down towards the bottom side? Can you get Kazi ahead? We've seen in game 2 just how effective that can be. Also, can Camilo poke you out while you're trying to clear out the wave? I mean, Shayak's going to do an okay job here. Not enough mana for another threaded volley right now.
The wave looks good for Camilo. He can probably just hold it here if he wants to until next wave comes. Shayak can have to TP back quite early.
Should be okay. A little bit low on mana, a bit risky to stay around with the wave in the position it was, because Sheo could have looked for a level 3 gank towards him. Sheo now currently on his red and his Krugs. With the bot lane being pushed in, Linsus, as you say, will have first move towards the Scuttle Crab. And with Shayak having recalled, got himself a tier, he's going to be able to get the push in mid a little bit easier. And Camilo might have to trade his health bar if he wants to go for it. Looks like Sheo is just going to path straight back up towards top side. Actually might decoy over the wall as another route landing there. Sten.
Cannon. Oh, he gets it. What a hero.
Man, your whole life is spent watching if a cannon makes
Well, if you lose this cannon, you're so sad, by the way. The emotional damage losing a cannon does this early, it's very detrimental. Linsus here, I think Shio doesn't feel comfortable going for the topside crab anymore because he feels like his bot might get dove here.
Wants to try and cover them. Flakked and Sten.
Know about it. Shio, they haven't spotted him on a ward. He's here and they know about it.
Linsus, this is so greedy. Heal comes out. Flakked with the spell shield. Fleshy's tanking up a couple of shots. Sheo comes in from the side. There's the stun with the concussive blows. And again, a bot lane tower dive absolutely goes pear-shaped.
Oh, this was really clever by Shio to loop back down there, avoiding the vision. Because Vitality felt so confident that he was going to be on the topside crab, but they didn't know that. They just kind of gambled on the fact that he wouldn't be there, and a little bit overzealous here by Vitality. Looks for this dive on Flakked, but he has spell shield, he's fine. He also never has some damage here. Shio just gets a nice little counter gank going.
The only good thing for Vitality's bot lane out of that is they didn't burn their flashes, and Heretics used all of their sums. That's the only saving grace in that moment, but Linces no longer has a flash, did manage to get topside Scuttle, coming out of base, I assume, before he went back towards the Krugs, but overall, really good start for Heretics. Once again, Flackett a little bit ahead. Didn't go for the cull here. Instead, just building up towards that first item, is now working his way up towards the top side. And you can see Carlson immediately TPing down towards bot. It'll be interesting if Vitality keep this mismatch. They know now that Carlson's here, so Fleshy maybe will go and gank other lanes, do other things, and they'll just let Kazi get as much CS as possible by himself.
Yeah. I mean, both waves are not optimal for Heretics there, so they just said, okay, if both our waves are bad, we might as well swap. Because they won't be able to match that in the end, because they'll be stuck catching the waves. Until Nako gets an outpush where he can TP back bot, and the Jinx puts herself top, then I think these will be the lanes we see, and it'll be quite tough for Aatrox to farm here. He does have the TP, he's gonna be fine, but not optimal. I think in general we're quite happy here for Team Heretics.
Yeah, Carlson can farm from range with the Morning Mist a little bit, use the ghouls as well. They will be cleared out really quickly, obviously, by the double range from Vitality's bot lane, but Carlson as well, when he gets to level 6 underneath the tower, can just keep that Maiden next to him instead of putting it into a precarious spot a little bit further up in the lane.
Yeah, it's precarious.
Precarious spot. Oh, good knockback there onto Camilo. Didn't tank the tower shot though.
It's on the pink ward.
It's important. That bit of vision, perhaps. Yeah, maybe a little bit lacking. I think he meant to pop a pot.
Yeah,
I think that's probably what he meant to do, but sometimes things are just on different buttons.
Does have the push though here. Maybe Shio can look to contest his dragon.
TP coming out
from Braum.
Yeah, stand on his way across to join this fight. Kazi and Fleshy already here. Linces backing off the Drake, and it will reset.
Arson's gonna get his Maiden here, but who's gonna catch this top wave? Looks like they're gonna send Camilo top against this Aatrox. Flackett is gonna go mid, and they're gonna keep the Yorick bot. Really nice lane rotations here from Heretics, keeping the tempo active in the game while defending this dragon from Vitality. I like that rotation a lot.
Yeah, knowing that Nako doesn't have TP, send someone up there that doesn't have TP as well to deal with him. Keep your AD carrying your support in the mid lane so they can react a little bit quicker. Really nice stuff, as you say, from Heretics, and no minions lost to that top wave tower either. Carlson stepping forward, Flame Chomper's going wide. Fleshy, though, looking.
He's fine.
Gets caught up in the Dark Possession, as you say, he is now fine. But,
if that sap connects, he's a no bueno state, by the way. That was quite cocky by him. He does end up dodging all the skill shots. Good on him. Puts down the Dark... Is it Procession?
Dark Procession is the
is that a word?
Procession? Procession, yeah. Procession is like a march, a walk of constant people that you proceed, but it's made of ghouls, isn't it? Or dead people.
Yeah, dead dudes, I think. Dudettes. Okay, that's cool. Word of the day, Procession.
Anointed Procession is the word that you should really learn, because that's a magic card that whenever you make a token gives you another token at the same time.
Okay, you managed to make this about magic once again. Very clever, Medic. Yes,
that's what I'm here for, man.
Being taken
you wait for Riftbound to come out. That's all I'm going to talk about from Cast.
Red buff being taken here by Shio. Shaik maybe in danger here. Has that Wukong behind him. I don't know if they can look for a diver. He's quite squishy.
You think it's just a Drake play for Vitality? Linces is on this side of the map. Sheo is going up towards the Grubs. I think Linces just takes the Drake and you trade it for the Grubs early. Nako proxy farming a wave down towards the bottom side means that they have the pressure that they need down there.
Yeah, I think in general you don't want to trade Grubs for Drakes. It's not really a good trade in general, but when you have the Yoriks and the Asir, maybe that changes because you suddenly have two very strong side laners that hit towers really fast.
Okay.
So now if they're actually left alone, that could be a big gold swing in the mid to late game if you get some towers, tier 2s perhaps. I don't think this is something Team Heretics wanted, but I think there's something they're fine with considering the game states, because the tempo was just so bad for Yorick at the base, go catch that wave. I think there was no way they were contesting that dragon, even if they wanted to, but slight solace, the Grace is saved, and they're in a good spot here. Might space check someone.
Sheo looking for something here, but I don't think anything's really going to be found. Shayak TP down towards the bottom side to match up into Carlson, and although we haven't seen much of his laning phase in this game, we're already out of it. Shaik actually having a really good early portion of every game so far. You can see this is just in the games that he's played today. Tiny bit behind in CSC at 14 minutes, but has a massive gold lead, doing good damage for his team as well. And overall, I think Shaik has really been performing in game 1 and 2.
He's had a great series there. We see the trade between the Aatrox and the Yorick. Aatrox Wing a little bit earlier because that meant that Aatrox still had the E, got out of that and got a good trade back. So you gotta hold your W in this matchup as the Yorick. If you ever go into solo queue, you play Yorick against Aatrox, hold your W until he dashes and then lock him in there. Because suddenly he can't get out and then you can get a good trade back with your Maiden here.
It sounds exactly like something I would do. I'd be like, Finn told me, hold my W, and then I'd die because I never use the W to like stop him getting anywhere near me.
I mean, that's
I'm
the thing,
holding
right?
it.
If Aatrox can land Q1 and Q2 without using your E, then that's a positional error. That's not about the W.
It's a skill issue.
There's a lot to think about in this matchup. It's a really cool matchup that I really enjoy playing, and
I need WASD in the game so I can outposition these guys.
There he uses E forward. Can you lock him in the cage? He did use the Morning Mist on the minion to last hit, so probably can't get a good punish there.
Yeah, there's no point wasting the Dark Possession as well. Relatively long cooldown. Early game. It's about 20 seconds.
Wait, you're very far up, Knack. There's a monkey behind you.
What are you talking about? It's fine.
It's fine, yeah. I think they're scared of overcommitting because of the Pantheon ult. If there's another jungler, I think they might just go there and try to kill him or at least burn a flash. But if they go deep there and the Pantheon ult's in, suddenly that doesn't look as fun anymore. For the top jungle of Team Heretics, Carson will stay. That's one of the best items, the dagger and the plated steel caps.
Yeah, he also continues to be maidenless. I don't think he's used his maiden yet. Eulogy of the Isles being held. Doesn't want to sing a song over anyone's death as of yet, but obviously can bring that down at any point. I was going to say,
wow, Jinx is black in the Yorick. No, that's fleshy.
Is it a pop blossom angle? TP immediately. There's the Grand Starfall as well, and they just dive onto the Yorick. It's a good thing
by Vitality.
Oh, he used his maiden just as he died, man. Oh, no. Now he's maidenless and poor. 900 gold behind in the top lane as Nutko gets an assist on the board. The kill goes over to Fleshy, but as you say, great dive angle there from Vitality.
900 gold behind and 6 feet under. It's not a good look for the Yorick right now. It really sucks dying there and using your ult as your highlight goes on a big, I think it's 140-second cooldown before you can put her up again. And
I think it's 160 rank 1.
160 maybe. It's a very powerful ability and the cooldown starts when she dies, so not like Ivan, for example, where the cooldown starts when you put it down.
Yeah, that's kind of cringe. As a Yorick top main.
But it would be way too OP because you would keep the maiden up forever.
Yeah.
Like they would have to put like a maximum duration she can be alive to do that. So I think it's fair.
Okay.
Gotta take care of your maidens, man.
Man, look, I'm trying to advocate for Yorick one tricks all over the world. Yeah. If I ever get filled top, Yorick.
Yeah, I love Yorick. He's such a cool champion. Love that he's back in the meta a little bit.
For the moment, game relatively even between these two teams. 700 gold lead for Vitality. Most of that sitting on Nutko.
He's angry.
Immediately jumps onto Carlson. No maiden at all. Brings up a couple of ghouls, but they won't stop Nutko for too long.
And the cannon. And the emotes. Oh my god, glorious.
And you're such a top laner. Just so much focus on, oh, did my enemy see that I missed the cannon? Did I get the cannon? Did I emote on him
Hey man, it's important. It matters. The cannons matters.
The mind games we don't talk about often in League of Legends. How far can you be in the head of your opposition? Oh, here we go.
Oh, he gets the Q2, the beautiful trade by Nutko. Very expertise on
demure.
the Aatrox.
So what have we got coming up next? 40 seconds before the next Drake. Second of the game for Vitality if they can secure it. They've got a Yuntals on Kazi. Flacket has one as well, and it's kind of how we expect mid lane to go for the next while. Just if someone clears it out, the enemy team then clears it out. Shape Splitter used by Fleshy to spot Sheo and Stend waiting in the bush. Doesn't quite connect with the Tangle Barbs, and this should be a red buff going over to Heretics that wasn't theirs by design. Sheo will steal it away and then can decoy over the wall, get himself to safety.
Happy times for the monkey. Will be a difficult dragon, I think, to contest for Heretics. You're on the top side. Your Yorick is very pushed in, doesn't really have any good components to fight. In the team fight, his Aatrox is just keeping the pressure high on the side lane.
Kazi missed the cannon, man. That's all I'm focusing on now.
-1.
-1. As you say, will be pretty difficult for Heretics to contest this. So what are they going to do? Well, they set up topside vision. That's where they're going. Sheo's already waiting around where the Krugs would spawn.
Oh, but look at Linces. No, it's not Linces. I keep getting baited by the Nico, man. I gotta stop doing this. I thought Linces based early to cover this with his ult, and I thought they were genius, but no, it was just she's coming out.
It is tough sometimes. It's good now though. At least the name above the clone is the name of the character. Seismic shove going wide there. Fleshy here, spots out Stend. Weaver's wall away from Shia because they've looked to put some damage into the back of this Brawn, but with an Unbreakable, they can't take him down too quickly. Tower will go down as Stend flashed away from the Seismic shove, and Heretics get the first tower of the game in exchange for a Drake.
At least they're cross-mapping. They're doing the correct play. They can't test the Dragon. They go for the cross-map, make life a little bit sad for Sharik at least. Get some gold onto Camilo, who is so far scaling quite well on the Asir. 300 gold up onto Italia. Get that early Nashor's Tooth. And I think in team fights, that's like... Heretics just wanted to get to team fights with like 2-3 items on their carries. That's when they're going to start playing the game. Right now, they've got to slow down. Try not to give over too many objectives to Vitality. Make sure the Yorick isn't getting dove again like I did before, because if this Yorick keeps dying, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for Carlson, but there's just so many tools to dive him as well. You've got the Grand Starfall coming in, you've got Shayak, you can use that Weaver's Wall to separate you from your team. And you've got the Super Mega Death Rocket as well from Jinx. Pop Blossom from Fleshy as the Rift Tower has been begun here by Heretics.
Look at bot though. They're all moving down, as you say. Talon doesn't have Weaver's Wall, but Pamphil and Talon moving down. They're probably going to have to drop this bot lane tier 1. He realizes very cleverly, gets one wave, and now he's going to walk out.
Yeah, I think. Smartly done. Yeah, he's walking away. That will be the tower over to Vitality. Looks like Shayak and Nak are going to share the spoils of taking it down.
Shayak is pushing him out of his own lane, man.
Leave, Nak. This gold is mine.
Look, he's basing right outside of the... right in range, I think. I think he's going to get...
That's why Shayak's waiting.
At him!
Shayak's waiting!
What a rat!
I mean, no, the thing is, he'll say, I denied them a minion, guys. I denied them a minion.
Sure,
it's fine. That's 20 gold they could have had that they didn't get, you know?
Like, Naka was so deliberate, basing right in range to get the gold for the tower.
Sharik doesn't have a Weaver's Wall here.
Yeah, kill him!
Camilo goes in, Dark Possession out as well. Redemption coming down. There's the sideways shove back. Carlson healed up with the Redemption, and Shayak will fall to Camilo.
Karma. That's karma for denying your top laner 250 gold, man. That's what you get. Get what you deserve.
And Shayak dies.
Shayak is dead.
Yeah, Shayak is dead. Good kill there.
Share the gold, my guys. That's the message we're spreading here. Don't
yeah, because actually, if he'd taken it quicker, then he would have had to. He could have pushed the wave. He could have backed off. You know.
Silly dude.
What are you gonna do in such a situation? Nak though still 1.4k ahead of Carlson, who still on his way to his Triforce, taking him a while to get towards that first item. Nak already with a Sundered Sky, joining Linsus in that regard. Next Drake up in 2 minutes. No real objectives apart from that to fight over. So expectations are, again, the teams will want to take things a little slower. Camilo does need to be a bit cautious because there's no tower there to defend him anymore. And a Grand Starfall from Linsus, followed by a Weaver's Wall, Seismic Shove. There's just so many tools for Vitality to pick someone out on a side lane.
I wonder if Camilo has a lot of gold in his pocket, because he has only Nashor's Tooth and the Mercs right now. So I think he has a lot of gold to spend. He's going to want to push out once and get a recall off the ass. We see him basing on bot side. Wonder what he's gonna come back with. What are you buying second on Asir these days? I can't keep track of all the builds. Rylai's is a thing.
We'll see where he goes.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be Rylai's. Yeah, I think you're quite on the money there.
I'm just a Rylai's. I love Rylai's. I'm like Void Boy with his Frozen Mallet.
Oh yeah.
If I can build Rylai's on a champ, first, second item, happening every time.
It's a sad time for Yorick not having a Strength Force yet. That's really when you start actually being able to contest this. As we see Shield going onto Shayak.
Now, Shayak does have flash here. He's hugging the wall. There's the Redemption. He's going to flash into it. Sheo chases him down anyway, and there's the Feud of Warfare claimed by Heretics. Now Sheo doesn't really have an escape tool. We'll try and go on to Kazi, but the Flame Chompers catch him, and Kazi takes the kill.
That's what you get for taking the gold from your top laner, man.
Oh my god.
Like, you gotta learn your lesson. You gotta learn your lesson. I'm not over it. I'm not petty. I'm not petty. I'm just like, I'm just being 100 right now. I'm just being real with you guys. Nice little solace for Yorick. Gets an outpush up here. Gonna get his recall. Probably gonna get a Strength Force. Like, Nako TP down there. Didn't really get anything from his TP. So, big play by Sheo. Finding that pick onto Shayak. Really gonna stabilize the game for his top laner a little bit. But still, like, Nako's just so ahead in this matchup. Probably going towards the Shojin right now, I would imagine.
I think that would make a lot of sense.
Could be Sterox if he really wants to be super tanky team fights, but Shojin is the standard. The tower falls for Heretics' favor.
20 seconds before we have the next Dragon up for Vitality would be their third. Heretics will want to fight this.
But look, Shayak is stopped without any TP. It's quite the far walk down for this Dragon. Does have the Weaver's Wall to come down a little bit late, but you're already in position for Heretics here, trying to contest this banana bush.
Oh,
did he use
no, he's Spellbook. He's switching, it's fine. He did use his exhaust, but he has the Spellbook, has the smite on it, now switches over to the flash. Still be a while before he gets that back up. Heretics are just going to be able to take this Drake uncontested by Vitality. Super Mega Death Rocket goes between the uprights, 3 points to Kazi.
Nice to have a Heretics.
A few woos from the crowd.
Yeah.
The applause of 5 kills in 20 minutes and someone did a thing.
They did a thing.
Yeah.
Look, he's doing the thing as well. Another tower for Shayak.
No woos for that.
Solo gold once again.
No
as
woos
he
for
likes
that.
it.
I think they're still mad at Shayak for not sharing the gold with the top laner, yeah.
Rightfully so.
There is the Rylai's for Camilo, and Heretics in an okay position in this game. Only 900 gold behind.
Yeah.
Good scaling for them. No second item yet for Flacca, but the Infinity Edge is just around the corner, you have to feel, if that's the way he decides to go. Nako 2-level lead, though. Hit with the Morning Mist will be slowed up. Dark Possession coming out as well, and there's the Umbral Trespass.
Yeah. Keeps the E,
Dash
doesn't
away.
get locked down. Very well played by Nako. Plays this matchup to perfection so far. Really good understanding of how to trade against the Yorick. In general, this Yorick counter pick hasn't really proved to be so useful yet. We're gonna have to see, maybe on 2 items he'll come more alive. Right now, it's quite difficult to force anything on the Aatrox just because he's just so ahead at this point. Sure, you can go for a fight, but without healing reduction, you can't really stop him from healing up every single Thunder Sky auto attack with that extra healing from the ult. And yeah, when your Yorick gets pushed on a side like this, it's not very nice to play the game because the whole point of Yorick is to have side pressure, right? Pushing those sides, pressure the towers if the enemy wants to make space, but when you're constantly on the back end like this, it's not an easy game to play for Team Heretics. I think they're doing a good job. Shield finding some good angles like that big on Shayak is exactly what they need to. So Sunny Herald. Oh, hey!
Oh, that was close. Kazi can't quite take it down in time. Sheo and Sten stepping forward. 2v3 right now. Flame Chompers down. Sten stunned, but not by the Chompers. Will dash away. Weaver's wall just short of connecting on him. Pop Blossom in as Camilo's on the wrong side of the wall, and the Emperor's Divide won't save him. Grand Staff was going to follow this up as Heretics went way too deep. Sten, the first target, almost dies. Kazi doesn't quite connect with the zap, but Nako is here. Sten has a blast cone and not quite in time. Shayak gets the kill. Nako's still going for more as Sheo dashes back onto him.
And that's going to be Atacant for Vitality. Great pick. I don't know what they're trying to find there. I feel like there's nothing good happening for them. They're that deep in the jungle. They don't have the damage to go to deep. Blackner was a mid-wave, and they're looking for something that doesn't really exist. Good punish by Vitality. Really good shove by Shayak. Finds Camilo in that pit, and with the follow-up from Fleshy, it's an easy pick, an easy follow-up, and an easy Atacant being picking up here from Vitality.
Yeah, that's how quickly things can shift in a game like this. Vitality start to get a little bit more control of the game. As Sten TP's back out here. Nako is deep. Nako is deep. He's got Flash, but he doesn't have the World Ender. And he's flanked by a Braum. Flashes away, and then can dash the wall. Okay.
That was
that was clean. That was really nice.
That was nice.
It was anticlimactic, I'll give you that. But maybe I just built it up in a way I shouldn't have.
Oh, stop his base. Hey.
Carlson
in a little bit of a bind here, literally. Gets rooted.
Has to flash across the wall. Chase continues. Seismic shove clips him. Takes out his Achilles heel. And Shayak finds his second of the game. And again, it's Heretics just getting a little bit caught out in the mid-game.
Vitality is just dictating this game so well. They're finding all the proper picks. Really good shoves by Shayak. Puts pressure on Heretics. You can't really walk alone anymore against all the pick potential from this Talia and Pantheon, and Aatrox is growing, gets the Profane Hydra after the buffs. Did not expect that item from him. That's again a bit of a callback to last year when Aatrox was meta. Has that big burst with those big 80 scalings, but we'll have to see if it ends up being blown up in this fight, because you're quite squishy when you have this item.
Yeah, super
with Aatrox,
squishy.
he's tanky when he hits the spells, because he has so much vamp in his kit. But if you actually don't, if you don't manage to hit your spells in the fight, you can just get one-shot.
Nice jump onto Sten here. Glacial Fissure only hits one, but Vitality, they're showing just what this pick comp can do as well. You think you're safe because you've got a control ward in the bush next to Red, but just out of range is the ward that Vitality put down. And now, like, it just explodes in Vitality's favor. You have to give credit to them because they keep finding these picks. As Shayak is now the one getting caught out. Good seismic shove back, but it's only on the clone. Pop Blossom will connect onto Sheo. Good double root as well. Saves Shayak's life. But yeah, you have to give credit to Vitality for the picks, but also, like, Heretics. Why are two of your players dancing around the red buff that Kimlu has to come over and save you? And why is Carlson taking that route through the river?
Yeah, it just feels like they're getting impatient when they want to retake areas. So like, they feel like they're getting choked out in the game, and they're like, okay, we're gonna get some kind of control back. And then they walk into Vitality just waiting for them. They're just making it easy for Vitality. Great picks time and time and again. Great shoves by Shayak so far. Just
oh, what's this TP though?
Bold TP. He has no flash.
Okay, he's got Profane Hydra, and Dark Procession will keep a lot of control of the area there. Lince's forced away as well. Naknako TP's in to be half HP, can heal up a little bit from the ghouls. Drake started now by Heretics. As Vitality look for a way into the fight. No Pop Blossom on Fleshy. Kazi doesn't have the
Cyclone on Sheo either.
Death Rocket, as you say. No Cyclone on Sheo, but the Emperor's Divide available to Camilo. There's the Weaver's Wall. Will separate Stend and Sheo from the rest of the team. Now it goes down. Naknako look at the flank. Immediately onto Camilo. He dives in. Camilo flashes. Emperor's Divide. Keeps Naknako at bay. He's in the Dark Procession as well. Meanwhile, the knockback onto Stend and Sheo is enough. The Drake secured by Lince's. Vitality still looking for the fight. The Jinx trying to get excited in the middle of all of this. Supermax Death Rocket coming up. Blackheart almost dying. Camilo does go down. Kazi begins to open up, and Carlson's caught in the pit with him. The flash forward from Kazi. He wants to kill, but Blackheart's on the hunt and on the run. The zap. Oh, the Razor Beaks block it. As Vitality do get the Drake, and they win out the fight 3-2.
Nice flank by Naknako. Does end up dying there, but Karsi manages to clean the fight up. Realizes how squishy Naknako is there. He just died so fast. Didn't really get to do much, but doesn't end up mattering with how strong Karsi has been farming with the rapid fire cannon, and Shaik once again with so much sustained damage. We're going to watch this fight again.
I think the big thing is the flank gets Camilo's Emperor's Divide out, and that means he doesn't have it to go in on the rest of the fight. You can see the Weaver's Wall here first. Vitality are looking to jump on Sheo and Stend, but they're not really the targets.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is turning on Naknako. It does end up dying quite fast, but here Lince's is just so free, like getting the dragon in the fight there, and now no one can touch Karsi. The range is just so monumental. Not even a Azir can get him to get shot into this into the Jinx once again, and just ends up dying there.
Yeah, and think about how different that fight looks if you have an Azir with Emperor's Divide and Flash still up, right? You just can't group up towards the dragon.
I mean,
like
Naknako did a great job finding the flank. It's exactly what you have to do on Aatrox. You can't play front to back. Sheo deep here.
I mean, he's flanking on two, but Lince's and Fleshy should be happy enough to take this fight. Sheo forced away, Blast coming back. Lince's flashing for that was a little greedy as the Weaver's Wall comes out from Shaik. Will separate the team. Naknako going in for Sten, stunned immediately with the concussive blows. Dashes back forward through the exhaust. Blackheart not pulled back. Naknako continues to dive in, needs another auto, and he gets it. The Pop Blossom will slow them all and stun them all, CC them all, and send them packing. A clean 5-0 somehow for Vitality, and once again they're marching down mid at the 27-minute mark.
And that's the Aatrox damage. He's just so tanky, they can't kill him. Despite having a lethality item, all the vamp just makes so he has all that extra HP, and it just goes deep onto Blackheart. They can't run away against the World Ender. Does end up killing him, and it might be the game medic.
Yeah, stand up in 2 seconds. Has the Glacial Fissure, Flash and Ignite. Is it enough to try and save the fight? He's going to try and clear out the minion wave, and he will almost manage to do it. One minion still stands, and Stend does not. Vitality, once again, they see one fight, and they know the Nexus is theirs. 2-1 now for Vitality.
Another clean game from Vitality compared to game 1. Just this game 2 and game 3, it feels like Vitality is just dictating the pace so well. It feels like anytime Heretics tries to make a play, it's always going to come at a cost, or anytime they try to get a ward, there's a talent they're trying to shove them into their area, and I feel it's a tough one.
It's really hard for Heretics, because game 1 they got an early game lead, and then Vitality fought back, and then they were able to win out in the end through some really good team fighting. But it's so tough when you're not getting any of those early game leads. We'll hear from Naknako, though, who's standing by with Ginny. Ginny, take it away.
All right, you guys are so close to that finish line. One more game that's needed. How are we staying locked in for that last game?
I mean, the game is pretty easy. We just need a good draft, and we will just stomp them.
When it comes to your performance as well, you've been so consistent on Vitality in general. Doesn't matter what situation you are in, you always find a way back into the game. How do you prep before games like these where there is a lot of pressure?
I mean, my opponent is not that strong, so it's kind of chill.
All right, a little bit of VM. I appreciate that. I'm going to let you go. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the Analyst Desk and also just the 4th game of the series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Jake, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
No W on bottom, no W.
Okay, no, flash, nice.
Look.
I look.
I will ult. I'm ulting back.
He will die. Go
nice. Keep playing.
Look bro, no flash.
We can go attack after, okay?
I will go.
No flash Wukong yet, no flash Wukong.
I will go more.
Bro, no flash.
I will kill.
Yeah.
Bro, man attack him.
Nice, let's
go
go.
attack him.
Azir, no flash. Play Drake, please. Drake for reset.
I'm dead.
Drake for reset. Okay, I got it.
We win, I think.
We win. Azir no ulti, no flash.
No ulti? Okay, then I fight. No.
Look, Azir.
Looks good.
No.
Okay,
Nice.
I go more.
I'm going here.
He has no flash. You wanna go more? I give you blow.
I'm going.
Here.
Welcome back to the LEC and welcome back to class. I'm Nymera and I'm joined by a bigger Nymera, and we're going to have a lesson brought to you by Vitality and Narknako on flanking 101, which is arguably what won Vitality this game. We have a clip from one of the biggest fights in this game where Narknako got a great flank onto the backline. And I want to just quickly go through, before we run this clip, the rules of flanking and what you should look for in any given flank. So there are 3 things that I want you to pay attention to. The first one is control vision before you go for the flank. The second one is choose your target. We'll get more into that a little bit later because it's not as simple as it might seem. And then the third point is engage together once those 2 things have worked out. So let's start rolling the clip and we'll look towards their first kind of fight. So Chuck posts the ult through and there's an important moment happening just as we come up to this. We'll pause right now, right here. We'll pause it right here. Kamilu thinks that actually it's going to be the Taliyah flanking, but they don't have vision to confirm that's not the case. It's actually the Aatrox. We'll keep rolling the fight, and they've chosen their target. They choose the Azir, and we'll pause again now. We'll pause it right here just to see what happens. The objective was Azir, but I want you to think about actually, is it about killing the Azir or making him useless for the rest of the fight? I think Medic and Finn did a great job of telling the story about what could have happened if he didn't have his flash, ult, and his slide glide combo as well. We'll run through the rest of this as well, because while the Aatrox dies, you'll notice that the Azir doesn't get to do anything else in this fight. He gets flicked back as he tries to go forwards again just after this point, and Aatrox has performed a good flank here. He has died, but made the Azir a very important part of the enemy team composition, much less useful for the rest of this fight. I think all three parts of the flanking 101 were hit here. They controlled the vision, they chose their target, and they ended up getting onto the Azir in such a way that he ended up having to retreat backwards out of that fight, making a great fight for Vitality, which went on to win the game from that. I think it's a great lesson we can learn from here, even for you in your regular games as well. That's a clip which I want to bring up, but we'll pass it on to another bit of the desk to go through the rest of the game and what could happen next.
Thank you so much, Naimira. A great lesson we can learn, but also a lesson that Team Heretics should learn ahead of next game, because even though first game was in their favor, it hasn't been their series at all since then. Vitality coming in clutch here in game 3.
Absolutely, and I really want to highlight vision control in general for Vitality throughout this entire series. I think they are doing a better job at actually finding what to do in between objectives. We thought today was going to be all about the Dragons. I've been really impressed with what Vitality are doing when there's downtime on the map. They're the one who's grouping. They're the one who's setting up the vision control. And even in game 1, where Team Heretics won that game, we still saw face checks where it's like, well, they're still making these mistakes. And these are the things that I want to see Team Heretics fix if they want any chance of coming back in this series.
Yeah, I definitely think there are some windows where we could see more from Vitality, where it comes to, hey, we've got this Taliyah and Pantheon. We can look for a few more of what was some successful side lane plays, but definitely when it comes to vision control, looking for picks, this is what they successfully brought to the table against BDS, and one of the things that against KC, and one of the things I really enjoyed about their gameplay. And I think for Heretics, it is going to be looking at people to try and step up. Like we highlighted Stend at the start of the day, he had a good game 1, but hasn't quite been able to get into the same positions. He's actually been caught out a couple of times in positions that he really shouldn't be. And I think it feels like for Heretics, they need to try and slow the pace of the game down, get themselves into a position where they can try and play around a guy like Flacket and find these early successes at the Dragons that Goldberg has been highlighting to try and win out the series.
And they got their back against the wall now. One more game to prove it all, or the season ends here. Now, when I think about Team Heretics at the beginning of the year, no one had any expectations for this team. No one believed in them, and they keep on defying these expectations. When people don't believe in them, this is when they show up. Can they do it again here?
I mean, I think no one's really believing in their bounce back because they've had a really rough time throughout this entire series. Once again, even in the game that they won, I think that this is the most pivotal time of their entire season. What's ever going on behind the scenes right now, getting ready for this game 4, fixing these present issues that we have addressed. These next minutes for them is the most crucial minutes of their season.
And I think it's incredibly difficult, right? Because we've kind of looked at Heretics and said, what is the thing that they want to achieve? Because we've looked at Shale going, hey, this guy can kind of drive forward the early game, but it kind of comes to this mid game where it's like, okay, sure, you can play for Dragons, but when it's like trying to play for side lanes, trying to find picks, trying to open up that game plan, that's where they've really struggled. Whereas when I look across the board at Vitality, that's where they've evolved over the course of the year. Like, this is a team that had so many roster changes, but it feels like at this crucial moment now, it's starting to stick for them. They understand how they want to play. The vibes are good for them. This feels like the moment.
I mean, this is a team, and I love the evolution aspect you're bringing to the conversation, Robert, because they almost came first in their group. They were almost in the upper bracket. This is a team Vitality that keeps evolving, as you're saying, that keeps proving themselves. And I think they've been ramping up in this series that it would not surprise me that the next game we're going to see from them might be even scarier because it feels like they just keep improving.
Simple question here. Who are we looking at? And what are we looking at here on the side of both teams? We've talked about Sheo. On the side of Team Heretics, we've talked about the bot lane for Vitality. What is it here for this potential last game for both teams?
I mean, I don't know if you want to go first, but I mean, I'm really looking at Stend. I've been a bit underwhelmed with the performance. Like we were talking about, that they might have more experience as a jungle support duo than Fleshy and Linces have. But I'll be honest, Fleshy and Linces, they've really glued together throughout this series.
And in particular, like, I want to give a shout out to Linces. This man has continued to impress me throughout the summer split. He was always kind of a player that was decent, but he really feels like he's come into his own where he's outpacing Sheo in a lot of these games and actually having a great time. He's working better with Fleshy, getting into positions that are making it great, and it's just becoming very difficult for Heretics to operate on the map. And even we got to see like Nako have a fantastic game in this one on the Aatrox, finding that fantastic flank that Nymera was able to highlight. I think you have individual performance like from Shayak as well, who's had some great moments. It feels like everyone across the board in Vitality is starting to step up, and now it just feels like you're setting it up for the home run.
Yeah, and I think it's that difficulty aspect you're talking about for Team Heretics. They locked in Yorick for Carlson this game. I think they need to stop with all these shenanigans because they've already shown throughout their gameplay that they are willing to sack Carlson at any given moment to give Flakkit more resources, to give him more minions, to get that gold going. I think there's a holy pick waiting for Vitality or Team Heretics right now. It's on in a late game series. It's something that makes the game easier for you. It's something where you can just not care about the resources and play for your AD carry.
And something that Carlson's looked good on. Like, I think Carlson has looked great on picks like the Cassante, like the Ornn, where he's able to kind of go, I will weak side, but still have a massive threat in fights where you can actually be a damage dealer on some of these tanks. And unfortunately, we just haven't had a chance to really see him because he's had to give himself for the greater good. And this is, again, where I think for Heretics, we need to find a game plan that we can operate off of. It's a, can we get this jungle support to work? Can we get the resources into Flakkit? And then can we try and set up for these good, strong team fights around objectives? And that has just been their main struggle. And I think, again, a lot of it coming from Linces having a great performance. Fleshy's been roaming around the map. There's been a lot of attention towards that mid lane. It's just made it incredibly difficult.
And can they find it right now? They're back against the wall. This last chance to save their season. Will Vitality be able to close out the series and advance to the next round? Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, analysts. Can't say analyst desk because they weren't at a desk. I do think, though, if they start talking during draft, they have to finish the draft.
Well, yeah.
So you have to finish your peas, you have to finish your broccoli, you have to finish your draft. That's kind of the rules.
In the analyst tunnel.
In the analyst tunnel, true. Okay, so game for what could be an elimination game for Heretics, or the start of their comeback in this best of 5. They ban out Gwen, Annie, and Victor on the blue side. Yone Yonara already taken away by Vitality. The Varus Prio that we kind of expected has not been here at all for this series. Been banned in the second phase of bans, the majority of the games. Nautilus, the first ban here from, the last ban here from Vitality. Leona, kind of the other engaged support that we know still available for both these teams.
Yeah, and I feel like as you say, like when you get to these game 4 drafts, these Nautilus Leona Pyro does skyrocket because it's just so hard to get engaged. Sejuani up and available for the first time this series.
True.
For Sheo or Linces, I would love to see that.
I wouldn't mind.
It's gonna be a 6 first pick. That's very unique.
We've been seeing a lot of bans of Ziggs from Vitality, so I wonder if this is a 2-lane flex, Camilo Flakkit.
Yeah, I would assume so. I think this is potentially a 2-way flex for Carlos. No, what am I saying? Camilo and Flakkit.
I mean, Carlson flexing it would be true Mirwin level stuff, man. Like,
as we see the Varus being hovered, finally being picked here, something that has been very prevalent in all regions so far. And as we see, the Sejuani not wanting to give it to Team Heretics. They want to take it away from them in the 1-2. And I really like this approach from Linces, taking that Sejuani. Just really hinders, I think, Sheo's champion pool, as we see a Leona Tristana being locked in. And now, suddenly the fact that you can't get an engagement from your support role is kind of fine, because you have that Sejuani.
Yeah, like if I'm Vitality, I am giddy with these first
I'm giddy as well.
It's like Sejuani, Varus, Chain of Corruption, Glacial Prison is crazy good. Heretics have the flexibility of Tristana and Ziggs. Can flex them both to mid lane and that AD carry role. I wonder if we'll see Sheo. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
That's just the Pike. Was banned against Fleshy before. I did play a bunch in the ERLs, if I remember correctly.
I think he had a Pike game just in regular season as well.
You talk for a while and I'll look it up, man.
Yeah, I remember his Pike game. He had like some crazy hooks. I mean, Pike is a volatile champion. Sometimes you will look like the best support in the world, and sometimes you will look like me. So I mean, you get both of both worlds sometimes, and as we go into
yeah, you do. Just quickly about the Pike, he did play against KC in that game that they won, but also has only ever lost twice on Pike throughout the entirety of his career. So
big comfort pick for him.
It is a huge comfort pick for him. He has played it 13 times with only 2 losses.
I mean, look. At first glance, I don't think Pike into the Leona makes a lot of sense. No. One of the worst matchups for Pike, but you are against a 6. So you're really fine just leaving that lane forever and just going to buy milk and never seeing your AD carry ever again. And I want to see, because I think Fleshy and Linces had a really good series when they link up and make a lot of things happen. And especially giving Shayak a support, Pi, that can be in his lane pretty much anytime he wants to, I think is a dangerous combination this series. And I want to see Fleshy not dominate lane as much, but I want to see him really make life difficult for both Shio and Camilo with that map movement.
He should be dominating the map.
Yeah,
that's his goal here. Zyra banned away alongside the Renekton by Vitality. Aurora and Yasuo will hit the bin for Heretics. So Vitality here likely going to pick, well, I mean, you could pick mid or you could go top lane and just accept something tanky blind. Not really the way Nucko likes to work, so expect this is going to be a mid pick. The question is, are they predominantly thinking it's going to be Tristana or Ziggs in the mid lane?
Should just be a mage, yeah. I was going to say, like, a Wave makes a lot of sense. Any, like, control mage that has good damage is what you want here, because I imagine this is going to be poke Varus.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be the on-it Varus against these 6, but it really makes sense. So having a high damage mid laner is kind of what you want to strive for. Doesn't matter, as we say, if it's a little bit burnable, because you will have a lot of help this game, and you have a lot of people to set you up for success, and do like this wave pick a lot. I think you could replace this with any control mage, and it would be a great pickup. Jack's being locked in for Carlsen in this game.
Okay.
Not a lot of auto-attackers on Vitality, but it will end up being... Jax is a good blind pick if you want to blind pick something that is a strong laner that can like kind of carry team fights. Once you get to those free items, he's very dangerous in the backline.
That's true. What do you think Nucko will be looking towards here with the Jarvan as the final pick? Is he looking for a direct counter or is he looking for something?
I would like something like a Gnar. I think it makes sense if he's comfortable playing it into the Jax. It's going to be Mundo Insta-lock.
Okay.
It's going to work. He's picking up his little satchel, his little parcel, and
just business time for Nucko in the top lane. And it will be all business for Vitality. If they close out this game, they go through to the playoffs out of the cross-group deciders, and they will face up against the loser of KC and G2. That match happens on Sunday. The loser of this series is eliminated from the LEC and from all League of Legends, basically, until the start of the new year. It's a long break to take.
Yeah, I mean, a lot on the line here. I didn't really touch on it, but Jarvan locking for Shio is something I absolutely adore this draft. You have a Varus without any kind of peel. You have a Wei with no kind of peel. I mean, you have peel in Sejuani a little bit, but not really. Like, if there's a Jarvan ulting together with that Ziggs, there's a lot of mayhem that can be caused in the backline, and I feel like I do have a lot of faith in Shio. To me, he's still the best player on Heretics, and the guy that I look to kind of carry the game, propel it forward, and make things happen. And I think the Jarvan pick is really, really good. It kind of sets him up for success. The Mundo into Jax is kind of an interesting matchup because it's hard for Jax to jump onto Mundo, because usually Jax jumps onto you, he does a little helicopter with his thing, and then he stuns him and walks away. But against Mundo, you can't do that.
Yeah, because of his passive, right?
Against passive. So Mundo manages to get the cleaver and then run you down with the E auto-attack reset, and usually it's a bad trade for Jax. You kind of want to walk up with your E, get the passive, and then walk away, and then do it on the next E rotation. That's how you trade this matchup. But as we're going into Game 4, a lot of things on the line, and a lot of excitement ahead of us.
Everything on the line for these two teams as we jump onto the Rift, as you say. See if there's any shenanigans to be had around the bot lane early doors. Looks like Kazi's just going to sprint down towards it. No one contesting that middle bush, as we have seen in games 2 and 3. Shayak stepping forward to see if they can spot out Sheo, who did put a flag in the top side river. Flashy across here as well. I think for a series that's been very defined about which AD carry gets ahead, I'm really interested to see how this game is decided, because both the AD carries can just be left to their own devices. You can see both of them going for teleport.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I thought would be the style coming into today, because I thought both these AD carries historically have been great weak side AD carries that work well when the rest of the team is making plays and they're just chilling by themselves, being useful in any way they can. But it has been the opposite. It's been all about the AD carries this series, and now Game 4 finally we get this matchup that I kind of expected.
This is bad.
They're in danger.
They're going to get in there. Bone Skewer on Flackhead would be your main target. There he is, pulled back, ignited, flashes away, and satchels perfectly to safety. Does lose the majority of his HP, and it means Linces is going to be slow on his first clear. He's going to the enemy red. Flackhead instead, I mean, they might just be looking for vision here. They are.
The Flashes is looking, either is going to help Linces here if he's in danger, or he's going to walk behind Flackhead if he walks up here.
I think it's helped because Linces didn't go for the permafrost first, the E-Star, which helps a lot, but he's got the Flail of the Northern Winds, or whatever the W is called, so he does need just that little bit of extra help. Flackhead, without his flash, does of course have the teleport, so if he's chunked out again, he can just TP back in.
Flashy did end up losing the first Metis though, so the level 2 power spike, which I thought would be very dangerous when you're playing a 6 without flash, won't end up mattering as much. Good block by Sten on the hook.
That's what you've got to do as a support in this sort of situation. It's like, if Blackhead ever gets hooked and his satchel's down, he's just dead anyway, so you need to make sure you're protecting him as much as possible. Another hook coming out. Bone Skewer not connecting. I think Linsus was spotted there. It doesn't matter, there's a ward next to the Krugs anyway, but he was spotted walking across. Blackhead might just come across here and see if he can steal something with a satchel. Still only level 1. Flashy now does tick over to 2.
They could look for the dive here, but they're going to do the classic. This is what Mad Lions used to do 2020 a lot. Big mid-fight, but they leave the support. No, he's getting caught.
Blackhead's just dead. There's no way out for him. No. Disaster for Blackhead. He's going to lose a lot of this wave as well. Does have that teleport. He's going to be alive in 6 seconds, but TP takes an absolute eon these days.
I mean, their plan was to leave Sten behind, like under the tower solo. So if Vitality wants to go for this dive, they have to dive the Leona. And when they're going to decide not to, that's when you walk up as 6. But in the end, he was a little bit too far up against the Pike. Without flash, it's an easy target and a big first skill pickup here for Vitality.
I mean, I think, yeah, as you say, Vitality is just so happy with how this is going. Already a 12 CS lead for Kazi over Blackhead. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we saw Kamilu jumping onto Chike, who has had to teleport back, but he doesn't really mind. Has the Molten Fissure on the Quay, so can just farm up with the wave relatively effectively. And even if he's forced back, Severing Bolt has such long range, you can farm with it as well. Stand, bone plating.
Oh, this wave state is so bad. Look where your Jarvan is. He's on the other side of the map. So John is pathing down here. You have no flash on Blackhead. You're in great danger when the wave is bouncing like this. He will have to try to farm with the bouncing bomb as this guy comes out on top side.
So Nako goes where he pleases. Has to flash, but Shale Flash follows him. The Mundo has been fired. Carlson will secure the kill, and Heretics doing everything they can to find advantages on the other side of the map because bot lane is going like this.
Bot lane is lava this game. Sten, you gotta leave soon, man. This is not anything good is not gonna happen down here. Great pickup onto Nako. But bot lane is in a terrible position. Look, Blackhead is gonna base here on this frozen wave without TP's 8 CS medic.
Yeah, he's pretty doomed. The wave is not in a good spot for him either. Doesn't have the TP to come back. Does have a tier. He has one of them.
I think he might have more, man.
Yeah, I think so too. Bit of QQing going on down towards that bottom lane. The rest of the map, though, for Heretics, your eyes have to go towards that top lane. Carlson, your shining light. The series has not been about him. Most of the time he has been surviving the laning phase versus Nako. In Game 3, struggled to do that with Nako's Aatrox getting out ahead, but if Carlson can put the team on his shoulders on this Jax, that is a very small way for Heretics really to get back into this game and into the series as well. It is a decider match, an elimination match for them. Vitality can have another stumble, they can have another fault. Heretics do not have that luxury as Sheo is looking towards this bottom side.
I don't think there's no dive there. I think he's just hovering to make sure they can't freeze on them again. Flesh is now just gonna go underwater. We can see what's happening. Shio's gonna leave. No dragons being taken now when your bot is in this state. 13 CS.
Look, it's a 31 CS lead at 5.5 minutes, man.
It's
puffy. I've got it. Flacker, have you watched Bardinet recently?
Unfortunately, a little bit, yeah.
I'm saying 0 CS works for Bardinet.
0 CS challenge.
Wow. I don't think that's what Flackett's doing. It's just been really good punish so far from Vitality, all the way back to the level 1, where they went for the late invade through the Tribush, caught out Flackett, burnt his flash. It's almost back off cooldown, but Flackett really struggling alongside Stand in this lane. There's not really much they can do other than just accept the fact they are getting forced behind, especially with the split map.
Hey man, I think he's gonna catch this big wave for the first time this game.
Okay.
I think he's actually gonna be able to catch it.
Yeah, because do you think Vitality is just gonna go for a Drake? I think that's the answer. Flackett will get the wave. Try and secure the cannon.
Amazing time for Flackett. Gets first big wave of the game. Juicy.
Juicy wave for him.
Juicy wave. Sheo here might look top once again. Naka no flash.
Yeah, and you've got Cataclysm now for Sheo as well.
The lockdown will be quite easy.
Farmed up to that level 6. Carlson steps forward, leaves strike. There's the goes where he pleases passive off, and Naka pops the ultimate. Maximum dosage happening for him as he collects the return on his investment that we were talking about. Kamilu going in, feared immediately by Shy. Expiring Despair coming out as well. It's Kamilu Does just have to rocket jump away again.
Linces didn't want to trade his ult for Camilo's flash there a little bit. Interesting why he didn't go for the decision.
Yeah, I was surprised by that as well.
Flash.
I was expecting a Glacial Prison to come out, but as well, especially with the flashy around, right? Like, you burn that flash, Camilo's
Yeah. But, I mean, I think that topside gank, I think Carlson went a little bit too early, made it a little bit too obvious, I think. Sure, Mundo is easy to kill with the Jarvan, but if you can't get onto him in time, like he was playing really far back, you can't really force those ganks. Nice to go Naka being aware of the fact Jarvan was topside.
You don't have a huge amount of damage yet on the Jax and the Jarvan, and he pops the maximum dosage, and it's like, okay, well, he's going to heal up a ton right now. Do we want to try and fight him in the Cataclysm? Is that going to be a waste if we do? Because you've got to kill him in that time. You've already used your CC spells by that point. Camilo instead now coming towards this middle lane. You can see Flacker left to his own devices down towards the bottom side. Less than half the CS of his counterpart.
Cars is open up topside here. They're looking for something, either on the Jax or they're just going to try to get his grubs.
I think
Six is bot with TP, but there's a 5-man topside here for Vitality.
Oh, Lince has got the first smite. Second smite comes down from Sheo on a grub that was very high HP. Cataclysm out as well. There's Glacial Prison. Fleshy just phantom underdives across the wall and manages to survive. The follow-up onto Stend as well. He will fall. Vitality get everything out of that. They get the grub. They get 2 kills. A little bit chaotic as well from Heretic.
Hey man, Blackett got a wave.
Blackett did get a wave, true.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like you're not in a position to fight anymore for Heretics. You're just so far behind. You probably try to get one grub there and get out. Maybe look for a smite fight with Sheo, but they just commit a little bit too deep for the fight. Blackett is in big danger here. Does have the flash.
He's going to have to use it. Bone Skewer. He looked for it. Blackett didn't use it, held onto it well.
Ice cold. He has nothing more to lose. He's like, kill me if you want. You better.
I'm not burning my flash again, man. Another fear from Shayak onto Camilo, who will get some damage down. Yeah, as you say, good trading from the Tristana. Kind of expected when you can just jump on top of the Wei like that. But Wei excels at just clearing out these waves and pushing you back. TP coming out from Blackett towards this top side. Stend is here to cover him alongside Sheo, who's just around where his blue buff usually is. It's 1,000 gold lead for Vitality early on in this game. A lot of that obviously sitting on Kazi, but Nako trying to equalize the gold disparity that was in the top lane by taking these plates. You'll get 2 of them.
Yeah, and as you see, Flashes has been on the map the entire game.
Yeah.
He's just like, he hasn't had to be bot. Cars is super fine by himself.
Early flash from Blackett. Bone Skewer hits and Blackett's done for.
Stop, he's already dead.
The problem for Blackett is like, you have the Phantom Undertow come in, it's like, is that going to click me? I better flash because he can Bone Skewer immediately, and then he just holds it. It's like, well, I either dodge or I'm dead, I guess. Yeah, it's great punish. Great punishing from Vitality. The Ziggs so early in the draft for Heretics. First pick, they were looking for this.
Yeah, problem is when 6 falls behind, its damage really takes a toll. It really needs those items to come through to start landing that crucial damage. You really want that super mega bomb, or whatever it's called, to really do a lot of damage on the Cataclysm.
Mega Inferno Bomb, I think.
Super Mega Bomb.
Because I always get it confused with Jinx Ult as well, which is Super Mega Death Rocket, and then you have Mega Inferno Bomb, and then you have
a Super Mega Bomb.
stealing it and everything. It's Fleshy trading here. Will pull Sheo back, who flanks and drags his way towards his own jungle. Sten going in with the Valkyrie, but the Solar Flare was dashed away from. Sten with the exhaust onto Shayak. Camilo diving forward as well. Sten with a spiraling spare on him. Fleshy X marks the spot, but Sheo dashes away from it. Camilo jumping back in. So you see a trade happening on the bot side. Carlson on the worst beware out of that one. Another Bone Skewer connects, and Camilo falls to Linces. In the end, 7-2 in favor of Vitality, with Heretics trying to take the fight.
Heretics trying to find fights around their strong members. Here around, Camilo tries to force something. Sten tries to make the E ult land on the Fleshy, but it buffers out of it with the E. Gets out of that combo, and without the Leon ult, you just don't have that lockup that you need for Camilo to find damage and burst people down before they dash out of it. Nice attempt here. You're gonna see this again. Oh no, we're going.
It's bot lane, yeah. Carlson thinking he can trade with Nako, which he can, until Kazi arrives, and then he's yeah, pretty dead. That's a nice play from Vitality.
Really good open by Karsi. This is what Karsi is so good at. He's just so good at opening the other side of the map and making plays on side lanes. I feel like not many AD carries look for these angles here, but here you see Sten is gonna go for the ER, but buffer maybe flashed out.
It was flash, yeah.
Now he's just so deep here, and Tristana doesn't have the damage just quite yet to find the pick here. Sheo tries to do something. Gets a little bit of a kill, gets a little bit of a trade back.
Sheo looking for Nako again, who does flash away. Fleshy doesn't have the death from below, but will ignite Sheo. Uses that ghostly dive to get himself away from the action. Bone Skewer again. Channeled. Ooh, takes the minion out. Drake goes over to Vitality, their second of the game, while all of this was happening on the top side. And as you say, like, Fletcher has been everywhere this game. 1-0-5 involved with 6 of his team's 7 kills, and the only reason he wasn't involved in the 7th was he was fighting in mid lane when the 7th happened in bot.
Yeah, just a great game plan from Vitality. Attacking bot lane that early to kind of unlock Fleshy, get at least a flash of Flacket was the plan, and then they just cataclysmically snowballed that into this game state we currently find ourselves in. Cars are looking for Naknako here. I don't think he has
ult
damage.
is up in half a second. There's the counter-strike. Naknako pops the ult and can begin to walk away. Shero's on his way across, though. Does have the flash. Will look for the chase. Maximum Dosage doing a lot of work here for Naknako. The Cataclysm comes down.
Oh no, they're getting downsized.
Just emerged.
They're getting downsized.
Oh god. The Severance package for Naknako should be 2 more kills. Kazi, though, caught out in the counter-strike. Gets him below just in time for Sheo. Fleshy gets the double. Kazi survives. And Vitality, oh, Sten, no, man, he looks for Kazi, but he can't get in range for the Zenith blade, and now has burned his flash, has burned his solar flare, Mega Inferno bomb hit!
Oh my god, finally Flacket gets something with a Mega Inferno bomb!
Kazi's playing Doom bots at the moment. Everything's on me, please, guys.
Oh, it's pure carnage in the top side there, as we get to watch this once again. Naknako pushes its wave. Barely gets out of this play by Carlset. Does end up falling in the end. His shield doesn't have the Cataclysm, but goes for the flash here. Slow. It's not enough. It's not enough. He's just standing here being so tanky, but now the TP comes through, and Flesh is on his way to clean this fight up. I want to see what Carlset did there. It just looked a little bit wonky.
So he walks forward, counter strikes.
Oh, okay, close.
And then just dies.
Yeah. Okay, he did end up living there, but yeah.
I'm here, baby. I'm here, baby.
Carlton, yeah.
I'm
it was
still here,
wonky.
okay?
Still here.
Fleshy's still here.
Keeping Vitality's dreams alive in this run towards the playoffs. A lot of weight on Heretics right now. If they lose this game, they are eliminated from the LEC summer split, and they really have to find a little bit more side lane plays, I think, because it's really difficult to contest the onslaught that is Fleshy. He's just everywhere on the map. He can always be first, and Heretics needs to find a play with numbers somehow, because they're constantly outnumbered just because of how maneuverable Vitality's companies. They have 3 teleports, they have the Pyke who's not lane locked, and they have Sidronic to walk around with him as well. Shield looks on Lince's
Yeah, but
here.
Fleshy's here again, immediately. Lince's pretty tanky with the Heart Seal and the Giant's Belt. Sten and Sheo try and clear out the vision. Fleshy missing the Bone Skewer means that they can just retreat unabetted. Umbral Glaive doing a huge amount of work here for Vitality as well. Fleshy clearing out so much vision, and heard on the analyst test just how important obviously that vision is through these games. Sten pulled across the wall. Kazi with Chain of Corruption, Solar Flare, dodge to the side. Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well as Sheo looks for the engage on the Kazi, who doesn't have the flash. Shayak falls, Camilo dives in, Swirling Despair on him. Won't be enough to kill him off, and now Heretics found 2 kills. Fleshy and Lince's trying to defend as Naknako just doing business things in the top side.
But this is what you have to do for Heretics. You have to give one something to get something back. They give the top in tier 1 to group as 5-man to get something back. Camilo might be danger here.
Oh, no death from below available for Fleshy. Blackhead able to hold the line, has to flash away as Sheo steps in front of him to try and defend. Yeah, the thing is, you say it best. You have to give something up as Heretics if you're going to find fights, and they did find 2 kills out of that. They are still 3,500 gold behind. They're losing the Rift Herald right now to Naknako, who will be joined by Linces. Next Drake is up in a minute, and there are 2 Drakes in the hole. It's so hard for Heretics. We'll have another look at this play.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of started with Vitality actually finding Sten. That's how it goes so bad. Sten is like, wait, I'm engaged on, I'm down for this. And now they find a great pick onto the back then here. Carsey being left alone, no flash on him. Shayak as well, just being left in this fight. And a little bit cocky by Vitality, I would say, to walk up there. Your Mundo's getting top tower for free. You don't have to do anything here.
But you feel super baited, because it's like, oh, we hooked him over the wall, guys, collapse. And then you forget about the
I will also say that a gold lead on Pyke is kind of fake.
No, it's so real,
gold
man.
spent on Pyke is really fake. He doesn't do much in later fights.
He's going to deny so much vision. Oh, Gaze of the Abyss going to hit onto Sten there. The follow-up comes out with the Bone Skewer, and tell me, if he wasn't 1.5k ahead, could he have landed that Skewer? I think not.
Save outcome, man.
I think not.
I think
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's kind of fraudulent, but for the moment, Fleshy is doing such a good job of getting everyone else ahead as well.
Yeah, he's actually been absolutely pulling his weight this game. Nako tries to hit the tower. Carson can't do much in him. He's now so accelerated, has the Warmogs just heal up every single trade being taken by Carlsen. And I think before Carlsen gets Thunder Sky, it's going to be really tough to match this sustained by the Mundo in the side, and now you're really getting in a tough spot.
I mean, it's going to get even harder if the next Ocean Dragon goes over to Vitality. They're going to pick up one here. Next would be Soul for them. And I think it's a really tricky state of affairs when you're trying to kill a Mundo who has an Ocean Soul. Blackhead, stunned up, Bone Skewer, follow up, Chain of Corruption. Oh, Fleshy. Oh, Fleshy, man.
Take fall by Fleshy. That was absolutely masterfully played by him on the Pike. And you see why he's so confident looking the Pike into the Leona. Historically bad matchup in this elimination game for Heretics. Just making so much work on the map with his Pike.
The guy is 11-2 all time on this pick. He's trying to make it 12-2.
Oh, they call HR. Wait.
Vitero down, the root, the stun,
car.
Solar Flare, follow up. The company car, can he get in? He's going to drive it at safety. Put it on your taxes, mate. Expense it, you're out.
Oh, that's a Kia.
Oh my God. That was clean. That was good from Nako. Taking the Herald to safety as Cardi were now trying to take the tower.
Well.
Oh, yeah, with Demolish, it's enough. Rich get richer, apparently, as Linces looks for the engage onto Sheo.
Someone call HR, man, please. Mundo is just on this. Like, he's
unleashed.
You can't do anything about it. He's unleashed.
Yeah. There's a high KPI on Mundo top lane picks, apparently. As Carlsen will be able to take a tier 1 of his own. It's the first tower of the game for Heretics. Fleshy going in, ratting for vision, as we like to say. For these supports, is trying to get as much deep vision. And before you mentioned Bard and Rakan, when we're talking about these supports that love to rat for vision, I think Pike is the quintessential support that likes to
great at this. He's just so he has the W and the E, and together with especially the Mercs, are crucial for him to be able to do this against Leona. And Finger Pike, you can't catch him, but he doesn't. His CC kind of falls off later on because suddenly Bone Skewer isn't really the pick tool it once was. Once people get a little bit more tankiness, once people get a little bit more armor and damage on the backline, when he walks up, he's suddenly a big target. So now he's more playing follow-up on the Sejuani. Probably the Glacial Prison is going to be the thing that goes first, and then he follows up on that. And that's how he makes himself useful, because he's still only level 9. Like, it's not like he has levels on this Pike. He has a lot of gold, but in the end, that's just like an Umbral Glaive. So it's all about being first on the map for this pick.
Go around, pick up those petals as well. 19-10 in favor of Vitality. Atakan up in 10 seconds time. It will be a top-side Atakan. Vitality have set up vision around it right now, and you can see both Linces and Fleshy coming out of the base at the same time. Jungle support synergy is what you like to see in those moments. I don't know, was that just Mundo screaming at the bottom?
I think it was Atakan spawn.
That was Atakan spawn?
Yeah.
Okay. That's serious. Totally took me out at the moment.
Yeah, Karsi basing, but Vitality wants to push forward, and by the luxury of his teleport, I think they can actually start to play quite aggressively in the top set jungle here. He's gonna TP back on the map on mid, get this push in, and now we get this push out by Nako, and we can look to see if we can do something with this Mundo move. Because Mundo can now either look to get a face with his Demolish or just move up. He's just living a good life right now.
Wait, I mean, he might just try and kill Carlsen.
Gonna do this?
No way, he could just 1v1 a Jax under tower, man. Heartsteel Warmogs going strong here. The Demolish Buck as well. Counter-Strike comes out by Carlsen, but Nako...
danger here.
I mean, Nako is a little bit more in danger, I believe, as Flacker begins to collapse. Carlsen almost dying. Maximum dosage coming out from Nako as Flacker now. The one on the retreat. Look at the Heartsteel procs. He went from 20 to 100.
Oh my goodness gracious. Did that arrow connected?
Oh my God.
Mundo is a menace.
He really is, man. It's down with capitalism, that's what I say. Rise up the proletariat.
I don't think he agrees.
No? All the Heretics fans just like, these bourgeoisie, you've been running the show too long. As Vitality will start up the Atakan. They know that Blackhead's low. They know that Carlsen is low. They know this is pretty free picking for them. Hawaii will TP up. Has that Leandri's complete. Blackhead has finished his second item as well on this Ziggs. He's done a good job of getting back into the game farm-wise at least, even though he's still 1.2k behind in terms of the individual matchup. Nako, without the ultimate, is a little bit less scary, but...
I mean, it's tricky because they're giving Atakan, but because of this Mundo, they don't really have a crossmap either. He'll just walk up and push the wave because he knows they can't kill him. Like, Shio has good items, but I don't think it's enough to kill this guy because he already has good vision set up for his bot side. So he can keep constantly push out this bot wave while they're doing plays on the other side of the map, and it just becomes such a hard retake for Heretics. They need to find picks with this Jarvan on Varus and on Wave, but it's just so difficult for them.
Onto Flack, and he stepped up thinking he was safe, and immediately just exploded by Vitality. And I thought for a moment that was Heretics' chance. You know, they had vision control around the Drake pit before Vitality were able to step in, but you can see the follow-up coming out here as Kazi goes on a rampage, flashes away from Carlson's engaged. Shale with a Cataclysm can land it on Shayak and Kazi, and perhaps this is what Heretics need. Linsus there alongside Fleshy and Nucko, but they can't really get in. Nucko's going to go back to pushing the bot lane. The Drake delayed at least here for Vitality.
But Heretics, they're fighting, they're trying to get anything back. Gets 2 picks, they're onto Shayak and Carlson, no flash on them now.
TP behind here.
Comes in here from Carlson.
Linsus is just going to go straight into it. Counter-strike coming out, Linsus will fall. Camilo gets the shutdown, 5-1 now on this Tristana. Heretics fight back, they will secure the Drake, they'll stop the Soul, and they have delayed the game at least.
And the show continues. Soul point being denied as you highlight Medic by Heretics, gets 1 dragon back. Nucko tries to TP top, try to get a tower here on the cross map, but another TP comes out here, and the guy that's growing is Camilo. He has 5 kills now, about to get Lord Dominic's regard, gets that free item core. I think this Tristana is going to be a menace. Doesn't matter how tanky your Mundo is. If the enemy team has strong AD carry, you're not invulnerable to consistent damage output.
I mean, I feel like that went from basically even to 2,000 gold lead in a second in that mid lane. Like, Camilo picked up so much gold in that last fight. Has the largest lead in the game, apart from between the supports. But as you said, Pyke is kind of fraudulent.
But yeah, I mean, all eyes are on Camilo right now. Also, Carlson scaling up, getting his items. Won't be able to deal with Mundo in the side lane, but in these team fights, if he gets onto Karzi or Shayak, not a lot of people can get him off them. As we highlight, Pyke's peel is limited. He is a skirmisher that is fast on the map, but when it comes to 5v5 team fights, most other supports kind of outgun him in that manner.
Yeah, they definitely do. Just provide more utility, or more shields, more CC.
More anything.
More anything but damage. Pyke provides some damage as he's going to land the hook there onto Sheo. Nicely timed.
But you see, it's so hard for Shayak and Karsi to walk up. They gotta play so far back, because if Sheo decides to Cataclysm on them, right now they have no flash. There's gonna be a Mega Inferno bomb on their skulls, and just like 1 extra input of damage will kill them in that regard. So I think here Vitality probably has to slow down the game a little bit, let your Mundo push out the side lanes and wait for your carries to get their flashes back. Because you can't get impatient at this point. You are in control of this game, but it's still easily comebackable for Heretics if you make a few mistakes.
I mean, the gold lead shrunk by about 2k in the last 3 minutes or so. Nucko is at 3 items, Unending Despair on him alongside the Heartsteel and the Warmorks. He is incredibly strong.
I mean, the gold lead is pure on Pyke right now, which is not really what you want when you're playing a Pyke.
I mean, I'm sure if you're playing the Pyke, you're kind of happy with that, I'm going to be honest, but everyone else on the team a little bit dismayed at the fact they're not quite as far ahead. I will say Kazi still has a 1.4k gold lead, 3 items complete on him. Flackhead can do his jobs.
Camilo maybe in danger here, he's completely alone here.
Oh, they back away. They realized that Heretics were moving up through the river. They didn't think they could catch out Camilo quickly enough. Sheo is going to get hooked here, but can flag and drag his way back through that river.
Maybe they were scared the double TP might be coming in there. Carlson didn't have TP, but can be hard to track sometimes in these hectic games who TPs when and put them on a timer.
For the moment though, the game slows down a tad. 26 minutes in, Vitality fighting to move on to playoffs. Heretics fighting for their lives here in the LEC.
We're gonna see everyone just walk in here into the top side. As we look at a minimap, Where's gonna push this out, they're gonna push this midwave out, and they're gonna try to get vision everywhere in this area. And then probably, because they have so beefy boys, they have the Mundo and the Sejuani, they can kind of hold this area to start that Nash, because they can do it for as long as they want. They can tank it forever pretty much, so a lot of pressure. Carlson not pushing outside then, but he has no TP.
I feel like they don't have the quickest Baron take though. With on-hit Varus and Hui.
Very true.
A little bit slower than you'd like it to be. Sorry, with not on-hit Varus and Hui with that lethality. So it will be a little bit slower than they like.
This ward is giving them so much life right now. This ward keeps them alive because they realize they're actually looking for a pick in this bush. Really clever ward. Whoever put that ward, he did a great job. I think that's Sten's ward, I would assume.
We'll just assume. Oh, but Nako and Linsa's just going to start this one up. They can tank it for a while.
That's surprisingly good damage already at 60%.
The Mundo working through it really quickly. And now the question is, will Heretics realize? It's down to 6,000. Now they realize Scry's Bloom, sorry, Farsight Alteration coming out, but that Baron is already gone. Mega Inferno Bomb, not enough. Smite out from Linsus. The Baron secured for Vitality in 1 minute before the Ocean Drake about to come up. Vitality can use the pressure from these Baron buffed minions to push in, have Nako in a side lane, and then play for that Ocean Soul. They will give up their mid-tier 1 for it. Satchel down, and it explodes the turret. Pretty sharpish.
Yeah, really clever play by Vitality, using the fact that if your carries show on lanes, usually people don't really expect them to be on Baron because that's where the damage are, but Mundo and Sejuani having a lot of percentage damage in their kit and a lot of tankiness gives them the time to be able to go for those plays. Really clever play by Vitality, love that call. Now they have this Baron and they have to get something more because the game is slowing down and now it's going in Heretics' favor.
Oh, Camilo pull back. Oh, jumps away with that rocket jump, but he's down to 200, 300 HP. Meanwhile, Mundo in the top lane continues to push in on Nako. That's an inhibitor tower just down. The inhibitor next up. Fleshy looking for Camilo, doesn't hit him with the death from below, but will clear out this vision once again. Sten perhaps looking over this wall to see if Fleshy overextends. Zenith Blade a possibility. Camilo recalling, has the TP. Sheo in the back of the pit. Mundo still pushing in for that inhibitor. Nako stopped by Carlson, but not really for too long as he takes the inhib down. Nako has the TP. He's going to keep pushing in. They just delay.
They can just wait.
Just delay. Jayax pushing through mid as well. They've already taken a Nexus tower. Carlson is at 250 HP. The Drake, the target here for Heretics, but their base is in shambles. The Drake secured, mid-tier 2 going down as well as Sheo does land the smite. They get their second Ocean Drake. Sheo dashes across the wall and will escape. TP came out from Blackett to try and defend the base, but they might just lose another inhibitor tower for this. Shayak and Nako should be able to clear this one out. Vitality grouping up with their mid laner and top laner towards this mid lane. They'll make sure they get double inhibs out of it, and all they gave up was the second Ocean.
Oh, it's so tense for Heretics. I think that's about the best you're gonna get from that sequence. With Mundo just being able to hit towers briefly. Lord Skewer comes out on Leona.
Spiraling Despair coming out as well. They're looking for the kill here. Severing Bolt, and the Despair continues to echo around. Fleshy here, dashing across Sheo. Didn't quite land the knock-up. Jayak has a blast cone down. He'll get him out. The Bone Skewer as well hits onto Sheo. Severing Bolt does not connect, but Vitality continue to push forward.
But look at Mundo, he's just pushing in his massive bot wave. They still have the Baron, no smite, no Leona for 20 seconds.
They jump on Camilo, who has to rocket jump away. Nako's going to push in this bot side, as you say. Baron remaining for 30 seconds time. Vitality grouped up in mid. They don't really have the health bars to work with, but Nako and Kazi healthy enough to continue the push.
Oh, look at
Fleshy, Baron buffing minions towards the top side to make sure the Heretics have to deal with it, and this is the third inhibitor down of the push. Vitality are looking for the win. Heretics are looking at the abyss. 3 months of no stage games, no worlds, no possibility of making it to playoffs. Their Nexus Tower is just dying to the minions here. They will defend as Baron falls off. Vitality begin to retreat out. They want to get to safety with the Baron expired. Nako. Oh man, this guy is so damn tanky. He's 4-item Mundo. 3,500 gold ahead. And he'll make sure all of his team get back to the fountain. I mean, what do you do against this guy, man?
It's the only time you want to come in on Sunday this week. Sadly, Mundo is just holding the line. Look at him.
He doesn't even have a bounty, man. Trickle-down economics does not work. This guy is the most gold in the game, most likely. He's 3,000 gold ahead of his opposite man. Now look at that. He's 1,000 gold ahead of anyone else. Spread the love, Mundo.
Average CEO.
His pay is just like 300 times greater than anyone else on the
He's just unstoppable right now. He can do whatever he wants. Holds the line and
I mean, there's 4 people there. He just doesn't care. There's the stun. Solar Flare to follow up. Counter-Strike coming in as well. And Nako, they got him to half HP for a second, even with the Ignite ticking. Sten dies to it. Sten dies to an Arcane Comet, and Flesh is on the chase. Carlson's going to leap away to Camilo. Chain of Corruption there for the follow-up. Stopwatch used by Carlson, but the Nexus Towers should be the target for Vitality. Nako still has that ult in pocket. The Nexus open for Vitality. And Carlson, Blackett, and Sheo just trying to defend. But that Nexus, it has to be their key target as Vitality continue to push in depth from below. Marks the demise of Heretics. Nuko going exactly where he pleases. And Vitality will claim their spot against KC or G2 next week. For Heretics, a disappointing day. For Vitality, delight, you have to say. A great game 3 as they close it out in 3-1.
Yeah, that's the life sometimes. It's always going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. And I think still Heretics, looking back at this year, people remember this team as a team that exceeded expectations a lot.
Sure.
They went a lot further. Coming into winter, everyone put them 10th. Everyone said this team will be the worst in LEC, yet they're standing here competing against Vitality, showing good games.
Yeah.
And I think they deserve a round of applause because I think they really had a phenomenal year.
They definitely did. First off, we'll give a round of applause to our Vitality players who've made it into the playoffs. You vote for one of them in your key player of the series. Vote Linces, Kazi, or Flashy. All your options. I mean, they all had really good series, and Kazi especially had a really good couple of games in the middle. Flashy on the pike showed exactly why.
Yeah, also Linces, I think, he's just so clutch every single game. I remember that Chinchao game where he kept going in, finding so many good plays. Really star performance by him.
Great job all round by Vitality. For Heretics, one last bow in the middle of the LEC stage for the year. Hopefully we'll see them back next year, but you never know with the roster mayhem that happens over the off-season. They have upset the apple cart, to say the least. They have performed past expectations. I think we've seen some signs of brilliance from them, but today was not the day for them to take down Vitality.
Yeah, it's tough seeing this from my perspective because I've been there so many times. You just feel this emptiness because every single hour, every single day, you put in 15 hours of work your day and you try everything, you give everything to this game, but in the end, the moment you lose the game, you're just out for the rest of the year. And it's just that emptiness, that void, is pretty hard to fill sometimes. And I feel like shout out to Heretics, and I wish them the best.
Yeah, 100%. We hope we see all the players again. You know, it's obviously a learning year for them, and we'll see how they get to progress and develop over the off-season, whether we see them back next split. For now, though, obviously we have Vitality going through. KC versus G2 on Sunday, going to be a banger series.
Absolutely.
I do think Vitality come in as heavy underdogs to
but they did win that series, though. Last time these two teams.
They beat KC before. We're going to hand it over to Ginny, who is standing by with the Pike Man himself. It's Flashy. 12-2 now. 12-2.
Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Fleshy. A phenomenal performance you had on that pike, really showing us why they should ban it.
What?
It's fine. Let's take a trip down memory lane, starting off with that first game specifically. Because when we were looking at the performance for Vitality, everyone thought that you guys were going to win that game. Like, that was your game. What do you think went wrong there? Why was Heretics able to get that Baron and close things out?
I mean, after first game, we went into outside and we were just bored, I think. I think if we just wait Nash after taking all 3 inhibs, that's gonna be like clean win again. But then we got impatient and just go into their base, try to make something happen for no reason. And Aphelios was really good carry to extend the game with blue guns and stuff. He was perma farming and he had 6 items too early. And yeah, basically we threw it.
It happens, right?
Yeah.
It was the content game that we wanted to see from the side of Vitality. Everyone got a little bit nervous, so you made the stakes just that much higher. When it comes to being the voice in terms of bringing people back and being like, okay, guys, we need to slow down. We can't throw the game again. Who takes on that responsibility?
I mean, most of the time, Linus does this, but he's human too. He can be not, he just want to send it too sometimes. So we just need to keep each other accountable. It's not on one guy, kinda. If somebody realizes before us, he can tell and stuff. But we just got bored, I think, first game.
And then you made it a little bit more exciting. For everybody, you guys win the next 3 games back to back to back. Yeah. And you had a really, really good performance on the pike as well. We've seen you grow a lot into a player here in the team with Vitality. How has this split been for you individually?
I think it's really good right now. The lose against GX, was really good, I would say, for the team and for the players to realize like what's wrong or like are we choking on stage and stuff like this. So we saw our like mistakes or like we are getting scared too much maybe on stage. And then like next game after that was Navi. And then we try to do our things better because we are actually doing good on scrims right now. So it was like a bit surprising to lose GX, I would say, but they were playing really good and like they had better stage experience than us. After that, KC games, I think there was a lot of clutch factors, I would say, in our games. Like everybody was playing really good and everybody was like clutching with combs or like the plays or clicks, something. Linas played really insane, that series, for example. So I think we are growing good. We have some time to go still, and can't wait for it.
Wait for it. I mean, you do have some time, as you say, when it comes to growing more as a team, but unfortunately time isn't necessarily something you have here in the LEC because you're now, in the lower bracket. You're into playoffs, however, so that is also something to be very, very proud of. When you joined the team in summer, was your goal to be in playoffs?
Of course, yeah. I think nobody in Vitality was playing to just be in playoffs. Like everybody was aiming for the top 4, top 3, something like this. But the history wasn't that good, of course. I can understand the low expectations and stuff, but we are here to prove it.
And you have been improving. You also got Kia Player of the Series. Oh, are you surprised? You should be very happy.
Yeah, I'm surprised a bit.
I mean, you had a really, really good game and a good series overall. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys as well. That's all from us here over at the interview. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Lore, who's going to grill the coaches on what is going right and wrong with Vitality.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ginny. Love hearing from Fleshy here with an amazing pike to seal the deal, and Vitality saves the day, and they will advance to the next round. Now, Pad, Mac, it's been a while, actually, since we had to catch up. First things first, congratulations. How do you guys feel? Especially after that first game.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was not ideal.
Yeah.
So the mood was a tad sour after that, but we bounced back pretty well, I would say. I think game 2 and 3 were not... Oh no, game 2 draft was pretty straightforward and simple, and it felt really good to play, so that made it a lot easier. Afterwards, it doesn't seem like there's that much elation within the team, I would say.
No? Okay.
It's kind of just another day at the office.
Yeah, I mean, love to hear it. You were telling me, Pat, that you don't want to lose against Team Heretics. You're actually quite happy to win against them. How did you guys shift things after these oopsies in game 1, I want to say?
After game 1, like, honestly, we just, like, game 1 felt a lot like stage jitters. Like, it felt like we were, like, very hesitant, like a bit slow to get out of the gates. Like we missed a couple of opportunities that we've been absolutely murdering in scrims. So like our takeaway was just go in and do everything we do, but up the aggression like 10%.
Yeah.
Like, just go in and make sure we go on them, like make them fight you, because they were just looking at us the whole game.
I know that's something that has been discussed during your interview was drafts. You don't want to repeat the same mistakes that happened last time. So anything you guys readjusted in the preparation that you made to make sure, because the drafts were crisp today, honestly.
Thank you. We spent a lot of time on draft this week. We decided as a team that was something that we were going to focus on a lot, not just coaches, but players. So we spent a lot of time reviewing drafts, planning drafts. Teams have started shifting more towards treating scrims like best of 5 practice rather than playing 2 best of 3s, for example. So that's helped a lot. I think Cass and I have had a lot of really good and healthy conflict, and because we have such different opinions. He and I are literally the opposite in draft. We are literally 100% opposite. He is a man of simplicity, and he likes, compositions that do one thing all together nicely, and it has a tank, and it has an 80 carry, and it has CC, and I like cooking a lot. So we have a lot of different ideas, and I think that's something that we've had to practice a lot throughout the year, is actually disagreeing in a way that's productive, and I think we struck a good balance this week. So I'm personally really happy with that.
And Pat, are you guys like stuck in the middle, making sure that they don't fight too much, making sure that the kitchen doesn't burn?
Pretty much. Right? I took a step back from drafting this year, so I've just been like the drafting therapist throughout the year. I've just.
It's fine.
But yeah, like it's been really good. Like Max said, right? Like before, like we maybe didn't take conflicts that we had to take, like between the two of them. but this week, like they're fighting like cat and dog, which is beautiful because it means that we are finding a way to meet in the middle.
Yeah.
And it showed today. Like drafts were goated, like gameplay after game one, even like moments in game one was really good. And we get to keep our job another round at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy you bring this up actually, because I often talk about the pressure that players can have, not knowing if they're going to be renewed at the end of the year. Neo, actually, CEO of Vitality, if I'm not mistaken, made quite of a statement at the beginning of the split saying that your jobs were on the line if you didn't get results. I don't want to say how did you react to the public quote, but how did you react to him telling you this? Did you feel any pressure? I feel like, I mean, being coaches, it's actually going to be different, but how did you make sure that the pressure was not affecting you? Because you're stuck between a structure and players that you have to make work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first thing was to make sure that we did things the way that we believe in, making sure that it's authentic to us and that it's not changing everything just because there's pressure on the line. You know, for example, we could have gone and got a veteran support instead of Fleshy, and we chose not to because this is what we believe in. And we believed in Fleshy, and I'm really glad that we made that decision, right? I didn't want to have any regrets. There's framing it. There's making sure that you understand that pressure is the admission price for having a really cool job and an amazing life and lots of other things. I think there was a lot to be grateful for as well so far this split. So we try to keep it positive.
Mm-hmm. Does it make it difficult to trust in your approach? Maybe when when things haven't been working the way you expected so far, but you keep on believing in young players, which is something I admire for you guys, honestly.
I mean, I think for me, right, like as long as we see progress, as long as we see like us taking steps in the right direction, like I'm completely fine with it. And like I had moments of doubt, of course, like when we went out to Team Heretics in spring, like I was like, am I still a good coach? Like, but that lasted for one day. And then I got back. And then I kept working on making sure that all of the lovely pieces that we have, which are a bunch of rookies as well, are moving in the right direction, right? Like, and what we are seeing now, like in this week of scrims where we only booked hard opponents, we had a wonderful week of scrim. What we are seeing in officials when things click, and for the most part today, is that we are seeing these rookies take it to the next level, right? We are seeing like what has been missing from Linas ever since we got him, this aggression of being willing to go first, of being willing to trade HP in order to set Kasi and knock up for success. Like, I had a really, really hard talk with him, like mid-split, where I was like, this is what we need from you. Otherwise, you won't be able to play with Nak in the future. And Nak is a guy you want to play with. And you have two choices as a player when that happens to you. You either like buckle under the pressure, or you get back on that fucking horse and you start taking space. and he got back.
Yeah.
And he is like, everyone is taking these steps to make themselves into the players that we know they can be. So hopefully we get enough time to showcase it throughout Summer Split here.
Yeah. Ultimately, failure and problems are the biggest drivers of innovation and progress, and that's what we've leaned into.
Yeah.
And one of the big things that helped us go from game 1 to game 2 without being really tilted that we lost a stupid game is by making sure, and this comes from weeks and weeks and weeks of practice, and this is, I think, why we've had a really good improvement curve, is allowing people to fail. You know, when we come off that game 1, we can laugh at the fact that we died on their Nexus like idiots and just misexecuted. And we can poke fun at each other, and that's okay. And the consensus and the agreement from us is not, oh, don't make mistakes and play for the dragon and play safe. It's no, like, go and do it again, but do it more. That's the mentality, and I think that's been a big part of what's worked for us.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you always you see the potential within players, and you always manage to unlock this potential somehow. I mean, you guys go way back working together, but also trusting in young players. I remember the Mad Lions days, for instance, when you guys were coaching this team that actually made their first playoffs and won their first split. Do you feel like you've readjusted your approach on how you train rookies and transform this potential to actual success on stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the sort of like really big takeaways we've had since joining Vitality, at least, is that I think we both kind of came away after last year and hiring Chayek, was that we were at times trying to change people fundamentally and fit our system, because our system is like is always evolving, but it's aggressive League of Legends. And I think that was a really big takeaway for how we handle rookies and also how we hire rookies, that we don't try to bring in a rookie that is like a very conservative, like LCK inspired, like 11 CS a minute, like player, and then expect them to play like Doimbi. But outside of that, I think we are really good when we then hire the correct people of getting the very best out of them.
I felt like this year was going back to doing what I do best, right?
Yeah.
Making it authentic to me. I think that was really important to me this year. So I'm glad that we followed through on it.
Now, talking about all these rookies, and Carzzy, because I still see Carzzy as a baby in the sense that he's always here, bubbly, laughing, making jokes and everything. Where do you see the most progress with this lineup? Obviously, Fleshy is going to be different because he just joined the team, but yeah, when you take these players at the beginning of the year and where they are now with what they did today, by the way, this game 4 was absolutely bananas. Where do you see progress with these players? What are you the most proud about when it comes to these teams and these young players?
I'm really proud of Shayek's development. Shayek is a player that I've really enjoyed working with this year, and we've worked with quite a bit. I love working with mid laners. It's always been something that I've really enjoyed doing, and I think he has shown such a massive, massive improvement over the course of the year. And again, we had the choice at multiple times this year to go and get a veteran player like Niski, for example, right? And we were willing to take the gamble that Shayek by the end of the year would be able to fill those shoes and do more and have a higher ceiling. And that's something that I think he's starting to show, which is, I'm so proud of him for that. And he's made a lot of incremental, but really big changes to the way that he sees the game, the way that he practices, the way that he plays, the way that his whole attitude towards practice. So I'm really proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, I already praised Linas to the sky, and I think that Nak is like a bit of a special case because like he doesn't actually need that much coaching. He's kind of good at League of Legends.
He is.
But we came in and we did have like a big system change to how we play League and how he previously wanted to play League, and he just went along with that and have been absolutely smurfing it in the system, like to the point where I have been able to move my priorities away from him and around the team and make sure that I've been able to do other things than Nak, which sometimes sucks because I fucking love working with Nak and I wish I could spend more time with him. So I'm really proud that he's been holding himself like to a really high standard of playing well, even without like having a positional coach like on top of him.
Do you feel like, I often ask this about teams and players, the pressure of elimination and being actually in like, in your last hopes to save your season is actually pushing the players further?
I felt that this week in Scrim.
Okay.
Like we've been ramping up in Scrims, and we had some complaints like from the players previous weeks that actually we've been booking like 2 weeks of a schedule.
Okay.
So this week we just booked Fnatic, G2, Koi, KC. Like we had all of the top 4 teams, and I'm not going to tell you like what happened, but I can tell you it was a good week. It was a good week. Like all of our players came into this week and had been asking to have like consistently harder opponents, and they showed up, and we kept developing on the things that we agreed that we had to develop on this week to look good versus TH. And okay, I mean we look decent today.
Yeah. Look good, look decisive. We're gonna forget that game one again. I want to show the bracket actually to see where we left things at the end of the day. Sorry, because you guys are gonna move to the next round, and you will face off against the loser of G2 versus KC. So let me ask you, it's the hottest topic right now online. Who are you guys gonna face? Who's losing that one?
KC.
Okay.
If they play Niski, it's fucked. Oh, it's cooked. Sorry.
Rip Niski.
Rip Niski.
Yeah. Do you think it's likely that Niski plays?
No, could be.
Could be?
Okay. Like according to Reddit, it might be. Like, but I won't follow up on those rumors. I think that it's fine. It's like Niski's curse year. It's nothing against you. I love you, Yasin, okay? But like, it's your cursed year, so whoever you're with is gonna lose. You lost, you're with KC. If you play for them, you're gonna lose. It's okay.
Do you agree on that? We've been talking about nothing else to add. I mean, is G2 so far beyond anyone else? That's kind of what the teams are saying. No,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think the thing that I have an infinite amount of respect for G2 for is the practice culture they have. I think that when you scrim them, they are so consistent. They are always showing up. They always have a plan. Their drafts are crisp. Their early game is crisp. They're disciplined. I think they are so, so, so good in scrims. And I think that's a big part of the reason of why they've been so consistent. And massive, massive, massive shout out to the backroom staff at G2 for managing to do that consistently for like 5 years now, which is honestly really incredible. When it comes to the overall level of the top 4 teams, and then when you throw us and GX into the mix, I don't think the difference between anyone is that big. I think anyone can show up on any day and beat any other team.
I see. Love the shout out from one coaching staff to the other. The game that we have tomorrow, though, before heading into playoffs, is going to be GX versus BDS. Gen-Gix in scrims, from what we say. I haven't seen that so much on stage so far. I'm still waiting for it. And on the other side, we keep on saying that BDS lack an identity, maybe? How do you see this one go?
They've had so many changes this year.
Yeah.
That I think it's really hard to have a strong identity. I don't think it's looking good for BDS. I don't think GX is bad at all. I think they often clutch it out. I think their players are very clutch. I think their players are experienced. I think they will show up more in playoffs. I think it's going to be quite one-sided from GX to BDS.
One prediction maybe on this one?
I think it should be 3-0.
Okay. Okay.
I
wow.
think BDS has not found an identity throughout the split and have looked at when we've played them as well.
All right.
It's it feels like Bukada is stuck between like being a carry resource or a dog jungler for the team, and they haven't really mastered either style, so they're just kind of average at both. And I think if you are average at 2 styles and haven't mastered it, we've been there before, then you're gonna lose games.
Love having these insights on tomorrow's game, guys. Thank you so much. It's been great catching up with you. And yeah, thank you for providing the entertainment on and off the Rifts. Congrats on making it to the next round. We'll see you guys next week. And yeah, I'm going to let you guys celebrate with your players. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage and the studio. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you so much for watching at home as well. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Another best of 5. One team will go home. The other one will advance to playoff. And yeah, have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll trade flashes on bot. Okay. Oh, maybe I kill him. Gör game. Nice.
That's better than trading, I'd say.
First I have to carry out rumble from Look and sell. He's going deep. I'm hooking too. Nice. I'm stacking Q again. Can we look again?
Oh, no combo.
Look, I have him.
Yeah, knock. Go with that.
First target with Ava. Hooking too. Rumble. No Sonya. Enter maybe. One more. No flash. I'll look Q flash from pit. Be ready.
I'm flashing on. Wait, I don't have W.
I'm looking Q flash. Can we look?
I think something.
Look. Go to it.
I look. Okay. Look, okay. Go with it.
We win.
Yeah, we are stomping this shit. Good job. Well played. Azir, no flash. Play Drake. Please, Drake for reset.
I'm dead.
Drake for reset. Okay, I got it.
We win, I think.
Wait. Azir, no flash.
No ulti? Okay, then I fight. No.
Look, Azir.
Looks good.
No.
Okay, I go more.
I'm going He has no flash. You wanna go more? I give you blow.
I'm going.
Here.
The Severance package for that Nako should be 2 more kills. Kazi, though, caught out in the counter-strike, gets him below just in time as Jo. Fleshy gets the double. Kazi survives.
I ult still if you don't want them.
Let's play with Mondo. I'm not dying, so.
Look on 6 now.
Let's fight them. Kill them.
Yeah, kill them.
Okay.
Look, 6.
Good job.
Nice.
Good job, Bloodman.
Let's go, lads.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the crows.
Bye.